Preface of Eminent Doctors, Their Lives and Their Work, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Eminent Doctors, Their Lives and Their Works, Volume 1, by George Thomas Bettany. Preface. Medical biography has not taken its due place in the thoughts of our countrymen, nor has it received deserved attention from literary men. Anecdotes of big fees, brilliant operations, brusque actions, or suave politeness have too exclusively contributed to form the popular idea of eminent physicians and surgeons. Aiken's incomplete biographical memoirs of medicine, MacMichael's Lives of British Physicians, and Pettigrew's Medical Portrait Gallery have been the chief collective records of medical men, and the latter, owing to its expensive form, was inaccessible to most persons. Monk's Roll of the College of Physicians is a mine of information about members of that college, and a similar record of members of the College of Surgeons would be invaluable. In 1865, Dr. Herbert Parker commenced, and after his lamented death, Dr. Tyndall Robertson continued, a series of memoirs of living medical men accompanied by photographs. The Midland Medical Miscellany commenced to publish a somewhat similar series of memoirs with portraits in 1882. The medical press has been distinguished for the ability and general fidelity of its biographical notices of deceased members of the profession. There is no book, however, in current literature which supplies medical men or the general public with biographical accounts of the most notable men who in this kingdom have contributed to make the medicine and surgery of today what they are. It is the aim of the present book to occupy this vacant place. It is hoped that this has been done in a form neither too technical for the general reader nor unsuitable for the busy practitioner, who has very little time to read elaborate biographies, and would fain store his mind with the principal facts and lessons of the lives of his great predecessors and teachers. The difficulty of selection has been great. That sure ground would be occupied by taking the foundation of the London College of Physicians as a starting point, and giving a place only to those celebrated men in the 17th and 18th centuries, whose title to fame none could deny. Paucity of biographical materials has prevented the introduction of some names. Others have been excluded because they were rather notorious for their fees, their bon mots, and their fantastic behavior, than for their solid contributions to medicine. In regard to men of the present century, the task of selection has been still more difficult. For the most part, distinguished physiologists, zoologists, etc., do not find a place in these pages, unless they have also won distinction in medical practice. It cannot be expected that the list of living names will satisfy everybody. Others, as worthy, might have been included. If in refraining from commenting on the career of his present colleagues at Guy's Hospital, the author may appear to have done injustice to their great merits, he is convinced that he has thereby best steered clear of the dangers of partiality. The utmost care has been taken to avoid giving details which should be private during a man's life, and to state only those facts about living men which have already for the most part been made generally accessible. The task of reading hundreds of biographical memoirs, medical treatises, scattered pamphlets and papers, has been exceedingly heavy. All those named in the following pages have been consulted, and where details are not given of controversies or incidents which some may be surprised to see passed over, this has been the result of careful deliberation. The author desires specially to acknowledge his great obligations to the Lancet and other medical journals. He trusts he has contributed to the object which they, like himself, have at heart, of elevating the medical profession in the public estimation. Dulwich, September, 1885. End of Preface.
Chapter 1 of Eminent Doctors, Their Lives and Their Work, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Eminent Doctors, Their Lives and Their Work, Volume 1, by George Thomas Bettany. Chapter 1. LINACRE, Keys, and the Foundation of British Medicine. The name of Thomas LINACRE must stand at the head of any account of the history of British medicine, for before his accession to the office of tutor and physician to Prince Arthur, eldest son of Henry VII, in 1501, no physician of such ability as to have left works of permanent value had arisen in this country. To him belongs the honour of having founded the Royal College of Physicians of London, the earliest of the British medical corporations, and by that one act he may be said to have constituted medicine a distinct profession. The slightness of the emphasis which can be laid upon the medical profession up to LINACRE's time may be recognized from the fact that he was both tutor and medical attendant to a prince, and that he subsequently became a not undistinguished ecclesiastic. Canterbury gave birth to this founder of British medicine about 1460. He derived his descent, however, from a Derbyshire family of Saxon blood, flourishing before the conquest at LINACRE, near Chesterfield. His school days were passed under the superintendence of William Selling, at the monastic school of Christ Church in Canterbury. Selling was an enlightened man for his time, and had travelled in Italy, where he studied Greek with one of the most eager students of the time, Politian, and had brought home with him numerous valuable manuscripts. A Fellow of All Souls himself, he doubtless had some influence in securing the election of his pupil to a fellowship there at an early age, in 1484. At Oxford, LINACRE was a pupil of Cornelio Vitelli, an Italian, one of the earliest teachers who brought Greek learning into this country. Before long, LINACRE himself took charge of pupils, the most famous of whom afterwards became Sir Thomas More. LINACRE accompanied Selling to Italy when Henry VII appointed the latter on a mission to the Roman pontiff. In Italy he received the benefit of introductions to, and instructions from, Politian and others, and formed an acquaintance with Aldus Manutius, the celebrated printer, at Venice. At Florence he was introduced to Lorenzo de' Medici, who specially approved of his companionship with his sons, both in their studies and their amusements. After taking the degree of Doctor of Medicine in the University of Padua with great applause, owing to the skill with which he defended the positions of his thesis, he returned to England. He apparently betook himself at once to Oxford, where he was incorporated M.D. It is presumed that he was still most concerned in academical pursuits, and he was the first Englishman to publish a correct rendering of a Greek author after the revival of letters, namely the Sphere of Proclus, printed by Aldus at Venice in 1499. Whether he was also incorporated at Cambridge, as Dr. Keyes relates, cannot now be proved, but it is rendered probable by the fact of his subsequent foundation of a lectureship in medicine at that university. At this period of his life, LINACRE had the good fortune to be the instructor, especially in Greek, of no less a person than Erasmus. The latter was evidently a most appreciative admirer of our erudite doctor, as well as of the facilities for classical study afforded in England. "In CULLEN," says he, writing to Robert Fisher, "I hear Plato himself. Who does not admire the perfect compass of science engrossen? Is aught more acute, more exalted, or more refined than the judgment of LINACRE? Has nature framed anything either milder, sweeter, or happier than the disposition of More? It is wonderful how universally copious is here the harvest of ancient learning, wherefore you should hasten your return." With the beginning of the 16th century, however, a new era in LINACRE's life dawns. Whether or not he was introduced to court in 1501 in connection with the visit of Prince Arthur to Oxford, It is certain that about the period when the prince was contracted in marriage to Catherine of Aragon, his health and further education were entrusted to Dr. LINACRE, and it is believed, though without sure grounds, that he also became one of the king's domestic physicians. The death of the young prince, however, relieving LINACRE of his tutorial duties, appears to have had the effect of throwing him with ardent zeal into the practice of the medical profession. Erasmus had availed himself of his skill, as is testified by a letter of his from Paris in 1506, giving an account of his complaints and lamenting the want of his accustomed advice and prescriptions. His friends even found that he was too devoted to his studies and practice, and begged him to relax so far as to write to them occasionally. Probably the economical disposition of Henry VII prevented LINACRE from reaping too great a reward from his connection with the court, and he would hail with hopeful feelings the accession of Henry VIII, with his more liberal tendencies. His position was soon assured by his appointment as one of the king's physicians, apparently the principal one, and his estimation at court was higher than his office alone would have occasioned, in consequence of his learning and social qualities. His other patients included Cardinal Wolsey, Archbishop Warham, and Fox, Bishop of Winchester. About the commencement of Henry VIII's reign, LINACRE took up the study of theology, which he had previously neglected in his zeal for the revival of letters, and, in accordance with the practice of the age, on becoming convinced of the importance of Christian doctrines, he sought ordination. In October 1509, the primate gave him the rectory of Merstham in Kent, which he held only a month, receiving in December a prebendal stall in the Cathedral of Wells, and in 1510 the cure of Hawkhurst in Kent, which he held till 1524. Still higher preferment, however, awaited him, for he became canon and prebend of Westminster in 1517. Numerous other appointments followed, which we will not particularize. It does not appear certain that LINACRE gained any conspicuous distinction in theology, but his preferments were rather acknowledgments of his general learning and merit, being the most convenient form in which such recognition could at the time be given. LINACRE's intercourse with Erasmus continued, but was somewhat embarrassed by reason of the latter's constant demand for pecuniary aid. We gain a glimpse of the prudence which LINACRE had attained from a letter of Erasmus in 1521, complaining of the unfavorable reception of his applications for money, mentioning that though his health was infirm, and though he possessed only 6 angels, he had been advised to curtail his expenses and bear his poverty with fortitude, rather than apply further to the primate and Lord Mountjoy. We have now to recur to LINACRE's medical pursuits, which were not interrupted to any serious extent by his clerical preferments. Early in Henry VIII's reign, he read before the University of Oxford a Shagiling lecture, of which nothing but the name is preserved. His renewed connection with Oxford occasioned it to be bruited abroad that he had a special design of making benefactions to the university, and the authorities bethought themselves that they had somewhat neglected their distinguished alumnus. Consequently, they presented him with an address, in which they seem to have been actuated by that kind of gratitude which consists in a lively sense of favours to come. Part of it runs thus, translated from Latin, showing how much dignity a learned university then possessed. To Thomas LINACRE, the most skilful physician of the king. We are not a little troubled, excellent sir, to mention nothing besides, and most learned of physicians, since till now we have never greeted your preeminence by letter, let us confess the truth, how we may readily devise the means by which we may handsomely remove from ourselves the stain of ingratitude which we have incurred, were we otherwise than assured that you are rather displeased at the greater goodwill, nay, the more ardent affection, which your courtesy has entertained towards our university, than at any negligence, not to say sluggishness of our own. How excellent the mind, how liberal the devotion of him who, whilst he is the most eminent, is indisputably the most eloquent of his contemporaries, towards the University of Oxford, is a secret to none. How well you think of us, and how generously you have resolved to provide for our interests, we have fully learned from the report of our colleagues, who have discoursed with you, but that we have yet made no returns for your extraordinary bounty towards us, to repay, alas, accords not with our poverty, which we can only do with our whole hearts. We give you truly our fullest thanks, resting our chief hope in you, whose reputation stands so high with the King's Majesty, that we may with good reason commemorate you amongst the most active leaders and foremost patrons of our academical host. The form which very many attempts to promote the progress of medicine in that age took was that of translations of and commentaries on the works of Galen, which in the original Greek were inaccessible to nearly everyone. After spending much time on executing his share of a scheme for translating Aristotle's entire works into Latin, in conjunction with Grocyn and Thomas Latimer, and which unfortunately never was published, Dr. LINACRE betook himself to the congenial task of translating into Latin Galen's works, the first portion of which, on the preservation of health, was published at Paris in 1517, and dedicated to Henry VIII. The feelings which moved him to this act arose, as he declares to the king, from finding himself wanting in the means of vying with those who, allured by the renown and glory of his name, daily contended in the number and variety of their gifts. For this reason he knew nothing more becoming his duty or his calling than the dedication of some memorial of his studies, that he might satisfactorily account for the leisure which, by the royal indulgence, he sometimes stole from his appointed attendants, and at the same time show that he not only spent the hours of office, but even of recreation from its duties, in accomplishing, to the best of his ability, what he thought would be acceptable to him. A copy of this work on vellum, and magnificently embellished, was presented to Wolsey, with an adulatory letter. These are still preserved in the British Museum. This translation was followed by several others from Galen, including The Method of Healing, 1519, dedicated to the king, the Treatise on Temperaments, 1521, dedicated to Leo X, On the Natural Functions, 1523, dedicated to Warham, On the Pulse, 1523, dedicated to Wolsey. Other treatises left complete at LINACRE's death were printed by Pinson in 1524. Of the treatises on grammar and language compiled by LINACRE, we need not here attempt to give an account. Most important of all LINACRE's achievements towards the advancement of medicine was undoubtedly his securing the foundation of the Royal College of Physicians. The practice of medicine, says his biographer, Dr. J. N. Johnson, when this scheme was carried into effect, was scarcely elevated above that of the mechanical arts, nor were the majority of its practitioners better educated than mechanics. No society as yet existed, independent of the monastic and ecclesiastical, which could at all be considered learned. LINACRE was at the sole expense of founding the college, for the Crown merely granted the letters patent. These were issued in 1518, incorporating all physicians in London as one faculty and college, with power to elect a president, to use a common seal, and to hold lands not exceeding the annual value of £12. They were to hold assemblies and govern their faculty in London and within 7 miles, all persons being interdicted from practice who did not hold their license. 4 censors were to be chosen yearly, for the correction and government of physic and its professors, the examination of the medicines, and the punishment of offenders, and physicians were to be exempt from attendance at assizes, inquests, and juries. The power of correction by fine or imprisonment occasioned some embarrassment at a subsequent period, For when some offenders were committed by the college, the gaolers would not receive them into prison, considering the college must charge itself with the custody of its own culprits. To obviate this difficulty, a statute was passed, requiring gaolers to receive persons committed by the college, and also enjoining all justices, mayors, etc., in London to assist the president of the college in searching for faulty apothecary wares. Various defects have been found in the original letters patent. They were confirmed by a statute, 14 Henry VIII, 1523, which provided, among other things, that no person except graduates of Oxford or Cambridge should be permitted to practice physic throughout England, unless examined and approved by the President of the College of Physicians of London and at least 3 other selected members. Previous to LINACRE's time, the bishops or their vicars general were the persons who could grant licenses to practice medicine, in addition to the universities, and this power was long after this retained by them, although they called in physicians to assist them in determining to whom licenses should be granted. As was but natural, LINACRE was the first president of the college, which owed its existence to himself, and he held that office till his death. His residence, the Stone House, in Knightrider Street, Paul's Wharf, convenient for access to the court, then kept up at Bridewell, was also the meeting place of the college. The front portion of the house, a parlour below, and a council room and library above, were given to the college during his lifetime, and remain the property of the college until 1860. In considering the import of LINACRE's endeavours to promote the study of medicine at Oxford and Cambridge, it must be remembered that the idea of establishing lectureships or professorships for public instruction was quite a novel one in England, and that Fox, Bishop of Winchester, appears to have been the first, in 1517, to endow lectures in Greek and Latin. And LINACRE unquestionably has the merit of first applying such an idea to the improvement of instruction in medicine. His foundations did not take full effect till 1524. Again, we have a letter from the University of Oxford to the renowned Dr. LINACRE, couched in the most exaggerated style of panegyric, thanking him for his proposition to endow splendid lectures in medicine, lauding his sober gravity and erudite judgment, his greatness, the transcendency of his gifts. The letters patent founding the lectures were dated on the 12th of October, 1524, only 8 days before his death. 2 of the lectureships were to be founded at Oxford and 1 at Cambridge, and to be named LINACRE's Lectures. £30 a year, a considerable sum then, was to be devoted to this purpose by his trustees, out of the proceeds of 2 manors at Newington, near Sittingbourne. But although the trustees, Sir Thomas More, Tonstal, Stokesley, Tonstal's successor, and John Shelley, were men who might have been expected to pay attention to LINACRE's desires, yet, probably owing to the busy occupations in which they were engaged, they failed to carry them into full effect, and it was not till the 3rd year of Edward VI that Tonstal, the surviving trustee, assigned 2 of the lectures to Merton College, Oxford, and 1 to St. John's College, Cambridge. Their office was to expound publicly certain parts of Hippocrates or Galen. That his lectures failed to become what LINACRE would have wished was due to the common defect of that age in not foreseeing the revolutions in learning that were to come, and not providing any elasticity in their foundations. Thus these lectureships, which might have powerfully aided in the development of medicine, remained of little use till modern times, when they have been placed on an improved footing. It has been questioned, writes his biographer, whether he was a better Latinist or Grecian, a better grammarian or physician, a better scholar or man. That LINACRE was of a great natural sagacity and of discerning judgment in his own profession, we have the concurrent testimony of the most knowing of his contemporaries. In many cases which were considered desperate, his practice was successful. In the case of his friend Lilly, he foretold his certain death if he submitted to the opinion of some rash persons who advised him and prevailed with him to have a malignant strumous tumor in his hip cut off, and his prognostic was justified by the event. In private life he had an utter detestation of everything that was dishonorable. He was a faithful friend, and was valued and beloved by all ranks in life. He showed a remarkable kindness to young students in his profession, and those whom he found distinguished for ingenuity, modesty, learning, good manners, or a desire to excel, he assisted with his advice, his interest, and his purse. LINACRE had suffered for years from stone in the bladder, which had limited his usefulness and the perfection of several of his designs, and he died of ulceration of the bladder on the 20th October, 1524, having made his will 4 months previously. He was buried in St. Paul's Cathedral, in a spot chosen by himself and expressly named in his will. No memorial was erected over his grave until 1557, when Dr. Caius, one of his successors, reared a monument with a suitable inscription, ending with a favorite expression which he afterwards placed on his own tomb, "Vivit post funera virtus." The will of Dr. LINACRE includes annuities to his 2 sisters, a bequest to his brother, and other legacies. To his nieces, Alice and Margaret, he bequeathed each a bed, Margaret to have the better, and to William Dancaster, a priest who witnessed the will, a feather bed and 2 Irish blankets were left. The simplicity of these details shows that a man of high distinction in many ways at that time counted as important possessions articles now universal. John Kay, or Key, better known by the Latinized form CAIUS, which retains nevertheless the pronunciation derived from the English original, Keys, was born at Norwich on the 6th of October, 1510, being thus 14 years old at LINACRE's death. He entered Gonville Hall, Cambridge, on the 12th September, 1529, and here he early distinguished himself by translating from Greek into Latin 2 treatises, one by Chrysostom, and by making an abridgment of Erasmus's De Vera Theologia. He took the degree of B.A. in 1532-33, and was appointed principal of Phiswick Hostel on the 12th November 1533, being elected to a fellowship of Gonville Hall on December 6th following. Preceding M.A. in 1535, he is recorded as subscribing, with the Master and Fellows of Gonville Hall, the submission to Henry VIII's injunctions. In 1539 he went to Italy, and studied medicine at Padua under Montanus, lodging in the same house with Vesalius, who became the most distinguished anatomist of his time. In 1541 the degree of Doctor of Medicine was conferred upon him at Padua, where in the next year we find him delivering public lectures on the Greek text of Aristotle, in conjunction with Realdus Columbus, the stipend for which was provided by some Venetian nobles. The next year, 1543, he largely occupied in visiting all the most celebrated libraries of Italy, collating manuscripts, principally with a view to publishing correct editions of Galen and Celsus. Returning to England after further travels in France and Germany, he was incorporated M.D. at Cambridge, and practiced apparently at Cambridge, Norwich, and Shrewsbury with such success that he was appointed physician to Edward VI, an appointment he continued to hold under Queens Mary and Elizabeth. On the 22nd December, 1547, he was admitted a Fellow of the College of Physicians, and in 1550 became an elect, in 1552, censor. In the latter year appeared his English treatise on the sweating sickness, which had broken out at Shrewsbury in 1551. This was afterwards enlarged and published in Latin. The book or counsel against the sweating sickness was dedicated by Dr. Caius to William, Earl of Pembroke. The dedication begins thus: In the fearful time of the sweat, many resorted unto me for counsel, among whom, some being my friends and acquaintance, desired me to write unto them some little counsel how to govern themselves therein, at whose request at that time I wrote divers counsels so shortly as I could for the present necessity, which they both used and did give abroad to many others, and further appointed in myself to fulfill the other part of their honest request for the time to come. The which, the better to execute and bring to pass, I spared not to go to all those that sent for me, both poor and rich, day and night, and that not only to do them that ease that I could, and to instruct them for their recovery, but to note also thoroughly the cases and circumstances of the disease in divers persons, and to understand the nature and causes of the same fully, for so much as might be. A certain conceit is evident throughout the brief treatise, as when he describes his early translations from Latin into English, and partially apologizes for writing in English, then gives an account of the life and writings of his friend, William Framingham, a fellow townsman of his who died young. The description of the disease which he gives indicates a very acute rheumatic affection, inasmuch as perspirations of disagreeable odor, acute pains in the limbs, delirium, quick and irritable pulse, etc., were prominent among them. It is notable how little medical science was progressing beyond Galenic principles. Dr. Caius says, "This disease is not a sweat only, but a fever in the spirits by putrefaction venomous, with a fight, travail, and labor of nature against the infection received in the spirits, whereupon by chance followeth a sweat, or issueth in humour, compelled by nature, as also chanceth in other sicknesses which consist in humours." Still, a glimpse of truth is shown in the view expressed that our bodies cannot suffer anything or hurt by corrupt and infective causes, except there be in them a certain matter prepared, apt and like to receive it, else if one were sick, all should be sick. Dr. Caius showed himself notably before his age, also in his censures of excess in eating and drinking, his commendation of the bath, and of muscular exercise. His advice to his readers to have recourse to a good physician, and to be at least as good to their bodies as to their hose or their shoes, is followed by a picture of the army of quacks who in default of science preyed upon the masses. Simple women, carpenters, pewterers, braziers, soap-ball sellers, apothecaries, avaunters themselves to come from Pole, Constantinople, Italy, Almaine, Spain, France, Greece, Turkey, India, Egypt, or Jewry, from the service of emperors, kings, and queens, promising help of all diseases, yea, incurable, with one or two drinks, by drinks of great and high prices, as though they were made of the sun, moon, or stars, by blessings and blowings, hypocritical prayings, and foolish smokings of shirts, smocks, and kerchiefs, with such others their fantasies and mockeries, meaning nothing else but to abuse your light belief, and scorn you behind your backs with their medicines, so filthy that I am ashamed to name them. For your single wit and simple belief, in trusting them most, which you know not at all and understand least, like to them which think far fowls have fair feathers, although they be never so evil-favoured and foul, as though there could not be so cunning an Englishman as a foolish running stranger, or so perfect health by honest learning as by deceitful ignorance. From all which the reader may judge whether somewhat similar remarks might not be applicable to the last century, and even to a great part of the present, in its credulity of the efficacy of quack medicines and the powers of audacious empirics. In 1555, Dr. Caius was elected President of the College of Physicians, an office which he continued to hold until 1561. He applied himself with devoted energy to promoting the interests of the college, commencing to record its annals, till then unpreserved, procuring the copying and binding in grand style of the college statutes, designing the insignia, the cushion of crimson velvet edged with gold on which the statutes were laid, the silver staff ornamented with the college arms borne by the president, to remind him, according to Caius, by its material, silver, to govern with patience and courtesy, and by its symbols, the serpents, with judgment and wisdom. His zeal further exhibited itself in protecting the privileges of the college, as when he appeared successfully in Elizabeth's reign against the barber surgeons, who were claiming the right to prescribe medicines for internal administration in cases where their operative assistance was called in. One of the most striking innovations which Dr. Caius introduced into this country was unquestionably the practice of dissection of the human body. He had actually taught practical anatomy in the barber surgeon's hall not long after his return from Italy, and he further provided for the development of that science by procuring from Queen Elizabeth, about 1564, a grant to the College of Physicians to take annually the bodies of 2 criminals after execution for dissection, and the fellows were required, under penalty of a fine for refusing, to give demonstrations and lectures on anatomy in turn. He left a fund for defraying the expenses attending these dissections. Dr. Caius had never wavered in his attachment to learning and to his alma mater, Cambridge. Notwithstanding his numerous public interests, the court, the college, and private practice, he developed fully and had the pleasure of carrying into execution a design for improving and enlarging Gonville Hall, which under his auspices became a college, with the addition of his name to its title. He added to its resources very considerably, founded 3 fellowships and 20 scholarships, and enlarged it by building an entirely new court, known as Caius Court. Together with this enlargement, he pleased his taste by erecting 3 new gates, 2 on its external boundaries and 1 within it. The first, severely simple, was inscribed Humilitatis. The second, more lofty and surmounted by several rooms, was on one side inscribed Virtutis, on the other Jo Caius Posuit Sapientiae. The last, smaller but highly decorated, leading to the Senate House and the schools, bore the word Honoris, and thus the worthy doctors signified that by way of humility we attain to virtue and honor. By the authority of letters patent granted by Philip and Mary, 4th September 1557, Dr. Caius was authorized to frame new statutes for Gonville and Caius College. It was not till 1558 that he was incorporated M.D. at Cambridge, and the next January he was reluctantly induced to accept the dignity of master of the college, which then fell vacant. He made this a further occasion of benefaction by refusing the stipend and emoluments of the office, which he held till 1 month before his death. For 1 year he resigned the presidency of the College of Physicians, that he might more uninterruptedly superintend the erection of his new court at Cambridge, but he returned to the presidency for 1562-3, and again in 1571. A man of Dr. Caius's incessant activity and zeal for his own opinions could not hope to remain without enemies. In 1565, 3 fellows of his college, whom he had expelled, charged him with atheism and opposition to professors of the gospel. His maintenance of his post at court under sovereigns of opposite religious professions, notwithstanding his attachment to Romanism, was made a subject of accusation of unsteadiness in his religious principles. Fuller remarks that his being a reputed papist was no great crime to such who consider the time when he was born, and foreign places wherein he was bred. However, this I dare say in his just defence, he never mentioneth Protestants, but with due respect, and sometimes doth occasionally condemn the superstitious credulity of popish miracles. Nevertheless, he retained in his college certain books and vestments formerly used in the Roman Catholic service, and Bishop Sandys having written to the Vice-Chancellor, Dr. Byng, complaining of this, they were collected and burnt in 1572, much to Dr. Keyes's vexation, who considered Dr. Byng's action most arbitrary, and inveighed strongly against the conduct of certain fellows of his college in the matter. Previous to this time, in 1570, Dr. Keyes had published an account of British dogs, which is the earliest scientific description of the kind of dogs then occurring in this country. It had been the result of a request by the celebrated naturalist Gesner, whose death in 1565 prevented its earlier publication. Numerous other accounts of British natural history had been furnished by Dr. Keyes to Gesner, and were inserted in his works. To give an idea of our doctor's ability in descriptive natural history, we subjoin his account of the dog called a bloodhound. The greater sort which serve to hunt, having lips of a large size, and ears of no small length, do not only chase the beast while it liveth, but being dead also by any manner of casualty, make recourse to the place where it lieth, having in this point an assured and infallible guide, namely, the scent and savour of the blood sprinkled here and there upon the ground. For whether the beast being wounded doth notwithstanding enjoy life, and escapeth the hands of the huntsman, or whether the said beast being slain is conveyed cleanly out of the park, so that there be some signification of bloodshed, these dogs, with no less facility and easiness than avidity and greediness, can disclose and bewray the same by smelling, applying to their pursuit agility and nimbleness without tediousness. And albeit peradventure it may chance that a piece of flesh be subtly stolen and cunningly conveyed away with such provisos and precaveats, as thereby all appearance of blood is either prevented, excluded, or concealed, yet these kind of dogs, by a certain direction of an inward assured notice and privy mark, pursue the deed-doers through long lanes, crooked reaches, and weary ways, without wandering awry out of the limits of the land whereon those desperate purloiners prepared their speedy passage. Yea, the nature of these dogs is such, and so effectual is their foresight, that they can bewray, separate, and pick them out from among an infinite multitude and an innumerable company. Creep they never so far into the thickest throng, they will find him out notwithstanding he lie hidden in wild woods, in close and overgrown groves, and lurk in hollow holes apt to harbour such ungracious guests. Moreover, although they should pass over the water, thinking thereby to avoid the pursuit of the hounds, yet will not these dogs give over their attempt, but presuming to swim through the stream, persevere in their pursuit, and when they be arrived and gotten the furthen bank, they hunt up and down, to and fro run they, from place to place shift they, until they have attained to that plot of ground where they passed over. This treatise was so highly esteemed by Pennant that he inserted it in his British Zoology, and it was reprinted in a very neat form in 1880. We need not particularize the very numerous editions and translations from Galen, Celsus, Hippocrates, which Dr. Keyes published or left in manuscript. His own original medical works were the Method of Healing, based however upon Galen and Montanus, and the account of the sweating sickness, concerning which Hecker remarks, although judged according to a modern standard, it is far from satisfactory, yet it contains an abundance of valuable matter, and proves its author to be a good observer. Dr. Keyes is credited with having predicted the very day of his death. He had his own grave prepared in Keyes College Chapel on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th of July, 1573, and died at his London house on the 29th of the same month, aged 63. His body being removed to Cambridge as he had directed, the master and fellows of his college and the principal members of the university in procession met it at Trumpington. The inscription on his tomb in Keyes Chapel is characteristic of the man, in whose eyes his own works and achievements, undoubtedly considerable, loomed large. Vivit post funera virtus, as he had recorded on LINACRE's monument. Fui Keyes. he adds as a pithy, if egotistic, comment. Among other notable men of the 16th century must be mentioned William Gilbert, M.D., a native of Colchester, who was born in 1540, and became Senior Fellow of St. John's College, Cambridge, in 1569. Having settled in London in 1573, his distinction was such that he became physician to Queen Elizabeth. But he was one of the first of the illustrious series of English physicians who employed their leisure in philosophical research. By his book, On the Magnet, on Magnetic Bodies and the Great Magnet the Earth, published in 1600, he had the good fortune to become the stimulator of Galileo himself to the study of magnetism, and that master described him as great to a degree which might be envied. Queen Elizabeth added to her titles to regard by conferring a pension on Gilbert, which aided him in prosecuting his experiments. Gilbert was in fact a great originator in science, having discovered the Earth's magnetism, and that to this is due both the direction of the magnetic needle north and south, and the variation and dipping of the needle. Thus he stands as the discoverer of the facts on which the science of magnetism was based. He is said to have been no less exact in chemistry, but unfortunately nothing of his is extant on that subject. Fuller says of him in the Worthies, Mahomet's tomb at Mecca is said strangely to hang up, attracted by some invisible lodestone, but the memory of this doctor will never fall to the ground, which his incomparable book, De Magnete, will support to eternity. Gilbert died in 1603, shortly after being appointed physician to James I. End of Chapter 1, LINACRE, Keys, and the Foundation of British Medicine. Read by NathanC, Oregon City, Oregon. Chapter 2 of Eminent Doctors, Their Lives and Their Work, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Eminent Doctors, Their Lives and Their Work, Volume 1, by George Thomas Bettany. Chapter 2. William Harvey and the Circulation of the Blood. Oft have I seen a timely parted ghost, of ashly semblance, meagre, pale, and bloodless, being all descended to the labouring heart, who in the conflict that he holds with death attracts the same for aidance against the enemy, which with the heart there cools, and ne'er returneth, to blush and beautify the cheek again. If the man who discovered a new material world deserves immortality, equally meritorious is he who revealed a new world of activity and promulgated the first true conception of the ceaseless round of vital processes. As Dr. Parkes says in his Harveyan Oration, 1876, when anyone examines into this discovery of Harvey's and gradually recognizes its extraordinary importance, he cannot but be seized with an urgent wish to know how the mind which solved so great a problem was constituted, how it worked, and how it reached, not merely the probability but the certainty of a grand natural law. There was no accident about it, no help from what we call chance. It was worked out and thought out, point after point, until all was clear as sunshine in midsummer. Nor had it been anticipated. William Harvey, eldest son of Thomas Harvey and Joan Halke, was born at Folkestone in Kent on the 1st of April, 1578, and that his parents were in easy circumstances may be judged by the fact that 5 of his brothers became substantial London merchants. Of his mother it is recorded on her monumental tablet that she was a careful, tender-hearted mother, dear to her husband, reverenced of her children, beloved of her neighbours. Her eldest son, after some years' education at Canterbury, was entered at Gonville and Caius College in 1593, where he remained till 1597, when he left the university with B.A. degree and betook himself to Padua. This renowned university then boasted among its professors Fabricius, the anatomist, whose influence upon Harvey was evidently remarkable. After 5 years, Harvey obtained his doctorate in medicine, couched in terms of the utmost praise of his astonishing ability, memory, and knowledge, and returned to England. He was admitted to the same degree at Cambridge, and settled in practice in London, marrying the daughter of Launcelot Brown in his 26th year, a union which proved childless. Having become a candidate for the fellowship of the College of Physicians in 1604, he was admitted in 1607 after due probation, and we find him in 1609 seeking the reversion of the physiciancy to St. Bartholomew's Hospital, gaining the King's letters recommendatory, and producing such testimonials from the president of the College of Physicians and others that he was chosen before the vacancy occurred, and on the death of Dr. Wilkinson was appointed to the office October 14, 1609. Harvey now rapidly advanced in general favor as a physician, and in 1615 was appointed Lumleian lecturer at the College of Physicians, an office then held for life. His first lectures were given April 1616, and in this and subsequent years he gradually unfolded the novel views on the heart and the circulation of the blood which he was acquiring, and which he published in 1628. The novelty of his views does not, however, consist in the idea that the blood actually moves in the vessels. This was known before, and Shakespeare gives expression to a current conception in the passage at the head of this chapter. Servetus, in 1553, had asserted that the blood finds access from the right side of the heart to the left through the lungs, thus explaining the intermixture in the heart of the two kinds of blood appropriate to arteries and veins respectively. For a long time, the partition between the ventricles was believed to be perforated, like a sieve, so that a mixture of venous and arterial blood could take place. But this had been completely disproved by Berengarius and Vesalius. Consequently, the two kinds of blood, according to this view, after meeting in the head, thorax, and abdomen, returned to the heart by the way they came, for a fresh supply of the exhausted or enfeebled spirits on which the principal functions of the body depended. Servetus, it is true, asserts a communication between the pulmonary artery and veins, but he particularly declares that the vital spirit has its origin in the left ventricle, the lungs assisting especially in its generation, and that it is engendered from the mixture that takes place in the lungs of the inspired air with the elaborated subtle blood which the right ventricle of the heart communicates to the left. The extent of his knowledge is further shown by his statement that the blood is mixed in the pulmonary vein with the inspired air, and by the act of expiration is purified from fuliginous vapors, when having become the fit recipient of the vital spirit, it is at length attracted by the diastole. Still very great credit is due to the man who first declared that the crimson color is imparted to the spirituous blood by the lungs, not the heart. Servetus was, however, ignorant of the force by which the blood is impelled into the arteries, and the contractile functions of the heart were unknown. The ventricle was believed to dilate from some undiscovered cause, and thus to suck in the purified spiritus vitalis. But Servetus's explanation, whatever it was worth, occurred in a theological work, the issue of which led to the author's death at Calvin's persecuting hands, and the work remained unknown, for Calvin carefully burnt every copy possible, until 1694, when Sir Henry Wotton disinterred it. Realdus Columbus, the associate of Dr. Caius at Padua, had in 1559 published a treatise containing some advanced views, showing that the blood once having entered the right ventricle from the vena cava cannot return in consequence of the opposition of the tricuspid valves, and he further perceived the effect of the pulmonary valves. But he still held the idea that the blood had to be converted in the lungs into a kind of spirit, and looked upon the liver as the fountainhead of the blood. Finally, he denied the muscular structure of the heart. Caesalpinus added to this a more complete idea of the greater circulation, but he knew nothing of the valves in the veins, and held to the belief that there were two kinds of blood, one for the growth, another for the nourishment of the body. He imagined that it was only during sleep that the veins become distended, while the pulsations of the arteries become moderated. He had no idea of the connection between the emptying of the arteries and the filling of the veins, nor of the heart being the cause of the blood's movement. Fabricius, Harvey's teacher of anatomy, had made such a distinct step in advance in discovering the valves of the veins and the effect they must have, that it is quite astonishing that he should not have proceeded farther. But the fact is that without the microscope as developed in after years, it was impossible to solve a multitude of questions satisfactorily, and we may rather marvel that Harvey was able to achieve so much with the means at his disposal. The principal means he employed to this end was undoubtedly the vivisection of animals. Chapter 1 of his celebrated treatise on the motion of the heart and the blood, Frankfurt, 1628, begins emphatically, "When I first gave my mind to vivisections, as a means of discovering the motions and uses of the heart, and sought to discover these from actual inspection, and not from the writings of others, I found the task so truly arduous, so full of difficulties, that I was almost tempted to think, with Fracastorius, that the motion of the heart was only to be comprehended by God. At length, and by using greater and daily diligence, having frequent recourse to vivisections, employing a variety of animals for the purpose, I thought that I had discovered what I so much desired, with the motion and the use of the heart and the arteries. These views, as usual, pleased some more, others less. Some chid and calumniated me, and laid it to me as a crime that I had dared to depart from the precepts and opinions of all anatomists. At length, yielding to the requests of my friends, that all might be made participators in my labors, and partly moved by the envy of others, who, receiving my views with uncandid minds and understanding them indifferently, have essayed to traduce me publicly, I have been moved to commit these things to the press. Finally, if any use or benefit to this department of the Republic of Letters should accrue from my labors, it will perhaps be allowed that I have not lived idly, and as the old man in the comedy says, "For never yet hath any one attained to such perfection but that time and place and use have brought addition to his knowledge, or made correction or admonished him, that he was ignorant of much which he had thought he knew, or led him to reject what he had once esteemed of highest price." So will it perchance be found with reference to the heart at this time, or others at least, starting from hence, the way pointed out to them, advancing under the guidance of a happier genius, may make occasion to proceed more fortunately and to inquire more accurately. In the second chapter, after a vivid description of the behavior of the heart, he thus declares its muscular nature. The motion of the heart consists in a certain universal tension, both contraction in the line of its fibers and constriction in every sense. It becomes erect, hard, and of diminished size during its action. The motion is plainly of the same nature as that of the muscles when they contract in the line of their sinews and fibers, for the muscles, when in action, acquire vigor and tenseness, and from soft become hard, prominent, and thickened. In the same manner the heart. These things, therefore, happen together or at the same instant. The tension of the heart, the pulse of its apex, which is felt externally by its striking against the chest, the thickening of its parietes, and the forcible expulsion of the blood it contains by the constriction of its ventricles. In further chapters, he establishes separately, and in a masterly manner, the facts that the pulse in the arteries depends on the contraction of the ventricles, that when the left ventricle ceases to contract, the pulse in the arteries also ceases, that the two auricles contract together, and also the two ventricles together, but the ventricles following the auricles in a certain rhythm, that the heart accomplishes a transfusion of the blood from the veins to the arteries, and that the blood sent into the lungs from the right ventricle passes through the porous structure of the lungs and back to the left ventricle. In his 8th chapter, Harvey feels himself to be bringing forward considerations of so novel a character that, "I tremble," he says, "lest I have mankind at large for my enemies, so much doth wanton custom, that become as another nature, and doctrine once sown and that hath struck deep root, and respect for antiquity influence all men. Still the die is cast, and my trust is in my love of truth, and the candor that it inheres in cultivated minds. He found it impossible to account for the constant influx of blood into the arteries, and the return of blood to the heart, unless there was a motion, as it were, in a circle. And he shows by calculations of the quantity passing through the heart in an hour, that it is much more than the whole body contains, and that there is no way except by communications taking place from arteries to veins in every part of the body. Finally, he clearly shows how the valves in the veins promote the return of blood to the heart. Throughout the whole of this treatise, considerations from comparative anatomy, from the phenomena of human disease, and from natural philosophy are thickly interspersed, and imagery of the most suggestive character is called into requisition, the whole forming a treatise that every scientific man might well read, and that no doctor should consider himself fully educated without having attentively perused. In a subsequent letter to John Ryland the Younger, professor of anatomy in the University of Paris, Harvey lays down, in opposition to those who repudiate the circulation because they cannot see the efficient nor final cause of it, and who exclaim, cui bono, the fundamental scientific axiom: our first duty is to inquire whether the thing be or not, before asking wherefore it is. Again, he who truly desires to be informed of the question in hand, and whether the facts alleged be sensible, visible, or not, must be held bound either to look for himself or to take on trust the conclusions to which they have come who have looked. And indeed there is no higher method of attaining to assurance and certainty. Everything that Harvey wrote shows him to have been preeminently an example of the scientific mind, that which submits everything to the test of experiment and observation. Anatomy he professed to learn and teach, not from books, but from dissections, not from the positions of philosophers, but from the fabric of nature. In the introduction to his treatise on generation, he praises the more excellent way of those who, following the traces of nature with their own eyes, pursued her through devious but most assured ways till they reached her in the citadel of truth. And truly in such pursuits, he goes on, it is sweet not merely to toil, but even to grow weary, when the pains of discovering are amply compensated by the pleasures of discovery. Eager for novelty, we are wont to travel far into unknown countries, that with our own eyes we may witness what we have heard reported as having been seen by others, where, however, we for the most part find that the presence lessens the repute. It were disgraceful, therefore, with this most spacious and admirable realm of nature before us, and where the reward ever exceeds the promise, did we take the reports of others upon trust, and go on coining crude problems out of these, and on them hanging naughty and captious and petty disputations. Nature is herself to be addressed. The paths she shows us are to be boldly trodden, for thus, and whilst we consult our proper senses, from inferior advancing to superior levels, shall we penetrate at length into the heart of her mystery. True and scientific as the treatise on the heart and the circulation was, or rather because it was so true and scientific, its publication gave a decided and severe check to Harvey's professional prosperity. It was believed by the vulgar, said Aubrey, that he was crack-brained. Writing many years after the publication, Aubrey says that though he was allowed to be an excellent anatomist, nobody admired his therapeutic methods. It was said by practitioners that they could not tell by his prescriptions what he aimed at, yet he continued well in favor with the court and with numerous persons of distinction. Having become physician extraordinary to James I in 1618 or earlier, he was in 1623 promised the reversion of the office of physician in ordinary when a vacancy should occur, but his accession to this post only took place in 1630 under Charles I. Harvey became treasurer of the College of Physicians in 1628, but resigned this office and also procured the appointment of the deputy at St. Bartholomew's Hospital in 1630, when he was commanded by the king to attend the young Duke of Lennox in his travels on the continent. Having returned from this expedition, in 1632 he was sworn in physician in ordinary for His Majesty's household, and in 1639 we find a letter in the Lord Steward's office giving orders for settling a diet of 3 dishes of meat a meal with all incidents thereunto belonging upon Dr. Harvey. But later on, in 1640, the king when at York makes another arrangement, devoting £200 a year to Dr. Harvey, the 3 dishes of meat probably not having been readily forthcoming just then. In 1632-3, a deputy had again to be appointed at St. Bartholomew's. In 1636, he was required to accompany the Earl of Arundel on his embassy to the Emperor of Germany. This gave him an opportunity of personally explaining the circulation to various eminent physicians in the principal German cities. On one of these occasions, at Nuremberg, we find it recorded that Harvey gave a public demonstration of the circulation, which satisfied all except Caspar Hoffmann. Returning to England, Harvey accompanied Charles I in his expeditions, such as that to Scotland in 1639, and we may remark that, being in such close proximity to the royal person, he contrived very skilfully not to become involved in court intrigues, his best protection being his devotion to his medical and physiological investigations. Even when war had broken out, Harvey became in no way obnoxious to the Parliament, for he tells us himself that he attended the king not only with the consent, but by the desire of Parliament. In this way, Harvey was present on the very field at the Battle of Edge Hill. During the fight, says Aubrey, the Prince and Duke of York were committed to his care. He told me that he withdrew with them under a hedge, and took out of his pocket a book and read. But he had not read very long before a bullet of a great gun grazed on the ground near him, which made him remove his station. We cannot but admire the coolness and serenity of mind which could thus occupy itself with reading in the midst of carnage, having evidently no sort of belief in or vocation for the employment of force in the arbitrament between opposing opinions. Accompanying Charles to Oxford, he found congenial society and was incorporated Doctor of Medicine on the 7th December 1642. I first saw him at Oxford, says Aubrey, 1642 after Edge Hill fight, but was then too young to be acquainted with so great a doctor. I remember he came several times to our college, Trinity, to George Bathurst, B.D., who had a hen to hatch eggs in his chamber, which they opened daily to see the progress and way of generation. Thus we see Harvey continuing engaged in that study of the mysteries of reproduction and development, to which he devoted so many years and so many toils. He must have commenced his studies on this subject at least early in Charles's reign. In 1645, while the king and his physicians still remained at Oxford, Sir Nathaniel Brent having quitted Merton College, of which he was warden, and taken the Covenant, Harvey was appointed warden in his place by virtue of a royal mandate. He had indeed lost more than his time in following the royal fortunes, and deserved any reward the king could bestow upon him. At the close of the 68th section of his treatise on generation, Harvey says, "Let gentle minds forgive me if, recalling the irreparable injuries I have suffered, I here give vent to a sigh. This is the cause of my sorrow. Whilst in attendance on his Majesty during our late troubles and more than civil wars, not only with the permission but by the command of the Parliament, certain rapacious hands stripped not only my house of all its furniture, but what is subject of far greater regret with me, my enemies abstracted from my museum the fruits of many years of toil. Whence it has come to pass that many observations, particularly on the generation of insects, have perished, with detriment, I venture to say, to the Republic of Letters." The wardenship of Merton was not long Dr. Harvey's, for when Oxford surrendered to the parliamentary forces in July 1646, he quitted the university and returned to London, and Sir Nathaniel Brent was reinstated in his former position. Nothing has been ascertained for the reason for Harvey's cessation of personal attendance on the king at this period, but it is certain that he took refuge in the homes of his brothers, each of whom, whether in the city, at Lambeth, at Roehampton, or at Combe, kept special apartments reserved for him. It is most pleasing indeed to note the great brotherly affection existing in his family. The earliest of them to die, Thomas Harvey, in 1622, has the following inscription on his monumental tablet: "As in a sheaf of arrows, vis unita fortior, the band of love, the uniter of brethren." Thus, leaving his financial concerns in charge of his brother Eliab, William devoted himself, at the age of 68, more fully to his researches on generation, which his friend Dr. End extracted from him at Christmas 1650. Dr. End, addressing the President and Fellows of the College of Physicians, writes an introduction to this work, in which he gives us a pleasing view of Harvey in his retirement. He says, "Harassed with anxious, and in the end not much availing cares, about Christmas last, I sought to rid my spirit of the cloud which oppressed it, by a visit to that great man, the chief honor and ornament of our college, Dr. William Harvey, then dwelling not far from the city. I found him, Democritus-like, busy with the study of natural things, his countenance cheerful, his mind serene, embracing all within its sphere. I forthwith saluted him, and asked if all were well with him. 'How can it,' said he, 'while the Commonwealth is full of distractions, and I myself am still in the open sea? And truly,' he continued, 'did I not find solace in my studies, and a balm for my spirit in the memory of my observations of former years, I should feel little desire for longer life.' But so it has been that this life of obscurity, this vacation from public business, which causes tedium and disgust to so many, has proved a sovereign remedy to me." An extended conversation is recorded, in which Harvey discourses in his wisest vein on the value of the interrogation of nature in every possible way. Dr. Ent informed him that the learned world were eagerly looking for his further experiments. Harvey rejoined, "You know full well what a storm my former lucubrations raised. Much better is it oftentimes to grow wise at home and in private, than by publishing what you have amassed with infinite labor, to stir up tempests that may rob you of peace and quiet for the rest of your days." He at last produced the Treatise on Generation of Animals, and Dr. Ent, urging him to publish it both in consideration of his own fame and the public benefit, and offering to see it through the press, the author consented to its publication at once or at some future time. Dr. Ent was exultant, feeling, like another Jason, laden with the golden fleece. "Our Harvey," he says, "rather seems as though discovery were natural to him, a thing of ease and of course, a matter of ordinary business, though he may nevertheless have expended infinite labor and study on his works. And we have evidence of his singular candor in this, that he never hostilely attacks any previous writer, but ever courteously sets down and comments upon the opinions of each, and indeed he is wont to say that it is argument of an indifferent cause when it is contended for with violence and distemper, and that truth scarce wants an advocate." This great work, published in 1651, begins by describing the hen's egg and its development, the doctrine being enunciated that all animals as well as plants are produced from ova. Incidentally, as well as subsequently, observations of great merit and value on reproduction in all kinds of animals are given, and it is clearly shown that instead of containing, from the first, excessively minute but complete animals, eggs at first include extremely simple structures, which by successive and gradual changes come to be like the adults from which they have sprung. It is true that Harvey, with Aristotle, believed that the germs of lower animals could arise out of non-living matter, but it is only in the most recent days that the most elaborate microscopical investigations seem finally to have disposed of this view. The doctrine that the simply constructed germ grows by feeding on non-living matter, converting it into living matter, and gradually transforming it into the form characterizing the parent, was a great innovation in Harvey's age, and it hung fire till Caspar Wolff, in 1759, securely established it. But this has remained till the present century to be made fruitful. Throughout Harvey's treatise, it is evident how greatly the lack of powers such as those of the microscope crippled the entire investigation, although it is truly wonderful how much was accomplished without its aid. Incidental remarks show the acute mind everywhere tending towards sound procedure, as in tying the main artery of a tumor he wished to destroy, arriving on the brink of a discovery even when its full perception did not come, as when in regard to the lungs he says, "Air is given neither for the cooling nor the nutrition of animals," contrary to the prevailing notion, but the absence of chemical knowledge in that age prevented his going farther. His published works only represent a portion of Harvey's life work. We find allusions to his medical observations and medical anatomy, which, if written, were probably destroyed in the College of Physicians at the Great Fire. In one place, Harvey states that in his medical anatomy he meant, "from the many dissections he had made of the bodies of persons worn out by serious and strange affections, to relate how and in what way the internal organs were changed in their situation, size, structure, figure, consistency, and other sensible qualities, from their natural forms and appearances, such as they are usually described by anatomists, and in what various and remarkable ways they were effected. For even as the dissection of healthy and well-constituted bodies contributes essentially to the advancement of philosophy and sound physiology, so does the inspection of diseased and cachectic subjects powerfully assist philosophical pathology." Thus it appears that, had we possessed Harvey's pathological observations, he would also have merited the title of founder of pathology. About the time of the publication of the Treatise on Generation, Harvey's work on the heart and circulation was gaining continued and widespread adhesion on the continent. In Italy, Trullius, a Roman professor; in France, John Pequet of Dieppe; in Leyden, Thomas Bartholin were occupied in promulgating Harvey's views. A notable convert was Plempius of Louvain, who, having given himself up to the refutation of Harvey, found himself compelled to retract when he himself made some experiments on living dogs. Harvey was constantly solicitous for the welfare of the College of Physicians, before which he continued to deliver the Limleian lectures up to 1656. At an extraordinary meeting held on 4th July, 1651, Dr. Prugin, the president, read to the fellows the following anonymous proposal: "If I can procure one that will build us a library and a repository for simples and rarities, such a one as shall be suitable and honorable to the college, will you assent to have it done or no?" The offer was of course unanimously and gratefully accepted, but it does not appear at what period it transpired that Harvey was the munificent donor. However, on 22nd December, 1652, the college decreed a statue to him, which was executed in his doctor's cap and gown, inscribed "Viro Monumentus Suis Immortale." It was not, however, till the 2nd of February, 1653-4, that the new building was opened, consisting, as Aubrey tells us, of a noble building of Roman architecture, of rustic work with Corinthian pilasters, comprising a great parlor, a kind of convocation room for the fellows to meet in below, and a library above. Harvey was present on the opening occasion, having provided a handsome entertainment, and formally handed over the title deeds and entire interest in the building in a speech of the utmost benevolence and goodwill. He had contributed not merely the building, but also a considerable library, and many surgical instruments and objects of interest to the museum. On the 30th September, 1654, Harvey was elected in his absence to the presidency of the college, which, however, he declined on the next day, owing to his age and growing infirmities, and recommending the continuance in office of Dr. Prugin, who nominated him as one of the council, which office he did not refuse. He continued to lecture, although his strength was diminished by severe attacks of gout, but in July 1656 he resigned his lectureship. In taking leave of the college, at a grand banquet which he gave, he presented it with his patrimonial estate at Burmarsh in Kent. One special provision settled a salary for a librarian, and another established what has since been known as the Harveyan oration, delivered yearly in commemoration of benefactors to the college, and now extended to those who have added to medical science during the year. The long and truly fortunate career of Harvey, for fortunate he must be deemed who, like Darwin, having enunciated an epoch-making discovery, lived to see it inculcated as a canon, was now drawing to a close. In several of his later letters he expresses his feelings of infirmity. Writing in 1655 to Dr. Horst at Hesse-Darmstadt, he speaks of advanced age which unfits us for the investigation of novel subtleties, and the mind which inclines to repose after the fatigues of lengthened labors. Later, on the 24th April, 1657, writing to Dr. Vlakveld at Haarlem, he says, "It is in vain that you apply the spur to urge me, at my present age, not mature merely but declining, to gird myself for any new investigation, for I now consider myself entitled to my discharge from duty." Harvey died on the 3rd of June, 1657, in the 80th year of his age, and the fellows of his college followed his remains far out of the city towards Hempstead in Essex, where his brother Eliab had a vault. His will is a characteristic document. He thus expresses his Christian faith: "I do most humbly render my soul to him that gave it, and to my blessed Lord and Saviour Jesus Christ." Making his brother Eliab executor and residuary legatee, he bequeaths legacies to all his relations with most affectionate expressions. We do not know the date of his wife's death. She was still living in 1645, but she is here mentioned as "my dear deceased loving wife." "I give to the College of Physicians all my books and papers, and my best Persia long carpet, and my blue satin embroidered cushion, one pair of brass andirons, with fire shovel and tongs of brass, for the ornament of the meeting room I have erected." It seems very probable that these books and papers included some much regretted observations of Harvey's, which were destroyed with the building which he erected and the statue to his memory in the Great Fire of 1666. He left £10 to his friend Hobbes of Malmesbury, who describes Harvey as the only one that he knew who conquered envy and established a new doctrine in his lifetime. The private character of this great man, says Aiken, in his biographical memoirs of medicine in Great Britain, appears to have been in every respect worthy of his public reputation. Cheerful, candid, and upright, he was not the prey of any mean or ungentle passion. He was as little disposed by nature to detract from the merits of others, or make an ostentatious display of his own, as necessitated to use such methods for advancing his fame. The many antagonists whom his renown and the novelty of his opinions excited were, in general, treated by him with modest and temperate language, frequently very different from their own. And while he refuted their arguments, he decorated them with all due praises. He lived on terms of perfect harmony and friendship with his brethren of the college, and seems to have been very little ambitious of engrossing a disproportionate share of medical practice. In extreme old age, pain and sickness were said to have rendered him somewhat irritable in his temper. It is certain that the profoundest veneration for the great cause of all those wonders he was so well acquainted with appears eminently conspicuous in every part of his works. He was used to say that he never dissected the body of any animal without discovering something which he had not expected or conceived of, and in which he recognized the hand of an all-wise Creator. To his particular agency, and not to the operation of general laws, he ascribed all the phenomena of nature. In familiar conversation, Harvey was easy and unassuming, and singularly clear in expressing his ideas. His mind was furnished with an ample store of knowledge, not only in matters connected with his profession, but in most of the objects of liberal inquiry, especially in ancient and modern history, and the science of politics. He took great delight in reading the ancient poets, Virgil in particular, with whose divine productions he is said to have been sometimes so transported as to throw the book from him with exclamations of rapture. To complete his character, he did not want that polish and courtly address which are necessary to the scholar who would also appear as a gentleman. According to Aubrey, who knew him well, Harvey was not tall, but of the lowest stature, round-faced, olivaster in complexion, with little round eyes, very black and full of spirit, his hair black as a raven, but quite white 20 years before he died. His portrait in the College of Physicians corresponds with this account, indicating a nervous, bilious temperament, and showing a compact, square, wide forehead. The general expression is highly intellectual, contemplative, and manly. Harvey has the rare distinction of standing at the head of 3 departments of science in England: comparative anatomy, physiology, and medicine. When these scarcely existed, he evolved them into living form from chaos. The extent of his achievements must be gauged by the extent of the superstructure built upon his foundations. He laid the foundations broad and firm, and practiced the true method of science. Notwithstanding Harvey's infirmities, his mind in old age was characterized by an abiding youthfulness and desire to learn, so that Aubrey found him studying Outred's Clavis Mathematica and working problems not long before he died. He was equally pleased to communicate his knowledge to others, and, as Aubrey relates, to instruct any that were modest and respectful to him. In order to my journey, I was at that time bound for Italy, he dictated to me what to see, what company to keep, what books to read, how to manage my studies. In short, he bid me go to the fountainhead and read Aristotle, Cicero, Avicenna. He was always very contemplative, and was wont to frequent the Leads of Cocking House, which his brother Eliab had bought, having there his several stations in regard to the sun and the wind, for the indulgence of his fancy. At the house at Combe, in Surrey, he had caves made in the ground, in which he delighted in the summer time to meditate. He also loved darkness, as he could then best contemplate. The activity of his mind would often deprive him of sleep, when he would rise and walk about in his shirt until he was cooled and could gain sleep. Similarly, he treated his attacks of gout. He would sit with his legs bare, even in frost, on the Leads of Cocking House, and put them into a pail of water until he was almost dead with cold, and thus he found his attacks could be moderated. His great works were, according to the custom of the age, written in Latin, and Dr. Willis, who has translated all of them into English, describes his Latin as generally easy, often elegant, and not unfrequently copious and imaginative. He never seems to feel in the least fettered by the language he is using. The College of Physicians, says Dr. Monk, possesses some interesting memorials of Harvey, 2 of which may be mentioned. One, the whalebone probe or rod, tipped with silver, with which he demonstrated the parts in his Lumleian lectures at the college. The other, consisting of 6 tables of wood, upon which are spread the different blood vessels and nerves of the human body, carefully dissected out, probably prepared by Harvey himself, and presumed to have been used by him in his lectures. They were presented to the college by the Earl of Winchelsea, one of whose ancestors, the Lord Chancellor Nottingham, had married the niece of Harvey. End of Chapter 2. Read by NathanC, Oregon City, Oregon, May 2023.
Section 3 of Eminent Doctors, Their Lives and Their Work, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Eminent Doctors, Their Lives and Their Work, Volume 1, by George Thomas Bettany. Chapter 3. Thomas Sydenham, the British Hippocrates. In the front rank of practical physicians in England stands Thomas Sydenham, descended from an ancient Somersetshire family, one branch of which migrated into Dorsetshire in the reign of Henry VIII, and settled at Winford Eagle. Here he was born in 1624. We know nothing of his early years till we find him interred at Madden Hall, Oxford, in 1642. His studies were interrupted by Charles I.'s residence there, and it is very probable that he took arms on the side of the Parliament, while it is certain that his brothers did so, one of them, William Sydenham, having been a well-known parliamentarian commissioner, and governor of the Isle of Wight. His mother, too, was in some way, of which we have no account, "killed in the civil wars," in 1644, so that there is sufficient reason why Thomas Sydenham should have withdrawn from Oxford at this time. Sir Richard Blackmore, indeed, describes him as a disbanded officer, and this appears possible from what Sydenham himself states. In his letter dedicatory to Dr. John Mapletoft, of the 3rd edition of his Medical Observations, Sydenham says, "It is now 30 years since I had the good fortune to fall in with the learned and ingenious Master Thomas Cox, Doctor. I myself was on my way to London, with the intention of going thence to Oxford, the breaking out of the war having kept me away for some years. With his well-known kindness and condescension, Dr. Cox asked me what pursuit I was prepared to make my profession. Upon this point my mind was unfixed, whilst I had not so much as dreamed of medicine. Stimulated, however, by the recommendation and encouragement of so high an authority, I prepared myself seriously for that pursuit. Hence all the little merit that my works may have earned in the eyes of the public is to be thankfully referred to him who was the patron and promoter of my first endeavours." Dr. Lettsom, in 1801, communicated to the Gentleman's Magazine a manuscript, anecdote which has been found to be derived from the Vindicatory Schedule by Dr. Andrew Brown, published 2 years after Sydenham's death. "Dr. Thomas Sydenham was an actor in the late Civil War, and discharged the office of captain. He being in his lodgings in London, and going to bed at night with his clothes loosed, a mad drunken fellow, a soldier, likewise in the same lodging, entered his room, with one hand gripping him by the breast of his shirt, with the other discharged a loaded pistol into his bosom. Yet, how strange, without any hurt to him." The story then goes on to relate how the bullet happened to be discharged in the line of all the bones of the palm of the hand edgeways, so that it lost its force and was spent without doing any harm to Sydenham. When Oxford surrendered to the Parliament, Sydenham returned to Madenhall, and was, soon afterwards, elected a Fellow of All Souls, in place of an expelled Royalist. The degree of M.B. he took in 1648, without taking a degree in arts, and he appears to have resided at Oxford for some years, with possibly an interval spent at the Montpellier School of Medicine. Soon after taking his degree, he began to suffer from gout and symptoms of stone, to which he was a martyr, more or less, for the rest of his life. We do not know in what year Sydenham finally quitted Oxford and went to London. He gives an account of the epidemics of 1661 in London, where he must then have been settled. In 1663 he became a licentiate of the College of Physicians, but could not proceed further without a doctor's degree, which he did not take till comparatively late in life, in 1676. In 1666 appeared Sydenham's first work, the first edition of The Method of Curing Fevers, dealing with continued and intermittent fevers, and with smallpox. This first edition was dedicated to Robert Boyle, whom Sydenham describes as truly and wholly noble, and to whom he ascribes transcendent parts, such as to raise him to the level of the most famous names of foregone ages. He acknowledges many and great favours conferred upon him by his friend, and he states soberly that it was on Boyle's persuasion and recommendation that he undertook to write the book, and by his experience that some portions of it had been tested. Boyle occasionally accompanied Sydenham in his visits to the sick. The physician hopes his book will not find less favour for being neither vast in bulk, nor stuffed out with the spoils of former authors. "I have no wish to disturb their ashes," he remarks. The preface to the first edition begins thus: "Whoever takes up medicine should seriously consider the following points. Firstly, that he must one day render to the Supreme Judge an account of the lives of those sick men who have been entrusted to his care. Secondly, that such skill and science as, by the blessing of God, he has attained, are to be specially directed towards the honor of his Maker and the welfare of his fellow creatures, since it is a base thing for the great gifts of heaven to become the servants of avarice or ambition. Thirdly, he must remember that it is no mean, ignoble animal that he deals with. We may ascertain the worth of the human race, since, for its sake, God's only begotten Son became man, and thereby ennobled the nature that he took upon him. Lastly, he must remember that he himself hath no exemption from the common lot, but that he is bound by the same laws of mortality, and liable to the same ailments and afflictions with his fellows. For these and like reasons, let him strive to render aid to the distressed with the greater care, with the kindlier spirit, and with the stronger fellow-feeling. The candid and philosophic temperament of the man is also well exemplified in the conclusion of the same preface. He foresees that, quote, even where my practice has been tried, and its results been recognized, it will be asserted that my statements are anything but new, and that the world has long known them. I have, notwithstanding, never allowed myself to be deterred from communicating the following pages to those of my fellow creatures who unite the love of truth with the love of their kind. It is my temper and disposition to be careless both of the sayings and the doings of the over-proud and the over-critical. To the wise, however, and the honest, I wish to say this much. I have in no wise distorted either fact or experiment. I told the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. In the meanwhile, I ask the pardon and submit to the arguments of better judges than myself for all errors of theory. Perhaps I may myself hereafter, on many points, change my mind of my own accord. As I have no lack of charity for the errors of others, I have no love of obstinately persisting in my own." End quote. At the outset of his treatise, he asserts that a disease is an effort of nature which strives with might and main to restore the health of the patient by the elimination of the morbific matter. Yet he is so far in accord with modern discovery of bacterial germs that he refers the specific differences between fevers to some unknown constitution of the atmosphere. His wisdom is conspicuous when he says he prefers nothing on the outbreak of a new fever to a little delay, and diligently observes the character and cause of the disease, and what kinds of treatment do good or harm. He discerns thoroughly that the scientific working out of the characteristics and phenomena of each disease must be accomplished before it can be asserted that any good work worthy of mention has been got through. It would be difficult to exhibit a more modest and a more truly philosophical spirit than that shown in the following lines at the close of his second chapter. Quote, "One thing most especially do I aim at. It is my wish to state how things have gone lately, how they have been in this city which we live in. The observations of some years form my groundwork. It is thus that I would add my mite, such as it is, towards the foundation of a work that, in my humble judgment, shall be beneficial to the human race. Posterity will complete it, since to them it shall be given to take the full view of the whole cycle of epidemics in their mutual sequences for years to come." End quote. A signal instance of his philosophic moderation is given in the following extract. Quote, "For my own part, I am not ambitious of the name of a philosopher, and those who think themselves so may perhaps consider me blamable on the score of my not having attempted to pierce into those penetralia. Now, writers like these I would just recommend, before they blame others, to try their hand upon some common phenomena of nature that meet us at every turn. For instance, I would fain know why a horse attains its prime at 7, and a man at 21 years. Why, in the vegetable kingdom, some plants blow in May and others in June. There are numberless questions of this sort. Hence, if many men of consummate wisdom are not ashamed to proclaim their ignorance in these matters, I cannot see why I am to be called in question for doing the same. Etiology is a difficult and perhaps an inexplicable affair, and I choose to keep my hands clear of it. I am convinced, however, that nature here, as elsewhere, moves in a regular and orderly manner." In how wise and firm a tone does Sydenham denounce and demolish the quacks and patent medicine vendors! He considers that any man who can, by any sure line of treatment, or by the application of any specific remedy, control the course of diseases, or cut them short, is bound by every possible bond to reveal to the world in general so great a blessing to his race. If he withheld it, he pronounced him a bad citizen and an unwise man, for no good citizen would monopolize for himself a general benefit for his kind, and no wise man would divest himself of the blessing he might reasonably expect from his Maker in contributing to the welfare of the world. Sydenham stands out as a great advocate and champion of Peruvian bark, which, in its modern form of quinine, has justified all that he claimed for it. He is also the founder of the expectant treatment. "My chief care," he says, "in the midst of so much darkness and ignorance, is to wait a little, and proceed very slowly, especially in the use of powerful remedies, in the meantime observing its nature and procedure, and by what means the patient was relieved or injured." The new treatise at once attracted attention, and was reviewed in the Philosophical Transactions for 1666. In the same year there appeared a Dutch edition of the Method. The value and effect of this treatise we can scarcely fully appreciate at the present time, but its pith is well given by Dr. John Brown, author of the Horae Subsicivae. "Besides their broad, accurate, vivid delineations of disease, portraits drawn to the life, and by a great master, and their wise, simple, rational rules for treatment, active and negative, general and specific, there are two great principles continually referred to as supreme in the art of medicine. The first is that nature cures diseases, that there is a recuperative and curative power, the vis medicatrix, in every living organism, implanted in it by the Almighty, and that it is, by careful, reverential scrutiny of this law of restoration, that all our attempts at cure are to be guided, that we are its ministers and interpreters, and neither more nor less. And the second, that symptoms are the language of a suffering and disordered and endangered body, which it is the duty of the physician to listen to, and as far as he can, to explain and satisfy, and that, like all other languages, it must be studied. This is what he calls the natural history of diseases. What Locke did for the science of mind, what Harvey and Newton did for the sciences of organic and inorganic matter, Sydenham did for the art of healing and of keeping men whole. He made it, in the main, observational. He founded it upon what he himself calls downright matter-of-fact, and did this not by unfolding a system of doctrines or raising up a scaffolding of theory, but by pointing to a road, by exhibiting a method, and, moreover, teaching this by example not less than by precept, walking in the road, not acting merely as a finger-post, and showing himself to be, throughout, a true artsman and master of his tools. The value he puts upon sheer, steady, honest observation, as the one initial act and process of all true science of nature, is most remarkable, and he gives himself, in his descriptions of disease in general, and of particular cases, proofs quite exquisite of his own powers of persevering, minute, truthful scrutiny." In 1668, a second edition of the Method was published, with additions, especially a chapter on the plague, and prefaced by a eulogistic address in Latin verse, extending to 54 lines, by the illustrious Locke. In 1676 appeared the third edition of the Method, so much enlarged that it is better regarded as the first edition of the Medical Observations. In the same year, Sydenham proceeded to the degree of Doctor of Medicine, not at Oxford, but at Cambridge, this choice being probably due to the fact that his son had entered at Pembroke College, Cambridge, 2 years before. From the preface to his treatise on gout and dropsy, published in 1683, we find that Sydenham was compelled to lay aside his project of a complete book on chronic diseases by the extreme attacks of gout which his labours brought on. "Whenever I returned to my studies," he says, "my gout returned to me." A few years before, in 1677, he had been prevented from practising by a severe attack of gout, and he was compelled to spend another 3 months in the country to restore his health. He continued his labours, however, it is to be believed, beyond his strength, and several editions of his works, with fresh observations, were issued in the later years of his life. He died at his house in Pall Mall on the 29th of December, 1689, aged 65, being buried at St. James, Westminster. The truly appropriate description, medicus in omne aevium nobilis, was given of him by the College of Physicians in 1810, when a mural tablet was raised to his memory near his place of burial. Sydenham's will shows that he had 3 sons, William, Henry, and James, the eldest of whom received entailed estates in Hertfordshire and Leicestershire. He bequeathed £30 for the professional education of his nephew James, afterwards Sir James Thornhill, Hogarth's father-in-law. Sydenham's executor was Mr. Malthus, an apothecary of Pall Mall, great-grandfather of Professor Malthus, whom he enjoins to bury him with a careful abstinence from all ostentatious funeral pomp. It is perhaps not necessary to regret so acutely the lack of biographical details regarding Dr. Sydenham, as many have done, for we think that his character stands out clearly in his writings. In his letter to Dr. Mapletoft, already referred to, he says, quote, "After a few years spent in the arena of the university, I returned to London for the practice of medicine. The more I observed the facts of this science with an attentive eye, and the more I studied them with due and proper diligence, the more I became confirmed in the opinion which I have held up to the present hour, that is, that the art of medicine was to be properly learnt only from its practice and its exercise, and that, in all probability, he would be the best skilled in the detection of the true and genuine indications of treatment, who had most diligently and most accurately attended to the natural phenomena of disease." End quote. The same preface contains Sydenham's opinion of a great contemporary and valued friend of his. Quote, "You know also how thoroughly an intimate and common friend, and one who has closely and exhaustively examined the question, agrees with me as to the method I am speaking of. A man who, in the acuteness of his intellect, in the steadiness of his judgment, in the simplicity, and by simplicity I mean excellence, of his manners, has amongst the present generation few equals and no superiors. This praise I may confidently attach to the name of John Locke." End quote. Dugald Stewart, commenting on this, says, quote, "The merit of the method, therefore, may be presumed to have belonged in part to Mr. Locke." End quote. There is no reason, however, in the cooperation of these great minds for detracting from the praise of either. Sydenham's idea of a satisfactory method of curing was a line of practice based upon a sufficient number of experiments. His business was, he says, to support his own observations, not to discuss the opinions of others. The facts would speak for themselves, and would alone show whether he acted with truth and honesty, or, like a profligate and immoral man, was to be a murderer even when in his grave. In the preface to the 3rd edition, he says, quote, "The breath of life would have been to me a vain gift, unless I contributed my mite to the treasury of physic." End quote. He considered that medicine was to be advanced in 2 main ways: by a history of diseases, by descriptions at once graphic and natural, and by formulating a praxis or method of treating them. The most modern thought could produce no sounder principle for describing disease than the following. Quote, "In writing the history of a disease, every philosophical hypothesis whatsoever that has previously occupied the mind of the author should lie in abeyance. This being done, the clear and natural phenomena of the disease should be noted. These and these only. These should be noted accurately and in all their minuteness." End quote. He wittily remarks that it often happens that the character of the complaint varies with the nature of the remedies, and that symptoms may be referred less to the disease than to the doctor. He traces the lack of accurate descriptions of diseases to an idea that disease was but a confused and disordered effort of nature defending herself in vain, so that men had classed the attempts at a just description with the attempts to wash blackamoors white. Sydenham conceived the idea, too, of paying some attention to the wishes and tastes of the patient. Quote, "A person in a burning fever desires to drink freely of some small liquor, but the rules of art, built upon some hypothesis, having a different design in view, thwart the desire, and instead thereof order a cordial. In the meantime the patient, not being suffered to drink what he wishes, nauseates all kinds of food, but art commands him to eat. Another, after a long illness, begs hard, it may be, for something odd or questionable. Here again, impertinent art thwarts him and threatens him with death. How much more excellent the aphorism of Hippocrates, 'Such food as is most grateful, though not so wholesome, is to be preferred to that which is better but distasteful.' End quote. He has nothing of the meddlesome practitioner about him. Quote, "Indeed, if I may speak my mind freely, I have been long of the opinion that I act the part of an honest man and a good physician as often as I refrain entirely from medicines, when, upon visiting the patient, I find him not worse today than he was yesterday, whereas, if I attempt to cure the patient by a method of which I am uncertain, he will be endangered both by the experiment I am going to make on him and by the disease itself, nor will he so easily escape two dangers as one." End quote. A fine description of one aspect of hysteria and hypochondria may here be given as an example of his power in the delineation of disease. Quote, "The patients believe that they have to suffer all the evils that can befall humanity, all the troubles that the world can supply. They have melancholy forebodings, they brood over trifles, cherishing them in their anxious and unquiet bosoms. Fear, anger, jealousy, suspicion, and the worst passions of the mind arise without cause. Joy, hope, cheerfulness, if they find a place at all in their spirits, find it at intervals, few and far between, and then take leave quickly. In these, as in the painful feelings, there is no moderation. All is caprice. They love without measure those whom they will soon hate without reason. Now they will do this, now that, ever receding from their purpose. All that they see in their dreams are funerals and the shadows of departed friends." End quote. The great physician has nowhere described his own character more clearly than in the following passage. Quote, "In all points of theory, where the reader finds me in error, I ask his pardon. In all points of practice, I state that I speak nothing but the truth, and that I have propounded nothing except what I have properly tried. Verily, I am sure that, when the last day of my life shall have come upon me, I shall carry in my heart a willing witness that shall speak, not only to the care and honesty with which I have labored for the health of both rich and poor who have entrusted themselves to my care, but also to those efforts which I have made, to the best of my power, and with all the energies of my mind, to give certainty to the treatment of diseases, even after my death, if such may be. In the first place, no patient has been treated by me otherwise than I would myself wish to be treated under the same complaint. In the second, I have ever held that any accession whatsoever to the art of healing, even if it went no further than the cutting of corns or the curing of toothaches, was of far higher value than all the knowledge of fine points and all the pomp of subtle speculations, matters which are as useful to physicians in driving away diseases as music is to masons in laying bricks." The last comparison leads us to note that a vein of humor runs through Sydenham's works, as when he quotes "Tua res agitur, pares quum proximus ardit," as the reason for his leaving London in the height of the plague. In another passage, he is referring to the want of opportunity of the poor to injure themselves by unsuitable diet in smallpox, owing to the res augusta domi. Yet, even among the poor, he says, since they learnt the use of certain cordials, many more have died than in the previous ages, less learned, but more wise. Nowadays every house has its old woman, he says, a practitioner in an art she never learnt, to the killing of mankind. In one place he grimly remarks that if a certain mode of treatment be resorted to, the patient will die of his own doctor, an end which in that age must have too frequently resulted, though not specified in the catalogue of diseases. Here is a specimen of Sydenham's witty apothegms. Quote, "A man who finds a treasure lying on the ground before him is a fool if he does not stoop and pick it up, but he is a greater one who, on the strength of such a single piece of luck, wastes labor and risks life for the chance of another." Again, quote, "The usual pomp of medicine exhibited over dying patients is like the garlands of a beast at the sacrifice." End quote. Elsewhere he refers to some persons, quote, "to whom nature has given just wit enough to traduce her with." End quote. We must also refer to Sydenham's humour, his answer to Sir Richard Blackmore, who asked him what books he should study medicine in. Quote, "Read Don Quixote, sir, which is a very good book. I read it still." End quote. We notice as an instance of Sydenham's kind-heartedness a case in which he lent a poor man one of his horses for several days' journey, believing continuous horse exercise to be the best cure for his disease. Another characteristic touch is the following, quote, "I have always thought that to have published for the benefit of afflicted mortals any certain method of subduing even the slightest disease was a matter of greater felicity than the riches of a Tantalus or a Croesus." End quote. To Dr. Brady he remarks, quote, "To you that undeserved abuse wherewith I am harassed by many is a vexation and sorrow, whilst, of those who utter it, this I may safely say, that if a harmless life, hurting none by word or deed, had been sufficient to protect me from their tongues, they never would have thundered against me. Since, then, it is from no fault of mine that these calumnies have fallen on me, this is my resolution, that is, that I will not afflict myself, because other men have done wrong." End quote. Again he says, quote, "My fame is in the hands of others. I have weighed in a nice and scrupulous balance, whether it be better to serve men or to be praised by them, and I prefer the former. It does more to tranquilize the mind, whereas fame and the breath of popular applause is but a bubble, a feather, and a dream. Such wealth as such fame gives, those who have scraped it together, and those who value it highly, are fully free to enjoy. Only let them remember that the mechanical arts, and sometimes the meanest of them, bring greater gains and make richer heirs." End quote. He addressed to Dr. Thomas Short his treatise on gout and dropsy, because, quote, "although others despised the observations which I previously published, you had no hesitation in attributing to them some utility. It is my nature to think where others read, to ask less whether the world agrees with me than whether I agree with the truth, and to hold cheap the rumour and applause of the multitude." End quote. We have yet to note a remarkable fragment entitled Theologia Rationalis by Dr. Thomas Sydenham, in a manuscript in the Cambridge University Library. It appears to coincide very closely with other indications of his views, and it has been said of it, quote, "There is much in it of the spirit of both Locke and Butler, of Locke in the spirit of observation and geniality, of Butler in the clear utterances as to the supremacy of reason and the necessity of living according to our own true nature." End quote. The general principles of his regard of the divine being may be judged from the following extract. Quote, "Wherefore, to this eternal, infinitely good, wise, and powerful being, as I am to pay all that adoration, thanks, and worship which I can raise up in my mind unto, so to him, from the consideration of his providence, whereby he doth govern the world, myself, and all things in it, I am to pray for all that good which is necessary for my mind and body, and for diverting all those evils which are contrary to their nature, above all, desiring that my mind may be endowed with all manner of virtue. But in requesting things relating to my body and its concerns, having always a deference to the will of the Supreme Being, who knows what is best for me better than I do myself. And although my requests to these bodily concerns of mine are not answered, nevertheless, herein I worship him, by declaring my dependence upon him, and forasmuch as that, in many respects, I have transgressed his divine laws written upon my nature, I am humbly to implore his pardon, it being as natural for me to do it, as it is to implore the pardon of a man whom I know I have offended. In all which requests of mine, and all his creatures, how many soever they may be in number, and how distant soever they may be in place, he, being infinite, is as ready at hand to hear and to help as any man who is but finite is at hand to administer food to his child that craves it." End quote. Thus we take leave of Sydenham, denominated by Locke, quote, "one of the master builders at this time in the commonwealth of learning," end quote, reckoned by the masters in his own and the next age as second to Hippocrates alone, the man whom Boerhaave never mentioned to his class without lifting his hat, describing him as Angle lumen artis febum, verum Hippocratesi, viri specium. End of section 3.
Section 4 of Eminent Doctors, Their Lives and Their Work, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Eminent Doctors, Their Lives and Their Work, Volume 1, by George Thomas Bettany. The MONROS, CULLEN, the GREGORYS, John Bell, and the Foundation of the Edinburgh School of Medicine, Part 1. Notwithstanding the early date of the foundation of the College of Physicians of London, and the fact that the illustrious names of Harvey and SYDENHAM and others adorn the rise of rational medicine in the South, the credit of first developing a famous medical school belongs to Edinburgh, where the MONROS, GREGORYS, CULLEN, Black, and Rutherford maintained during the 18th century an unbroken succession of brilliant names. It cannot be allowed, however, that the Town Council of Edinburgh, in founding medical professorships, deserves as much of this credit as do the outside founders of medical teaching, whose existence and success extorted from the municipality a recognition formal and limited at first, and certainly unremunerated. It may be questioned whether the University of Edinburgh has not really been indebted almost as much to the extra academical teachers of medicine, who have continually stimulated the actual professors to their best endeavors, as to those professors themselves. Anatomy, the necessary foundation of medicine, had a kind of beginning in Edinburgh in 1505, but the surgeons and barbers of the city had pronounced the insertion in their charter of a clause enabling them to obtain once in the year a condemned man after he be dead to make anatomy of. But little came of this, and it was reserved for a number of able physicians, educated abroad, in the latter part of the 17th century, to set on foot some practical teaching in medicine and the allied sciences. The names of Sir Robert Sibbald, Sir Andrew Balfour, and Sir Archibald Stevenson must be honorably mentioned in this connection. The first two of these were most influential in establishing the earliest public botanic garden in Edinburgh, a piece of ground about 40 feet square, belonging to Holyrood House. They subsequently allied to themselves James Sutherland, who afterwards became a notable botanist and obtained the appointment of keeper of a much larger garden near Trinity College Church. Many valuable collections of seeds and plants were procured. Medical students were incited to collect and send home seeds and cuttings from places they might travel to, and so the garden became an important starting point for materia medica. Professional feuds already became prominent in Edinburgh. The surgeon apothecaries were jealous of the physicians and doctors of medicine. Several abortive efforts were made by the latter towards the establishment of a college of physicians. In 1621, King James gave a warrant to the Scottish Parliament for this purpose, but no action was taken. In 1630, the subject was referred to the Privy Council. In 1656, Cromwell constituted a College of Physicians for Scotland, but his death prevented its completion. Thus it was not till Sibbald and Stevenson, by the aid of Sir Charles Scarborough, Harvey's friend, gained the ear of the Duke of York, that at last the College of Physicians of Edinburgh was founded in 1681, notwithstanding the strong opposition of the surgeons and the townsmen. Soon after this, in 1685, the Town Council of Edinburgh appointed 3 principal members of the College of Physicians to be professors of medicine, in what they now, for the first time, at any rate in existing documents, called the University of this city. Sir Robert Sibbald was appointed professor of physic, and rooms were allotted to him, but not a salary. Doctors Halkett and Pitcairn were speedily added to the list of professors, and the division of duties between the professors was left to themselves. We have no record of any lectures given by these professors for a long period, but we know that Pitcairn, in 1692-3, held a professorship at Leyden. On his return to Edinburgh, he became enthusiastic in promoting the medical school, aiding Alexander Monteith in gaining permission from the town council to dissect the bodies of people who died in Paul's work. We offer, says Pitcairn, to wait on these poor for nothing, and bury them after dissection at our own charges, which now the town does, and yet there is great opposition by the chief surgeons, who neither eat hay nor suffer the oxen to eat it. I do propose, if this be granted, to make better improvements in anatomy than have been in Leyden these 30 years. Monteith obtained a grant in October 1694 of those bodies that die in the correction house, and of foundlings that die upon the breast. He was allowed to make his dissections in any vacant waste room in the correction house, or any other thereabouts belonging to the town. Magistrates were to be admitted if they desired, and the apprentices of the surgeons might attend at half fee. However, Monteith's scheme did not succeed, because he had acted without concert with the other members of the Surgeons' Corporation. These made a more successful start in the same year, having obtained a right to the bodies of foundlings who die betwixt the time that they are weaned and their being put to school or trades. Also the dead bodies of such as are stifled in the birth, which are exposed and have none to own them. Also the dead bodies of such as are fellow de se, and have none to own them. Likewise, the bodies of such are put to death by sentence of the magistrate, and have none to own them. A condition was annexed to this grant that, by Michaelmas 1697, an anatomical theatre should be built, where public dissection should be made once a year, if opportunity offered. This was evidently intended to extend to a course of anatomy, including as much as could be taught on one body. The method, however, in which anatomy was first practiced in the surgeon's hall was for 10 surgeons to lecture on following days, each in succession taking a special part. The body had to be buried within 10 days. It was in 1705 that a special appointment for one man to lecture on anatomy was first made, and the first lecturer, Robert Elliot, was also made professor of anatomy in the university, with a small stipend. This formal appointment appears to have been directly occasioned by the offer of some unknown teacher to give public and private teaching in anatomy to the surgeons and their apprentices. It is not till 1706 that we have any record of Sibyl's lectures. The Edinburgh Courant was then made the medium whereby he announced in Latin his intention to lecture on natural history and medicine in privatis collegiis, or private courses of lectures. He appears to have lectured in Latin, and to have received no pupils but such as were skilled in Greek, Latin, mathematics, and philosophy. About this time had settled in Edinburgh the progenitor of the long line of distinguished Monros, John Monro, formerly an army surgeon, who became president of the College of Surgeons in 1712. His son, Alexander, afterwards so distinguished, was born in London on the 8th September, 1697. Being an only son, his father gave unusual attention to his training, and early perceiving his acuteness of mind, sent him successively to London, Paris, and Leyden to obtain the best medical education at that time accessible. The anatomical preparations which he made during his studentship gave such evidence of ability that Drummond, who then taught anatomy at Edinburgh, offered to resign in his favor as soon as he returned home. Cheselden in London and Boerhaave in Leyden were highly impressed by the young Scotchman's promise. The year 1720 may be taken as witnessing the actual start of the medical school of Edinburgh, and Alexander Monro as its real founder. Although the father did much to promote this successful start, the son, becoming actually the competent teacher, must necessarily have the greater credit. At the age of 22, Monro was appointed professor of anatomy, and having announced his first course of lectures on anatomy, to be illustrated by the preparations he had made and sent home when abroad, his father, without his knowledge, invited the president and fellows of the College of Physicians and the whole of the city surgeons to the first lecture. The surprise caused the young lecturer to forget the discourse which he had committed to memory, and being without notes, he had presence of mind enough to commence talking about some of his preparations, and soon became collected in speaking of what he was confident he understood. Thus the surprise and temporary forgetfulness thereby caused was the foundation of his success. He found himself applauded as a ready speaker, and resolved throughout life to speak extempore, being persuaded that words expressive of his meaning would always occur in speaking on a subject which he understood. From this time, the subjects of anatomy and surgery in Monro's hands attracted large classes of students, the average of the first decade being 67, of the second 109, of the third 147. Even during the second session, his lectures attracted students from all parts of Scotland, also from England and Ireland. Seizing the opportunity, other professors were persuaded to start courses of lecture, so that soon a respectable curriculum was provided, and Monro secured in 1722 a grant of his professorship for life. It had previously been held only at the will of the town council. Monro was now face to face with the difficulty of providing sufficient material for the instruction of his large classes. Under Cheselden, in London, he had been accustomed to a supply of subjects, more even than he could make use of. In Edinburgh, as early as 1711, complaints were made at Surgeons' Hall of violation of graves in Graves Friar churchyard by some who most unchristianly had been stealing or at least attempting to carry away the bodies of the dead out of their graves. But, said the surgeons, that which affects them most is a scandalous report, most maliciously spread about the town, that some of their number are accessory, which they cannot allow themselves to think, considering that the magistrates of Edinburgh have been always ready and willing to allow them what dead bodies fell under their gift, and thereby plentifully supplied their theatre for many years past. They consequently beg that the magistrates will seek for and punish the offenders, and resolve to expel any of their number found accessory to the violation of graves. The populace nevertheless continued to be excitable on the subject of the violation of graves, and in 1721-2, surgeons' apprentices were especially bound not to raise the dead. In March 1725, Monro was put under the stringent obligation of giving information when he procured each dead body, and guaranteeing that it was regularly obtained. But the mob were suspicious, and threatened to demolish his museum and theatre at Surgeons' Hall. Monro consequently applied for and obtained a room in the University building, being there safer than at Surgeons' Hall. Here his course included dissections not only of the human body, but also of animals. Diseases affecting the various organs were referred to. Operations upon the dead body were performed. Bandages were applied. And lastly, such physiology as was known was treated of. This course was continued for nearly 40 years. A great hospital was lacking, and the whole force of the medical faculty, with the powerful aid of the far-seeing provost, George Drummond, was engaged to secure the building of the infirmary. Monro and Drummond were constituted a building committee, and Monro planned in particular the operating room. Dr. Moore, in his travels through Scotland, records that the proprietors of many stone quarries made presents of stone, others of lime, merchants contributed timber, carpenters and masons were not wanting in their contributions. The neighboring farmers agreed to carry the materials gratis. The journeymen masons contributed their labors for a certain quantity of hewn stones. And as this undertaking is for the relief of the diseased, lame, and maimed poor, even the day laborers could not be exempted, but agreed to work a day in the month gratis toward the erection. The ladies contributed in their way to it, but they appointed an assembly for the benefit of the work, which was well attended, and every one contributed bountifully. The completion of the hospital gave Monro the opportunity of delivering clinical lectures on surgery, while Rutherford from 1748 gave clinical lectures on medical cases. Monro himself was present at every post-mortem examination, and dictated to the students an accurate report of the case. It was said of him, "It is hardly possible to conceive a physician more attentive to practice, or a preceptor more anxious to communicate instruction." His first and perhaps best known work was his Osteology, published in 1726 and translated into several foreign languages. A French edition appeared in folio with excellent engravings by Monsieur Sue, demonstrated to the Royal Academy of Paris. A treatise on the nerves followed, and later a series of medical essays and observations, many by Monro, was issued by him, as the result of meetings of the principal medical men in Edinburgh, which flourished for some years. Another interesting work of Monro's was his treatise on comparative anatomy, in which he proposed to illustrate the human economy by the anatomy of such vertebrate animals as he knew. But the contrast is astonishing between Monro's knowledge and that of the present day. He divides quadrupeds into carnivorous and herbivorous, fowls into those that feed on grain and those that feed on fish, fishes into those that have lungs and those that have not. He remarks that the fishes that have lungs differ very inconsiderably from an ox or any other quadruped, and are not easily procured. Consequently, he omits all account of them. Moreover, he says, as the structure of insects and worms is so very minute, and lends us but little assistance for the ends proposed, we purposely omit them. He has a strangely unpenetrating view of the relation between an oyster and a sensitive plant. What difference is there betwixt an oyster, one of the most inorganized of the animal tribe, and the sensitive plant, the most exalted of the vegetable kingdom? They both remain fixed to one spot, where they receive their nourishment, having no proper motion of their own, save the shrinking from the approach of external injuries. Dr. Monro's writings generally are not inviting to quote from, being written in a plain and rather bald style, with very little attempt at illustration. In private life, Monro, primus, was humane, liberal in sentiment, a sincere friend, and an agreeable companion, an affectionate husband and a kind father, having the art of making his children his companions and friends. In 1745, after Prestonpans, he went down at once to the battlefield to assist the sick and wounded, dress their wounds, and busied himself in securing them provisions and conveyance to town. Nor did he confine his attentions to the loyal, but aided the rebels also. He took an important share in the education of his children, of whom Donald became a successful physician, and wrote his life, prefixed to the quarto edition of his works, 1781, to which all subsequent biographies are much indebted. Monro was a man of a strong muscular make, of middle height. Yet his constitution was considerably weakened in early life, owing to his being too frequently bled. He was liable to attacks of chest affections throughout life, but died finally of a painful ulcer of the rectum and bladder. On July 10, 1767, he had resigned his chair of anatomy to his son Alexander in 1759, but continued to practice and to attend the infirmary till the last. He bore his painful illness with fortitude and Christian resignation, and talked of his approaching death with the same calmness as if he were going to sleep. He was, says Professor Struthers, an able and active and at the same time a calm and placid man. He had family and friends influential and plenty, but the work he had to do was of a kind at which friends could only stand and look on. He had to do a new thing in Edinburgh, to teach anatomy and to provide for the study of it, in a town of then only 30,000 inhabitants, and in a half-civilized and politically disturbed country. He had to gather in students, to persuade others to join with him in teaching, and to get an infirmary built. All this he did, and at the same time established his fame not only as a teacher, but as a man of science, and gave a name to the Edinburgh School which benefited still more the generation which followed him. Although we must depart from strict chronological order to do so, it will be more convenient to give here an account of the second Monro, who was born May 20th, 1733, and was early attracted to the study of anatomy, showing great perseverance and possessing a good memory. He soon became a very useful assistant to his father in the dissecting room, and when the students grew too numerous for one lecture, his father deputed his son, at the early age of 20, to repeat his course in an evening lecture to those who had failed to obtain admission in the morning. His father, seeing how successful his son was, petitioned the town council to have him appointed as his colleague and eventual successor, promising, if this were granted, to send his son to the best medical schools in Europe, and in every way to fit him for the post. This plan being carried out, young Monro, who took his M.D. degree at Edinburgh in 1755, and set out for a round of medical schools, London, Leyden, Paris, and Berlin. In London he attended William Hunter. In Berlin he had the still greater advantage of living in the house of, and sharing the intimate instruction of, the greatest anatomist, Meckel, a true good start for a promising career. On his son's return to Edinburgh in 1758, his father resigned his chair to him, and the son commenced by teaching quite novel views on the blood, controverting his father's teaching. The novelty of his matter, combined with the clearness of his style, is described as one who was present as having acted like an electric shock on the audience. It was at once seen that he was master of the subject and of the art of communicating knowledge to others. His style was lively, argumentative, and modern, compared with that of his more venerable colleagues, and from the beginning onwards, the half a century, his career was one of easy and triumphant success. Struthers. As a lecturer, he was clear, earnest, and impressive, eloquent without display, and at the same time grave and dignified. No wonder that his classes increased in size until they even reached 400. At the same time, Monro entered into practice as a physician and became one of the leading practitioners in Edinburgh, so much so that Dr. James Gregory described him as being far more than half a century at the head of the medical school, and for a great part of that time at the head of the profession as a practicing physician. He was also frequently called into consultation on surgical cases, though he did not operate. His chief fame is, however, as a successful anatomist and teacher of anatomy. In 1777, he successfully resisted the appointment of a separate professor of surgery, claiming that his office included surgery. Monro's secundus claimed, and not without good grounds, to have made important original discoveries in regard to the lymphatic system, but his merits as a discoverer in this department do not interfere with the greater luster of William Hunter and Hewson. His observations on the structure and functions of the nervous system enjoy the distinction of having called Sir Charles Bell's attention to the ganglion of the fifth pair of cranial nerves, and to important particulars of the origin of the spinal nerves, which led in no insignificant degree to his own great discoveries. In 1758, Monro published at Berlin his first essay on the lymphatics, and Professor Black testified to having read this essay in manuscript in 1755. It contained an account of the lymphatics as a distinct system of vessels, having no immediate connection with the arteries and veins, but arising in small branches from all cavities and cells of the body into which fluids are thrown, and stating that their use was to absorb the whole or the inner parts of these fluids, and to restore them to the general circulation. He showed further by medical observation that in cases where acrid matter was applied to the pores of the skin, or gained access to the cellular membranes, the glands between the parts affected and the center of the body became swollen and painful, manifestly from being absorbed by the lymphatics. Monro also first described the absorption of bones and other solid parts in cases of tumor to pressure. His various works on the nervous system, on the muscles, on the brain, eye, and ear, and on the structure and physiology of fishes, all contain observations which were of considerable value in building up the science of anatomy in the last century. But none of them furnish attractive reading, such as we have found in the works of Harvey and SYDENHAM. This is somewhat remarkable, considering that Monro, shown as an anecdotist, was intimate with all the celebrated Edinburgh men of his time, and was a great admirer of the theatre, being equally attracted by Mrs. Siddons, whom he felt the greatest pleasure in attending as a patient, and by Foote, whose performance as president of the College of Physicians to Weston's Dr. Lask, under examination, he enjoyed extremely. It was said that Monro sent his own scarlet robe to the theatre for the mock doctor to wear. Another of Monro's personal tastes was that of horticulture. He planted and beautified several romantic hills around his estate at Craiglockhart. Here he fitted up, says Dr. Duncan, a rural cottage consisting of 2 commodious apartments, adjoining his head gardener's house, whose kitchen could provide dinner for a few select friends. He would keep no bedroom there, that he might never be tempted to stay away from his professional duties in Edinburgh. But in his cottage he often passed a summer day, and regaled his friends with the choicest fruits. Dr. Duncan, in his Haverian oration, relates his disappointment that the younger generation of his friends prefer the instrumental music of a fiddle, a flute, or an organ in a drawing room to that of the linnet, the thrush, or the goldfinch in the fields, and that the gardens of his old friends in which he had spent such happy hours were now let out for market gardens. Monroe was very economical of his time and carefully measured it out to each subject which occupied him, and he worked nearly as hard towards the end as at the beginning of his career. He did not deliver stereotyped lectures, but continually improved them. He is to be credited also with having favorably received Jenner's discovery of vaccination, and vaccinated many children himself. In person, the second Monroe was of middle height, of vigorous and athletic make. His head was large, with strongly marked features and full forehead, light blue eyes and somewhat large mouth. His neck was short, and his shoulders high. In 1798, his son, Monroe, Tertius, was conjoined with him in the professorship, but for 10 years more the old man continued to give the greater part of the course. His last lecture was that introductory to the session of 1808-9, after which he retired from practice also, and lived on till he died of apoplexy, 2nd October 1817, in his 85th year. Born to a great name and a ready-made position, as Professor Struthers remarks, the second Monroe had every advantage which education, friends, and place could secure. But it is to his credit that among brilliant colleagues like Cullen, Black, Dugald Stewart, Playfair, and others, he held his own both intellectually and socially, even if he has not left so abiding a mark upon medical and anatomical science as his contemporaries must have expected him to make. Notwithstanding the note which the Monroes have attained for their anatomical teaching, and the distinction won by the Gregorys as professors of medicine and able physicians, they are outshone by William Cullen, who is justly the most conspicuous figure in the history of the Edinburgh Medical School in the 18th century. William Cullen was born on the 15th of April, 1710, at Hamilton, Lanarkshire, his father having been factor to the Duke of Hamilton. Early prominent at the local grammar school by his quick perception and retentive memory, he was sent to the University of Glasgow in due course, and apprenticed to a medical practitioner named Paisley, who was both studious and possessed a good medical library, a signal advantage to young Cullen. It became remarked by his companions that while he took little or no part in their discussions, when he happened to be ill-informed on the subject, he always so studied it afterwards that he could surpass the best of them if it came up again. At the close of 1729, Cullen went to London and first obtained the surgeoncy to a merchant ship, commanded by a relative, with whom he went to the West Indies, remaining 6 months at Portobello. On his return to London, he took a situation in an apothecary's shop in Henrietta Street, and studied as diligently as ever, when not occupied in the shop. His father had died, and there was little provision for a large family. His eldest brother's death compelled him to return to Scotland in the winter of 1731-2 to make arrangements for the education of his younger brothers and sisters. He began practice at Auchinleigh, near Hamilton, taking charge of the health of a relative, and perseveringly carrying on from books those studies which he had not money to prosecute at the seats of learning where he longed to be. The receipt of a small legacy was the turning point of Cullen's earlier fortunes, and how small a sum a studious Scotchman can make available in this direction is well known. Cullen resolved to devote himself to study entirely, until he should be qualified to take a firm stand as a surgeon at Hamilton. He first went to reside with a dissenting minister in Northumberland for the study of literature and philosophy, and then spent the winter sessions of 1734-5 and 1735-6 at Edinburgh Medical School, now rapidly rising into note. On establishing himself as a surgeon at Hamilton early in 1736, young Cullen was soon employed by the Duke and Duchess of Hamilton and the leading families of the neighborhood. In this comparatively retired situation, Cullen yet gained the confidence of Dr. Clerk, an able Edinburgh physician called into Hamilton Palace, and was the means of influencing William Hunter to the choice of the medical profession. William Hunter was Cullen's resident pupil from 1737 to 1740, and declared these to have been the happiest years of his life. Thus natural selection brings men of future note together before the world has known them, and the lineal succession of minds is as fruitfully carried on as that of bodies. The affection of these two continued throughout life. Long after William Hunter refers to him as a man to whom I owe most and love most of all men in the world. Cullen, determining to devote all his time to medicine, proceeded to the M.D. degree at Glasgow in 1740 and took a partner who was to relieve him of surgical work. In November 1741, he married Miss Anna Johnstone, a lady of much conversational power and charming manners, whose companionship he enjoyed for the long period of 46 years. She became the mother of 7 sons and 4 daughters. Dr. Cullen's name was now becoming known considerably beyond his native locality, and in 1744 he removed to Glasgow, a step which he would have taken previously but for the solicitations and promises of the Duke and Duchess of Hamilton. His constant attendance on the Duke in his painful illness was ended by the death of the latter in 1743, which put an end to the project of a chemical laboratory and a botanical garden at the palace, which had been among the inducements by which he had been prevailed upon not to quit Hamilton. Henceforth, in the intervals of practice and study, he began to occupy himself vigorously with the founding of a medical school at Glasgow. He at once began to lecture on medicine, and subsequently added to his courses chemistry, materia medica, and botany, in all of which he gave lectures not merely representing the knowledge of the time, but also including original views of high value. The young school grew, though not so rapidly as that of Edinburgh, but thus early he was brought into contact with yet another great man, Joseph Black, who was for some years his intimate pupil, and afterwards left Glasgow for Edinburgh. Cullen discerned the promise of his pupil, and carefully abstained from entering upon fields of research in which he discerned the promise of his pupil, and carefully abstained from entering upon fields of research in which he expected him to make a mark. Black submitted his treatise on fixed air to Cullen, and dedicated it to him. About this time, Cullen made some important discoveries on the evolution of heat in chemical combination, and the cooling of solutions, some of which were not published till 1755, while others remained in manuscript, but suggested to Black important points in his view of latent heat. At the beginning of 1751, by the interest of the Duke of Argyll, Dr. Cullen succeeded Dr. Johnstone as a professor of medicine in the University of Glasgow, at the same time that Adam Smith was appointed to the chair of logic, and a friendship of great intimacy arose between these thoughtful minds. Only a few months afterwards, Adam Smith's transfer to the moral philosophy chair led Dr. Cullen to favor strongly the election of David Hume to the vacant chair, on an occasion when Edmund Burke was also a candidate. Neither was elected, strict orthodoxy carrying the day. At this period, the applications of chemistry to arts and manufactures and to agriculture engaged Cullen's attention considerably, and he proposed to carry out a process for purifying common salt, but it proved too expensive. Cullen, finding that Glasgow did not promise to build up a large medical school at present, and being compelled to take country practice, began to look longingly to Edinburgh, to which also his friends were calling him. He says in a letter to William Hunter in August 1751, "I am quite tired of my present life. I have a good deal of country practice, which takes up a great deal of time, and hardly even allows me an hour's leisure. I get but little money for my labor, and indeed my country practice with our payments, a man cannot make money." Various circumstances, however, prevented this step being taken, until, in the beginning of 1756, he was appointed to the professorship of chemistry at Edinburgh, and was thus fairly launched on his notable career. In the competition for this chair, Joseph Black had been nominated, but the two friends honorably refused to do anything to prejudice each other, and on appointment, indeed, Cullen offered Black all the fees if he would assist him. Cullen's first course at Edinburgh was attended by only 17 students, his second by 59, while it rose later to 145. Practice soon came to him, and freed him from his pecuniary struggles. In 1757, Dr. Cullen first undertook to give clinical lectures in the infirmary, and in this work his especial talent shone. He had now had sufficient experience of practice, with the best knowledge of chemistry and materia medica that the time afforded, and his skill in observation and graphic description of disease, added to his zeal for imparting knowledge, soon made his clinical lectures renowned. In these lectures, for 18 years most carefully prepared, the first real model of what is now so familiar to medical students as a clinical lecture was afforded. His candor may be judged from the following expressions. In these lectures, however, I hazard my credit for your instruction, my first views, my conjectures, my projects, my trials, in short, my thoughts, which I may correct and if necessary change. And whenever you yourself shall be above mistakes, or can find anybody else who is, I shall allow you to rate me as a very inferior person. In the meantime, I think I am no more liable to mistakes than my neighbors, and therefore I shall go on in telling you of them when they occur. Promoted by such candor, Cullen's reputation rapidly grew. His lectures were remarkable for simplicity, ingenuity, and comprehensiveness of view, with copiousness of illustration. He taught his students to observe the course of nature in diseases, to distinguish between essential and accidental symptoms, and to carefully discriminate the influence of remedies from the curative operations of nature. There is nothing, he said, I desire so much as that every disease we treat here should be a matter of experience to you. So you must not be surprised that I use only one remedy when I might employ 2 or 3. For in using a multiplicity of remedies, when a cure does succeed, it is not easy to perceive which is most effectual. Again, he says, every wise physician is a dogmatist, but a dogmatical physician is one of the most absurd animals that lives. We say he is a dogmatist in physic, who employs his reason, and from some acquaintance with the nature of the human body, thinks he can throw some light upon diseases and ascertain the proper methods of cure. And I have known none who are not dogmatists, except those who seem to be incapable of reasoning, or who were too lazy for it. On the other hand, I call him a dogmatical physician who is very ready to assume opinions, to be prejudiced in favor of them, and to retain and assert very tenaciously, and with too much confidence, the opinions or prejudices which he has already taken up in common life, or in the study of the sciences. He sought to build up rational views of medicine, indeed, on the basis of fact and experiment. In giving his clinical lectures, he was at great pains to choose diseases of the most common types, as most useful to the students. He adhered to great simplicity of prescriptions, compared with the complex and barbarous nostrums of preceding times, and he experimentally used and introduced many new drugs of great value, such as cream of tartar, henbane, James's powder, and tartar emetic. The novelty with which Cullen invested his subject and the boldness of his views made many, especially conventional practitioners and lecturers, regard him with disfavor and decry him for not regarding Boerhaave's views as final and for adopting those of Hoffman in conjunction with his own. Yet his lively and entertaining lectures, combined with his pleasing treatment of patients and his manner, so open, so kind, and so little regulated by pecuniary considerations, made him win his way more and more. He was the friend of every family he visited. William Hunter writes in 1758, "I do assure you, I have never found anything in business so pleasing to me as to hear my patients telling me with approbation what Dr. Cullen had done for them, and to hear my pupils speaking with the reverence and esteem of Dr. Cullen that is so natural to young minds." End of section 4. Section 5 of Eminent Doctors, Their Lives and Their Work, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Eminent Doctors, Their Lives and Their Work, Volume 1, by George Thomas Bettany. The MONROS, Cullen, the Gregorys, John Bell, and the Foundation of the Edinburgh School of Medicine, Part 2. As a sign of the general mental attitude of Dr. Cullen, the following extract from a letter to his son James on setting out for a foreign voyage is of interest. Study your trade eagerly, decline no labor, recommend yourself by briskness and diligence, bear hardships with patience and resolution, be obliging to everybody, whether above or below you, and hold up your head both in a literal and figurative sense. While he aided his juniors in the best sense to acquire independence of character, he admitted them freely to his house, conversed with them on the most familiar terms, solved their doubts and difficulties, gave them the use of his library, and in every respect treated them with the affection of a friend and the regard of a parent. It is impossible for those who personally knew him in this relation, says Dr. Aiken, ever to forget the ardor of attachment which he inspired. Another and not less pleasing view of Cullen is shown in his recommendation of Don Quixote to Dugard Stewart when a boy, suffering from some indisposition, and the interest he manifested in his patient's progress in that delight. He used to talk over with the lad every successive incident, scene, and character, manifesting the minutest accuracy of recollection of the masterpiece. We shall not follow the discussions which arose at Edinburgh about the succession to Dr. Rutherford's chair of the practice of physic, nor the circumstances which led to Dr. John Gregory's appointment. Suffice it to say that on the death of Dr. Witt, Cullen consented to accept the chair of the theory of physic in 1766, and that subsequently an arrangement was made by which the two professors lectured alternately on the theory and practice of physic, to the still greater advantage of the now celebrated school. This appointment was strongly promoted by both the MONROS and by an address signed by 160 medical students. The arrangement now made lasted till Dr. Gregory's death in 1773, when Cullen became sole professor of the practice of physic. Black was brought to Edinburgh to succeed Cullen in the chair of chemistry. Cullen's principal works are the Nosology, a synopsis and classification of diseases, with definitions, which obtained wide popularity, although only in approximation to a sound system, and his First Lines of the Practice of Physic, 4 volumes, 1778 to 85, which went through numerous editions. One of its especial merits was that it pointed out more clearly than preceding works the extensive and powerful influence of the nervous system on disease. It is now held as the defect of his system that it was too theoretical, and that its views were not adequately supported by facts. It cannot be denied that Cullen had but moderate anatomical and physiological knowledge, and this has prevented him from leaving works capable of being read with much profit by the practitioners of the present day. It is, after all, on William Cullen's personal influence on the School of Medicine, which he did so much to maintain, that his fame will chiefly rest. The character of this influence is honorable and stainless. Dr. James Anderson has left in unequivocal language a record of his bearing in his conspicuous position which does equal honor to his intellectual energy and to his qualities of heart. Dr. Cullen, he says, was employed 5 or 6 hours a day in visiting patients and prescribing by letter, lecturing never less than 2 hours a day, sometimes 4, yet when encountered, he never seemed in a hurry or discomposed. Always easy, cheerful, and sociably inclined. He would play at whist before supper with as keen interest as if 1,000 pounds depended on it. Cullen did not leave his acquaintance with his students to originate by chance, but invited them early in their attendance by 2s, 3s, and 4s to supper, and gaining their confidence about their studies, amusements, difficulties, hopes, and prospects. Thus he got to know all his class, and paid especial attention to those who were most assiduous, best disposed, or most friendless. He made a point of finding out who among them were most hampered by poverty, and often found some polite excuse for refusing to take a fee even for their first course, and in many cases for their second course. One method he adopted was to express his wish to have their opinion on a particular part of his course, which had been omitted for want of time the previous session, and he would thereupon present them with a ticket for the second course. After 2 courses, he did not require any fee for further attendance. He is credited, too, with having introduced into Edinburgh the practice of not taking fees for medical attendance on students of the university. This ease and generosity about money matters was the cause of his eventually dying without any fortune. It is said that he used to put sums of money into an open drawer, to which he and his wife went when they wanted any. We shall not enter here into the controversy between Dr. John Brown, founder of the Brunonian theory of medicine, and his disciples, and Dr. Cullen, to whom Brown had owed everything in his youth. Brown's system proved to be no more stable than his personal character, although its noisy advocacy and the abuse heaped upon him personally caused Dr. Cullen much pain. Cullen continued to deliver his lectures until 1789, having resigned his professorship on the 30th December, and he died on the 5th February 1790, almost 80 years of age. He was buried at Kirk Newton, in which parish was situated his estate at Ormiston Hill. This latter, which he had beautified with very great care, had to be sold after his death for the benefit of his family. Dr. Anderson describes Dr. Cullen as having a striking and not unpleasing aspect, although by no means elegant. His eye was remarkably vivacious and expressive. In person he was tall and thin, stooping very much in later life. In walking he had a contemplative look, scarcely regarding the objects around him. When in Edinburgh he rose before 7, and would often dictate to an amanuensis till 9. At 10 he commenced his visits to patients, proceeding in a sedan chair through the narrow closes and winds. He always lived, while in Edinburgh, in a comparatively small house in the Mint, not far from the seat of his academical duties. For them he may be said to have lived and died. The family of the Gregorys has been perhaps equally celebrated with the MONROS in connection with university life in Scotland, and has certainly furnished it with a large number of eminent professors. James Gregory, the celebrated inventor of the reflecting telescope, was the first great man of the family, and his publication of a work on optics in 1663 marked an era in that science. His early death in 1675, at the age of 37, deprived science of many brilliant discoveries in prospect. His only son, James, became professor of medicine in King's College, Aberdeen, and died in 1731. His younger son, John Gregory, the first of the medical Gregorys, who became associated with the fame of Edinburgh, was only 7 years old when his father died in 1731, after being educated at Aberdeen under the care of his elder brother, who had succeeded his father, and also under the influence of his cousin Thomas Reid, the well-known metaphysician. Young Gregory entered at Edinburgh in 1741 and studied under the elder Monro, Sinclair, and Rutherford, and at the Medical Society commenced a warm friendship with Park Akenside, author of The Pleasures of Imagination. In 1745-6 he studied at Leyden under Albinus, and having received the MD degree from Aberdeen during his absence, he was elected to the chair of philosophy there on his return, and lectured there for 3 years on mathematics and moral and natural philosophy. In 1749 he resigned this chair in order to devote himself to medicine, and in 1752 he married Elizabeth, daughter of Lord Forbes, who had beauty, intellect, and wit, and brought him a fortune. Finding that Aberdeen afforded him no sufficient field for practice in competition with his elder brother, Gregory went in 1754 to London, where he had already friends such as Wilkes and Charles Townshend, whom he had met at Leyden, and where he speedily made other friends, of whom may be mentioned George Lord Lyttelton, Edward and Lady Mary Wortley Montague. He was at once elected into the Royal Society, and would no doubt have gained fashionable support, but his elder brother, dying in 1755, he was recalled to Aberdeen to fill the professorship of medicine. Here he continued to practice and to lecture till 1764, publishing in the latter year a comparative view of the state and faculties of man with those of the animal world. He then removed to Edinburgh with a view to securing a professorship there. This fell to his lot in 1766 on the death of Rutherford. In the same year he succeeded Dr. Andrew Witt as physician to the king in Scotland. He had first lectured on the practice of physics solely, but in 1770 he agreed with Cullen that they should lecture in alternate years on the theory and the practice, and this arrangement was continued permanently. As a lecturer he was very successful, simple, and not in any way oratorical in style. He was especially noted for some lectures on the duties and qualifications of a physician, which were afterwards published and went through several editions. He gave the profits to a poor and deserving student. In 1772 he published Elements of the Practice of Physic, a kind of syllabus of lectures, and this completes the list of his medical works. His name was more known after his death as the author of a little book of advice to young girls, a father's legacy to his daughters, which has gone through very many editions. His tone may be judged from the following extract. Do not marry a fool. He is the most untractable of all animals. He is led by his passions and caprices, and is incapable of hearing the voice of reason. But the worst circumstance that attends a fool is his constant jealousy of his wife being thought to govern him. This renders it impossible to lead him, and he is continually doing absurd and disagreeable things, for no other reason but to show he dares do them. A rake is always a suspicious husband, because he has known only the most worthless of your sex. He likewise entails the worst diseases on his wife and children, if he has the misfortune to have any. Gregory's predominant qualities were good sense and benevolence. In conversation he had a warmth of tone and of gesture that were very pleasing, united to gentleness and simplicity of manner. To his pupils he was a friend, ever easy of access, and ready to assist them to the utmost. His Edinburgh life was spent in intimate association with David Hume, Lord Monboddo, Lord Keynes, Dr. Blair, and the elder Tyler. James Beatty loved him with enthusiastic affection, as the closing stanzas of the Minstrel testify. Gregory died suddenly on the 9th February, 1773, from gout, from which he had frequently suffered. He had thus scarcely attained the age of 50. James Gregory, who succeeded his father in the professorship, was born in Aberdeen in 1753. He was educated in Edinburgh, and also studied for a short time at Christ Church, Oxford, where his relation, Dr. David Gregory, had been dean. He acquired a strong taste for classics and no little classical erudition, so that he was throughout life fond of making apposite Latin quotations, and wrote that language easily and accurately. He was still a student of medicine at Edinburgh when his father's sudden death took place in 1773. The son, by a great effort, completed his father's course of lectures, and showed so much ability that the professorship was practically kept open for him. In 1774 he took the MD degree, and spent the next 2 years in studying medicine on the continent. In 1776, being then only 23, he was appointed professor of the Institutes of Medicine, and in the following year also commenced to give clinical lectures at the infirmary, which method of instruction he continued for more than 20 years. His practice at first was not extensive, until his pupils had themselves become practitioners and called him in as a consultant. In his later years, after Cullen's death, his practice increased largely, and in the 10 years preceding his death, he had the leading consulting practice in Scotland. In 1782, Gregory published his Conspectus Medicinae Theoreticae, written in excellent Latin. It speedily became widely known, and was extensively read not only in Britain, but also on the continent. It has gone through numerous editions. Its more important and valuable portions were those dealing with therapeutics. In 1790, he was appointed Cullen's successor in the chair of the practice of medicine, and from that time continued to lecture to large classes, down to his death in 1821, April 2nd. Thus, he held an almost autocratic position for the long period of over 30 years, and is much to be regretted that his great talents in repartee, quick memory for telling quotations, and fondness for a joke led him to take an active part in the medical controversies which have embittered so many careers in Edinburgh. The long list of controversial books and pamphlets by Dr. Gregory, given by Mr. John Bell in his Letters on Professional Controversy and Manners, 1810, could be considerably extended, and it affords a melancholy picture of misplaced energy. One of these extended to 700 pages quarto, and its tone may be judged from the following extracts from the memorial to the managers of the Royal Infirmary. Let us suppose that in consequence of this memorial, every individual member of the College of Surgeons shall, to his own share, make 40 times more noise than Orlando Furioso did at full moon when he was maddest, and shall continue in that unparalleled state of uproar for 20 years without ceasing. I can see no great harm in all that noise, and no harm at all to any but those who make it. 99 parts in 100 of all that noise would of course be bestowed on me, whom it would not deprive of 1 hour of my natural sleep, and to whom it would afford infinite amusement and gratification while I am awake. We are certainly a most amiable brotherhood, as every person must acknowledge who has had the good luck to see but 1.5 dozen or 2 dozen of us together, especially if he saw us at dinner. Yet, whatever the majority of us may be, I am afraid we are not all perfect angels. Some of us, at least, appear to be made of the same flesh and blood, and to be subject to the same frailties and passions and vices as other men. The consequence is that when 2 or 3 of us are set down together in a little town, or 50 or 100 of us in a great town, and obliged to scramble for fame and fortune and daily bread, we're apt to get into rivalships and disputes and altercations, which sometimes end in open quarrels and implacable animosities, to the very great annoyance of those who are, and the no less entertainment of those who are not, our patients. A consultation among any number of such angry physicians or surgeons, in all probability, will conduce as little to the benefit of their patient as a congress of an equal number of gamecocks turned loose in a cockpit, for probably the good of the patient will be the last and least object of their thoughts. Inasmuch as he takes occasion to say of John Bell, any man, if himself or his family were sick, should as soon think of calling in a mad dog as Mr. John Bell. We can judge of the position in which anyone found himself who had the misfortune to displease Dr. Gregory. We must believe, however, on the testimony of many who knew him, that he must have possessed many remarkable and excellent qualities to have won so large a share of their attachment and esteem as he undoubtedly did. Dr. Allison says of him, Encyclopedia Britannica, 8th edition, that the boldness, originality, and strength of his intellect, and the energy and decision of his character were strongly marked in his conversation, and that he showed both warm attachment to his friends and a generosity almost bordering on profusion. He disdained to conciliate public favor, and often gave unrestrained vent to a strongly irascible temper. He would not give up his point in argument, and would overwhelm his opponents with quotations, jests, and satire. As a teacher, Gregory was conspicuous for his sound practicality. He highly approved of a maxim which he often brought forward. The best physician is he who can distinguish what he can do from what he cannot do. Pathology in his days was a very rudimentary science, and hence he distrusted all theories in regard to the essential nature of disease as premature and visionary. He was at home in the study of diagnostic and prognostic symptoms, and paid considerable attention to the action of remedies. He had no tendency to meddlesome medicine, restraining and discountenancing treatment when there was no hope or prospect of success. He believed strongly in the antiphylactistic or lowering treatment of inflammatory diseases, and in the use of preventive measures and warding off the attacks of chronic diseases. Thus he presented the spectacle of an advocate of temperance, of bodily exertion without fatigue, and of mental occupation without anxiety, who by no means followed his own prescriptions. As a lecturer, he displayed a most ready command of language, and an excellent memory, especially for cases he had seen, the details of which he could accurately remember from the name alone of the patient. He gained great influence over the minds of his pupils, not merely by the humor and the abundance of his illustrations, but also by the outspoken exposition of his views and his commanding energy. His frankness showed itself, too, in the candor with which he communicated his opinions to the relatives or friends of his patients. He took a genuine interest in his patients and convinced them of his sincerity, notwithstanding a certain roughness of manner. Where he felt no personal antagonism, he was on very cordial terms with his professional friends, and succeeded in gaining their esteem and regard by his manner towards them in consultation. He was, as we have said before, the admitted autocrat of the profession in Edinburgh in his later years, and it is much to be regretted that his contributions to the science of medicine are so few. Gregory used to say that while physic had been the business, metaphysics had been the amusement of his life. Reed dedicated jointly to him and to Dugald Stewart his essays on the intellectual powers, and he was an attached friend of Thomas Brown, and interested himself greatly in securing his succession to Dugald Stewart in the chair of moral philosophy. He went so far in philology as to publish a theory of the moods of verbs in the Edinburgh Philosophical Transactions of 1787. His literary and philosophical essays in 2 volumes, 1792, dealt mainly with the old controversy as to liberty and necessity. However, since he had a strong opinion that metaphysics admits of no discoveries, it is not surprising that his contribution to the science failed to secure a permanent place. His 4th son, William Gregory, became a distinguished chemist, the friend of LIBRVOX and translator of the familiar letters on chemistry, and professor of chemistry in the University of Edinburgh. John Bell, who comes last to be mentioned in the list of great Edinburgh men of the 18th century, is linked with the 19th, in part by his surgical career and posthumous observations on Italy, and still more by his relationship to his great brother, Sir Charles Bell. Everyone who reads the scattered memorials of John Bell will be filled with regret that his career should have been blighted by controversy and what appears even malignant opposition, led by Dr. James Gregory. His artistic tastes and acquirements, combined with his original views on anatomy and surgery, made him a specimen of a new genus in Edinburgh, and it is certain that Edinburgh did not adequately appreciate him. John Bell, the second son of the Reverend William Bell, a clergyman of the Scottish Episcopal Church in Edinburgh, was educated for the medical profession by his father's choice, in gratitude for the relief he had received by means of a difficult surgical operation about a month before his son's birth, in 1763. He was apprenticed to Alexander Wood, a well-known surgeon, in 1779 for 5 years. He attended the lectures of Black, Cullen, and the second Monro, and became a Fellow of the Edinburgh College of Surgeons in 1786. Monro not being an operating surgeon, John Bell saw many defects in his teaching as to the applications of anatomy to surgery. In fact, surgical anatomy was never adequately taught in Edinburgh till he himself commenced to teach, and actual dissection was little thought of. He says, in Dr. Monro's class, unless there be a fortunate succession of bloody murders, not 3 subjects are dissected in the year. On the remains of a subject fished up from the bottom of a tub of spirits are demonstrated those delicate nerves which are to be avoided or divided in our operations, and these are demonstrated once at the distance of 100 feet, nerves and arteries which the surgeon has to dissect at the peril of his patient's life. Immediately after qualifying, therefore, John Bell commenced lecturing on anatomy and surgery on his own account, an audacious proceeding which did not fail to draw down upon him the antagonism of all those who stood by the old lines. He was vigorous in his denunciation of the stereotyped methods and imperfections of the old school of Monro and Benjamin Bell. He built a house for his courses and practical work in Surgeon Square, where he carried on his work after 1790. He soon came into popularity, and this increased as his style became more polished and formed, being in fact the most graphic which had appeared in the Edinburgh Medical School. He was a masterly descriptive writer, and used all the charms of style to give interest to his subject. Consequently, his opponents said that he romanced and exaggerated. He stuck to his text that surgery must be based upon anatomy and pathology, and unfortunately aroused the bitterest opposition of James Gregory, who first published an anonymous pamphlet entitled A Guide to the Medical Students Attending the University of Edinburgh, warning students against attending John Bell's lectures. The next attack was a review of the writings of John Bell, surgeon in Edinburgh, by Jonathan Dawplucker. This malignant attack, says Bell, was stuck up like a playbill in most conspicuous and unusual manner, on every corner of the city, on the door of my lecture room, on the gates of the college, where my pupils could not but pass, and on the gates of the infirmary, where I went to perform my operations. Bell replied by adopting the nickname used by his opponent, at the same time attacking his surgical ally in conventional methods, Benjamin Bell, whose System of Surgery in 6 volumes afforded him excellent sport. Bell says, "I neither mistook my bird nor missed my shot," and on the day on which the 2nd number was published, the great surgical work of Benjamin fell down dead. At this time, it was customary for all the surgeons of Edinburgh who cared to do so to operate in rotation at the infirmary, and Gregory put forward a plan by which only a select and limited number of surgeons were to be allowed this privilege. But the scheme was especially aimed at securing the exclusion of John Bell, and this Gregory accomplished in 1800. However, Bell had gained notoriety and practice, though he had lost the hospital appointment and apparently all chance of a university professorship. He gave up teaching and devoted himself to practice. He had been instrumental in raising the tone of university requirements and theories in his branch, and it could not again sink to its former inferior condition. He became the leading operator and consulting surgeon of his time. He was not only a bold and dexterous operator, says Professor Struthers, but combined all the qualities, natural and acquired, of a great surgeon to an extraordinary degree. He was original and fearless, and a thorough anatomist. He had intellect, nerve, and also language, was master alike of head, hand, and tongue or pen, and he was laborious as well as brilliant. Generous himself and liberal to those who were necessitous, he knew how to reprove niggardliness in the wealthy. On one occasion, a rich Lanarkshire laird gave him a cheque for £50 for services, which Bell considered to deserve much higher remuneration. On reaching the outer door, he met with the butler and said to him, "You have had considerable trouble opening the door to me. There is a trifle for you," and gave him his master's cheque. The astonished butler, of course, consulted his master about this mark of doubtful favor, and the laird, understanding the hint, sent after the skillful surgeon a cheque for £150. John Bell has, however, other claims of remembrance than his teaching and his operative skill. His anatomical and surgical writings are still worthy of consultation, and aided materially in the progress of the science. His principal works of this class were The Anatomy of the Human Body, 3 volumes, 1793 to 1802, Engravings of the Bones, Muscles, and Joints, illustrating Volume 1 of The Anatomy, 1794, On the Nature and Cure of Wounds, 1795, and Principles of Surgery, 3 volumes, 1801 to 8. Sir Charles Bell speaks of the rapid improvement in the surgery of the arteries, which followed the publication of this part of the anatomy, and further, that it could not easily be surpassed for correctness and minuteness of description. The 3rd volume of the anatomy was by his brother Charles, under whose subsequent editorship the book went through numerous editions and was translated into German. The treatise on wounds contained clear expositions of the novel practice of aiming at the early union of wounds after operations, and also emphasized the importance of the free anastomosis of arteries in all cases where injuries were sustained by the main arterial trunks. In his Principles of Surgery, he gave excellent historical views of his subject, as well as the latest and best practice founded on anatomy and physiology. Sir Charles Bell makes the following pointed contrast between his brother and Sir Astley Cooper in regard to their methods. He, John Bell, seems ever most happy when he can support his reasoning by the authority of those who have preceded him, and feels that he has conferred a double benefit when he can at the same time illustrate the truth and vindicate the character of some excellent old surgeon, and teach the youth of the present day to look back to the history of the profession for their most useful lessons. Sir Astley Cooper, on the other hand, hates all authority which interferes with his popularity, votes that volume to be an old musty one, which is dedicated to himself, omits all mention of his respectable contemporaries, and only varies his terms of praise and eulogy on the young men whom he flatters, journalists and connections in business, down to the cutler who makes his instruments. In 1805, John Bell married Rosina Coggleton, daughter of a retired Edinburgh physician, and in her found congeniality of tastes, an appreciation of the artistic, literary, and musical sides of his nature, an admirable assistance in his propensity for exercising hospitality. His entertainments and his own performances on the trombone became celebrated. His taste for art was accompanied by remarkable skill in design and execution, in which he was only excelled among surgeons by his own brother Charles. He never, however, felt quite at ease after his exclusion from the infirmary, his rivals occupying their position of authority. Dr. Gregory, in perpetual sway, could not but impress him with a sense of undeserved failure. Early in 1816, he was thrown from his horse and did not recover rapidly from his injuries. In 1817, his health was so much impaired that he went on a foreign tour with his wife, and his last 3 years were spent in Italy, where his artist soul found great delight, and where he also had much professional practice among English visitors to Italy. During his residence in Italy, he was well aware of the dangerous condition of his health, but his singular degree of spirit and ardor of character prevented his ever betraying his consciousness of it. A few penciled lines, written by him before leaving Paris, expressed well the inmost heart of the man whose career had presented such outward turbulence. He says, "I have seen much of the disappointments of life. I shall not feel them long. Sickness in an awful and sudden form, loss of blood in which I lay sinking for many hours, with the feeling of death long protracted, when I felt how painful it was not to come quite to life, yet not to die. A clamorous dream. Tell that in no long time that must happen, which was lately so near." He died of dropsy at Rome on April 15, 1820. In Florence and Rome, he visited all the principal galleries and took pencil notes of his observations, both from a scientific and artistic point of view. These form the main bulks of his posthumous Observations in Italy, edited by his friend Bishop Sandford of Edinburgh, published in quarto form in 1825, subsequently in 2 volumes, 8vo in 1835, with additional chapters on Naples. On their publication, they at once took high rank, from their singular combination of artistic sympathies, literary expression, and scientific criticism. The new monthly review on its first page described the language of these observations as vigorous, terse, and pure. His lights and shadows are disposed with a masterly hand. His descriptions both of landscapes and of manners in Italy are referred to as the most fascinating that had yet appeared. As a specimen of this vivid and picturesque style, showing how much his art was aided by that quickness to perceive characteristic expressions and traits which were so trained by his medical experience, we may quote his account of a Lenten preacher whom he heard at Rome. A sandal-footed, bare-armed, unclothed-looking monk, young, with a pale visage and negligent aspect, stood leaning against a pillar at the upper end of the middle nave. His grey coarse habit, girded by various folds of thickly knotted cords, seemed scarcely to cover his person, his almost naked arms hanging down by his side, while his cowl, which had fallen back, discovered a wild, pallid countenance and a long, lean, bony throat. He stood silent and motionless, like an image or statue, as if lost in meditation, or exhausted by the vehemence of his own overwrought feelings poured out upon his auditors. The orator had evidently reached to an elevated strain before my entrance, leaving, as he had suddenly paused, vivid traces of the force of his arguments on the countenances of those he addressed. Here the spread hands, the half-opened mouth, the strained eye, spoke in earnest yet amazed attention, while perhaps near him stood, with silvered hair and meek aspect, the pale anchorite, trembling while he listened, lest perchance even he might not be secure against the punishments of the evildoer, while beyond him might be seen the dark, gloomy, steady gaze of the brooding fanatic, whose flashing eyes seemed to kindle with the orator and keep pace with his denunciations, perhaps contrasted by the quiet, unthinking air of contented stupidity, looking as if the sense of hearing alone were roused, or by the speaking eye, beaming with zealous fire, as if ready to challenge or answer each new proposition. Some stood with downcast looks, serious and reflecting. Others walked softly along, now seen, now lost among the pillars, while the larger portion, who had been at it, were surprised by their emotion into a momentary taciturnity, were hastily forming into groups, and beginning, in whispered accents, to converse with that eagerness and vivacity which so peculiarly characterized their nation. But soon, above those murmuring sounds, the full, deep-toned voice of the preacher struck the ear, when suddenly all again was hushed to silence. Slow and solemn he opened his discourse, but as he proceeded, his features became gradually more animated, his dark, deep, eloquent eye kindling as he spoke, and throwing momentary radiance over his wan and haggard countenance, while the round, mellow tones of the Italian language gave the finest energy to his expressions. With frequent pauses, but with increasing power, he continued his discourse, his voice now low and solemn, now grand and forcible, but still with moderated and ever-varied accents, which worked on the feelings, at one moment producing the chill of strong emotion, and then, as he changed his tone, melting the heart to tenderness. The object of his sermon and self-imposed mission was to gain votaries and win them to a monastic life by portraying the dangers, the turbulence, and the sorrows of the worldly, contrasted with the peaceful serenity of the heaven-devoted mind. Occasionally, as if warmed by a prophetic spirit, with an air now imploring and plaintive, now wild and triumphant, with animated gesture and tossing of the arms, alternately pointing to heaven and to the shades below, he seemed as if he would seduce, persuade, or tear his victim from the world. The powers of his voice and action gave an indescribable force to his language, carrying away the minds of his auditors with a rapidity that left no pause for reflection. The somber, chastened light of day bringing forward some objects in strong relief, and leaving others in shade, the peculiar aspect of the monk, the magic influence which seemed to hang on his words and lend force to his eloquence, gave to the whole scene a character at once singular and striking. John Bell was below middle stature, of good figure, active, with regular features, keen, penetrating eyes, and highly intellectual expression. His widow says of him, to a classical taste and knowledge of drawing, many of his professional designs being finely executed by his own hand, he joined a mind strongly alive to the beauties of nature. He would often, in his earlier years, yield to the enjoyment they produced, and wandering among the wild and grand scenery of his native land, indulge his imagination in gazing on the rapid stream or watch the coming storm. Such habits seem to have tended in some measure to form his character, training him especially to independence in judgment and perseverance in investigation, that led him to seek knowledge and boldly publish his opinions. With warm affections and sanguine temper, he looked forward with the hope that his labors and reputation would one day assuredly bring independence, and meanwhile, listening only to the dictates of an enthusiastic nature and yielding to the impulse of feeling, he would readily give his last guinea, his time, and his care to any who required them. Judging of others by himself, he was too confiding in friendship and too careless in matters of business. Consequently, from the one he was exposed to disappointment, and from the other involved in difficulties and embarrassments which tinged the color of his whole life. End of section 5.
Section 6 of Eminent Doctors, Their Lives and Their Works, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganandh. Eminent Doctors, Their Lives and Their Work, Volume 1, by George Thomas Bettany. Chapter 5. William and John Hunter and the Applications of Anatomy and Physiology to Surgery. It's somewhat surprising that anatomy, the necessary basis of a sound treatment of the human body in disease, should have so long remained comparatively uncultivated in this country as a practical art after Harvey had led the way and shown how brilliant discoveries might be made by dissection. Continental schools certainly put to shame early English efforts in anatomy, and it would appear not easy to establish in England any new study unless the subject is one from which large pecuniary profits may immediately be anticipated, in which enterprise there can be no sort of merit. When a man has attained some reputation as an anatomist or physiologist, all the efforts of British society seem to be directed towards taking him away from that pursuit of which he has proved himself an ornament, and converting him into a man whose business it is to cure private ailments, thereby preventing him, but too successfully in most instances, from pursuing that for which he has shown conspicuous talent. Thus we find Cheselden, whose publication of an anatomy of the human body in 1713 and osteography in 1733 had shown great anatomical ability, was carried into a large private practice. And William Hunter, the founder of the first great anatomical museum, was diverted from his proper study to become an obstetrician in order to obtain money for his special objects. William Hunter, whose name has been previously mentioned in our account of Cullen, was born on May 23, 1718, at Kilbride, Lanarkshire, being the seventh of 10 children of John and Agnes Hunter. At 14, he was sent to Glasgow for his education, remaining there 5 years, it being his father's wish that he should enter the church. Imbibing liberal opinions, he soon became averse to the proposal, and his intimacy with Dr. Cullen determined his thoughts towards medicine. In 1737, he became Cullen's resident pupil at Hamilton and remained with him 3 years. It was then agreed that he should go and study medicine at Edinburgh and London, and afterwards return to Hamilton to a partnership with his master. Their mutual attachment was lifelong. The winter of 1740-41 was spent by William Hunter at Edinburgh, where Monro Primus was then teaching anatomy. The following summer he went to London and obtained the position of assistant to Dr. Douglas, who was then engaged on a great book on osteology which he did not live to complete, the education of Dr. Douglas's son being also placed in his charge. He considered this offer so inviting that he remained in London, although it was contrary to the wishes of his now aged father, who thought the arrangement with Dr. Cullen preferable. The father died on the 30th October following, aged 78. The man soon became expert in dissection, and he entered as a surgeon's pupil at St. George's Hospital. His prospects were soon after clouded by the death of Dr. Douglas, but his residence in the family was not interrupted. As early as 1743, he communicated to the Royal Society a paper on the structure and diseases of articulating cartilages, and thereafter was occupied in preparing to commence teaching anatomy. His opportunity came in 1746 when Mr. Samuel Sharp gave up a course of lectures on surgery which he had been delivering to a society of Navy surgeons in Covent Garden, and recommended William Hunter in his place. His lectures were found so satisfactory that they asked him to extend his course to anatomy. He had great timidity in lecturing at first, but soon gained confidence. One of his pupils, who accompanied him home after his introductory lecture, relates that he carried his fees for the course amounting to 70 guineas in a bag under his cloak, and that he remarked that it was a larger sum than he had ever been master of before. The profits of these courses he expended in no niggardly spirit, to a large extent in befriending others, and he was consequently unable to begin his next season's lecture at the proper time, owing to lack of means to advertise his commencement. He learnt a salutary lesson by this delay, for he found that by so far straining his resources, he had only encouraged the idleness of his friends. This made him, for the future, cautious of lending money and more economical than before, and may be said to have laid the foundation of his fortune. In 1747, William Hunter was admitted a member of the College of Surgeons, and in the spring took a continental journey in which he met Albinus at Leyden. Although he commenced practice as a surgeon, he gradually discontinued it when he began to succeed as an accoucheur, being appointed surgeon accoucheur to both the Middlesex Hospital and the British Lying-in Hospital. His conciliating manners and pleasing address contributed to make him popular in this branch of practice. In 1750, he obtained the degree of M.D. from the University of Glasgow, and about the same time ceased to reside with Mrs. Douglas and went to Jermyn Street, so long associated with the Hunters. In 1751, he visited his home at Long Calderwood, Kilbride, and gratified his affection for Dr. Cullen, who had now become established at Glasgow. As Cullen was one day riding with him, he pointed out to Hunter how conspicuous was Long Calderwood was from a distance, when the latter replied with energy, "Well, if I live, I shall make it still more conspicuous." This, however, was his only visit to his native place after his settling in London. William Hunter joined the College of Physicians 1755 and the Medical Society about the same time. His History of an Aneurysm of the Aorta appears in the first volume published by that society in 1757. In regard to aneurysms, he had made many original observations, such as to place the subject in a totally new aspect. Several papers he contributed to this society bear directly on problems of interest in midwifery and the diseases of women. It was in 1762 that the first edition of the Medical Commentaries appeared, in which MONROS Secundus was severely attacked for having claimed as his own discoveries which William Hunter had years before promulgated at his lectures. It is to be regretted that in regard to these very matters, as well as others, disputes afterwards arose between William Hunter and his brother John, who, it appears, had made at least some of these discoveries while engaged as assistant to his brother. In respect of a number of these, the elder brother gave credit to his junior both when lecturing and in his publications. In regard to others, the elder gave no credit at all when John conceived himself entitled to much or all of the praise of originality. Both brothers were strikingly sensitive as to their claims to originality, and William Hunter on several occasions seemed to have regarded a new demonstration as his property because made in his dissecting room, though not by himself. Yet we find it recorded that in the winter 1762-63, when the brothers had separated, William Hunter would frequently say in his lectures, "In this I am only my brother's interpreter. I am simply the demonstrator of this discovery. It was my brother's." We must recur to the subject later, merely mentioning now that John Hunter acted as his brother's assistant and dissected for him from 1748, and that from 1755 to 1760 a certain portion of the lectures was delivered by him. In 1760 they separated. There is no question that in general education, in manners, in delivery, in all that makes the successful lecturer and the attractive practitioner, William Hunter greatly excelled his brother. Dr. Bailey has said of him, "No one ever possessed more enthusiasm for his art, more persevering industry, more acuteness of investigation, more perspicuity of expression, or, indeed, a greater share of natural eloquence." He excelled very much any lecturer whom I have ever heard in the clearness of his arrangements, the aptness of his illustrations, and the elegance of his diction. If it were not for the tenacity with which he pursued controversial topics and his unfortunate disagreement with his brother, there would be nothing to mar the pleasurable nature of the picture of William Hunter. The way in which he himself viewed this side of his character may be gathered from the following extract from the supplement to his Medical Commentaries, published in 1777. It is remarkable that there is scarce a considerable character in anatomy that is not connected with some warm controversy. Anatomists have ever been engaged in contention, and indeed if a man has not such a degree of enthusiasm and love of the art as will make him impatient of unreasonable opposition and of encroachments upon his discoveries and his reputation, he will hardly become considerable in anatomy or in any other branch of natural knowledge. These reflections afford some comfort to me who, unfortunately, have been already engaged in 2 public disputes. I have imitated some of the greatest characters in what is commonly reckoned their worst part, but I have also endeavored to be useful, to improve and diffuse a knowledge of anatomy, and surely it will be allowed here that if I have not been serviceable to the public in this way, it has not been for want of diligence or love of the service. It has likewise been observed of anatomists that they are all liable to the error of being severe on each other in their disputes. Perhaps from being in the habit of examining objects with care and precision, they may be more disgusted with rash assertions and false reasoning. From the habit of guarding against being deceived by appearances and of finding out truth, they may be more than ordinarily provoked by any attempt to impose upon them. And for anything that we know, the passive submission of dead bodies, their common objects, may render them less able to bear contradiction. It would have been pleasing if we could have related that William Hunter allowed supreme merit to any one anatomist or physiologist who preceded him. But we find him saying about Harvey, in merit, Harvey's rank must be comparatively low indeed. So much had been discovered by others that little more was left for him to do than to dress it up into a system, and that every judge on such matters will allow required no extraordinary talents. Yet, easy as it was, it made him immortal, but none of his writings show him to have been a man of uncommon abilities. Dr. Hunter must have surely been aware that this was carping criticism, for on a preceding page he had spoken of Harvey as a first-rate genius of sagacity and application. The years after his brother's succession brought Dr. Hunter to the summit of professional success. His obstetric knowledge and skill were known to be so great that he was called into consultation respecting the Queen in 1762. 2 years later he was appointed physician extraordinary to Her Majesty. His increasing engagements soon left him little time for his dissecting room and lectures, and he engaged as assistant one of his pupils, William Hewson, and afterwards took him into partnership in his lectures. But this connection was severed owing to disputes in 1770, and Hewson commenced lecturing on his own account and achieved great success, which was cut short, however, by his early death from fever in 1774. Cruikshank was a successor with Dr. Hunter and continued his partner till the death of the latter. In 1768, the year after his election to the Royal Society, William Hunter was appointed the first professor of anatomy to the newly founded Royal Academy, and he entered upon this field of work with great vigor, applying his anatomical knowledge to painting and sculpture with his usual success. On the death of Dr. Fothergill, he was elected president of the Society of Physicians, now the Medical Society of London. The most remarkable work which William Hunter published was a great series of folio plates of the human gravid uterus, begun in 1751 and published in 1775. In the dedication of this work to the king, he acknowledged that in most of the dissections he had been assisted by his brother, whose accuracy in anatomical researches is so well known, he says, that to omit this opportunity of thanking him for that assistance would be in some measure to disregard the future reputation of the work itself. But this acknowledgment did not content John Hunter, who claimed the original merit of most of the discoveries his brother announced, and communicated a full account to the Royal Society in 1780, 5 years after his brother's work was published. At the next meeting of the Society, William Hunter replied to his brother's claims, and John rejoined. The consequence was that the Society published nothing on the subject, but retained the papers of both in manuscript. The anatomical description of William Hunter's plates was completed by his nephew, Dr. Bailey, and published in 1794. A still more important work, as regarded costliness, was the formation of the museum, which still remains for the benefit of students as the Hunterian Museum in Glasgow University. Economical from the first, as regarded his personal expenses, William Hunter, after laying aside a sufficient sum to provide for old age or sickness, applied his thoughts to the foundation of an anatomical school in London. During Mr. Grenville's administration in 1765, he petitioned him for the grant of a piece of ground on which to build an anatomical theatre, undertaking to spend £7,000 on the building and to endow a permanent professorship of anatomy. It can hardly be believed that such a munificent offer was rejected, but it was the middle of the 18th century, and the government pension to Dr. Johnson was probably considered the utmost stretch of public countenance to learning the science. Lord Shelburne, it is true, expressed a wish that Dr. Hunter's proposal might be carried out by means of a general subscription, and offered himself to contribute 1,000 guineas. But William Hunter was not the man to depend for the execution of his projects upon an appeal of this kind, and he consequently purchased a plot of land in Great Windmill Street near the Haymarket, where he built a suitable house for his own residence, with a lecture theatre, dissecting rooms, and a handsome room for a museum. To this he removed in 1770 from Jermyn Street. He had already a very large collection of human, comparative, and morbid anatomy, which he continued to augment. He purchased all the best collections of morbid and other anatomical specimens that were offered for sale, such as those of Sandys, Falconer, which included Hewson's, and Blackall. To these were added numerous specimens of rare diseases presented to him by medical friends and pupils. We discern the light in which he viewed these gifts by the following statement in one of his publications. I look upon everything of this kind which is given to me as a present to the public, and consider myself as thereby called upon to serve the public with more diligence. And the museum was always open to the many visitors who were attracted by its fame. Dr. Hunter's taste expanded. He collected fossils, rare books, and coins. Dr. Harwood described his library as including the most magnificent treasure of Greek and Latin books that had been accumulated by any person then living. The anatomist even discovered a bibliographical novelty in comparing two copies of the Aldine edition of Theocritus, which he found to present material differences, though representing the same edition. The collection of coins in this museum was of such value and importance that an illustrated quota was devoted to the description of a portion of them by William Combe. The preface gives an account of the progress of the collection, which had now cost no less than £20,000. Another important addition was made to the museum in 1781 in the shape of Dr. Fothergill's collection of shells, corals, and other natural history specimens. Dr. Fothergill's will directed that William Hunter should have the first refusal of the museum at £500, less than its value as ascertained by appraisement, and Dr. Hunter eventually made the purchase for £1,200. This noble museum was left by his will not to his brother John, but to his nephew Dr. Bailey, and in case of his death to Mr. Cruikshank for 30 years, at the end of which time the collection was to go to the University of Glasgow. Dr. Bailey, however, handed it over to Glasgow before the time specified. £8,000 was also left to keep up and increase the collection. Dr. Hunter never retired from practice, although much tormented by gout in his later years. He thought at one time of settling down somewhere in Scotland, when suffering more than usual from ill health, but having found the title of an estate offered him to be defective, and also having to provide for his constantly increasing museum expenses, he laid aside his intention. He continued most persevering both in his practice and in his lectures, notwithstanding his augmented sufferings, until on the 15th of March 1783 he was almost prostrated. On the 20th, however, he would deliver his lecture introductory to the operations of surgery, notwithstanding the dissuasions of his friends. Towards the end of his lecture he fainted and had to be carried to bed by two servants. In the following night he had an attack of partial paralysis from which he did not rally. During his illness he said to his friend Mr. Combe, "If I had strength enough to hold a pen, I would write how easy and pleasant a thing is to die." His brother John was admitted to see and attend him on his deathbed, and no hint of disagreement on these occasions is given. William Hunter died on the 30th March 1783 in his 65th year, and was buried at St. James' Church, Piccadilly. William Hunter was of an elegant figure, slender, and rather below the middle height. The portrait of him by Sir Joshua Reynolds adorns the Hunterian Museum at Glasgow. An unfinished painting by Zoffany represents him in the attitude of lecturing on the muscles at the Royal Academy, surrounded by academicians. Hunter's portrait is the only completed part. It was presented to the College of Physicians by Mr. Bransby Cooper in 1829. We hear of no matrimonial projects at any time on William Hunter's part. He was wedded to his museum, his profession, his lectures. He lived a frugal life, eating little food, and that plainly prepared, rising early and being always at work. When he invited friends to dine with him, he seldom provided more than 2 courses, and he often said, "A man who cannot dine on one dish deserves to have no dinner." A single glass of wine was handed after dinner to each guest. Some accused him of parsimony. The truth is that he did not relish the amusements and luxuries in which most people indulge, but he was by no means parsimonious as to the pursuits in which he found a real pleasure. His biographer, Dr. Fort Simmons, says, "There was something very engaging in his manner and address, and he had such an appearance of attention to his patients when he was making his inquiries as could hardly fail to conciliate their confidence and esteem. In consultation with his medical brethren, he delivered his opinions with diffidence and candor. In familiar conversation, he was cheerful and unassuming. All who knew him allowed that he possessed an excellent understanding, great readiness of perception, a good memory, and a sound judgment." Dr. Hunter made no bequest to his brother John, but he knew that the latter was well established and successful. Still, his bequest of the family estate at Long Calderwood to his nephew Dr. Bailey appears not to have been altogether satisfactory to the latter, who handed it over to his uncle John. Dr. Hunter left an annuity of £100 to his sister, Mrs. Bailey, for life, and £2,000 to each of her daughters. Dr. Bailey was his residuary legatee. The name of John Hunter recalls the glories of a great medical school, the labors of an indefatigable dissector, the skill of a brilliant operating surgeon, and the formation of the noblest of the Hunterian museums, that of Lincoln's Inn Fields, the richest heritage of the London College of Surgeons. The youngest son of the same parents as William Hunter, John was the child of his father's old age, the latter approaching 70 at John's birth on February 13, 1728. The father died when John was 10 years old, and his mother appears to have been extremely indulgent to her youngest child, and so little control his desires for amusements that he left the local grammar school almost destitute of classical knowledge, which formed, of course, the staple instruction there imparted. The imperfection of his gentle early education was a painful drawback to John Hunter all his life. There is no doubt that when about 17, John went to Glasgow on a visit to his sister, Mrs. Buchanan, whose husband, a cabinet maker, was failing to get on in business owing to his musical and social qualities. How far John took part in the business is not recorded, but it's likely that he owed much of his mechanical skill to what he learnt at the shop, which seemed to stick to him much more closely than any book learning. Finding his efforts to relieve his sister from her difficulties ineffectual, he returned home to Long Calderwood. Mrs. Buchanan died in 1749. We have extremely little knowledge of the workings of John Hunter's mind in his youth, or how far he was conscious of the great talents that were awaiting the appropriate incentive. His being much given to country amusements is all that we know. At length he tired of having no profession, and his brother William's success attracted him to London. He begged that he might pay a visit to him and be his assistant in anatomy if possible. The request being acceded to, John arrived in London in September 1748, was at once set to work upon a dissection of the muscles of the arm to illustrate his brother's lectures, and succeeded beyond expectation. He was now established in his brother's dissecting room in the winter, and in the summer attended Chelsea Hospital under Cheselden. It was evident that John had found an occupation suited to his capabilities, and in his second season he was placed in full charge of the pupils in the dissecting room, while Dr. Hunter almost confined himself to his lectures. In 1751, John became a pupil at St. Bartholomew's Hospital, where Percival Pott was then a leading surgeon. In 1754, he was entered as a surgeon's pupil at St. George's Hospital, where a chance of surgeoncy was more likely than at St. Bartholomew's. In 1756, he was for some months house surgeon at St. George's. Between these two last dates, he became temporary resident at Oxford, where his name was put down at St. Mary's Hall, 5th June 1755. Probably the idea was that he should become a physician, taking an Oxford degree in medicine. But he was in no humour to stuff Latin and Greek at the university, and he never conquered his aversion to classics. Long afterwards, he wrote, "Jesse Foote accuses me of not understanding the dead languages, but I could teach him that on the dead body, which he never knew in any language, dead or living." Footnote: Jesse Foote, author of the defamatory so-called Life of John Hunter, 1794. The last entry of charges for battles against John's name in the Buttery Book of St. Mary's Hall occurs on 25th July 1755, so that he probably resided less than 2 months. His name was kept on the books, however, till December 10th, 1756. The only variation we hear of in this constant round of work was a visit John paid to his home in 1752. In 1755, John was admitted to a certain degree of partnership in Dr. Hunter's lectures. Besides undertaking a definite part of the course, he was to supply his brother's place when absent on professional engagements. This was a serious source of discomfort. The younger Hunter's defective education here became prominent. We may take a description of his style of lecturing at a later period from his avowed enemy, Foote, but it will be well to deduct one half from it as a product of animosity. In the beginning, these lectures were written on detached pieces of paper, and such was the natural confusion of his mind that he would be frequently found incapable of explaining his own opinions from his notes. And after having in vain tried to recall the transitory ideas, now no longer floating in the mind, nor obedient to the will, after having in vain rubbed up his face and shut his eyes to invite disobedient recollection, he would throw the subject by and take up another. Meanwhile, passing laborious days in the dissecting room, John was becoming a more perfect anatomist than his brother, and began making discoveries on his own account, some of which William demurred to at first, but usually accepted and brought forward in his lectures, giving John credit for them. Among other discoveries of this time may be mentioned that of the ramifications of the nerves of smell in the nose, the unraveling of the branches of the fifth nerve, previously unknown, the tracing of the arteries in the gravid uterus, and the existence of lymphatic vessels in birds. Other discoveries made by John Hunter are described in William Hunter's medical commentaries. But it soon appeared that the younger brother felt he had not received a due share of praise and acknowledgment of his labors, while the elder considered every discovery made in his dissecting room as more or less his property. John continued to dissect with an ardor and perseverance of which there is hardly any example. His labors were so useful to his brother's collection and so gratifying to his disposition that, although in many other respects they did not agree, the simple tie kept them together for many years. Sir E. Home. John gradually became led into the study of comparative anatomy, from finding that structures which were complex in the human subject were simpler in animals, or different in plan, in both cases throwing light on human anatomy and physiology. Thus he made dissections of all the common animals, and always preserved the parts which interested him. He soon passed beyond the ordinary range, and made acquaintance with the keeper of the Tower Menagerie, that he might obtain the bodies of such animals as died there. Similarly, he even would purchase animals when alive from travelling showmen, simply requiring them to bring him their bodies whenever they happened to die. He bought all rare animals that came in his way. Others were presented to him by his friends, and thus an ample supply of material was secured. There is some obscurity about the reasons which induced the younger brother in 1760 to accept an appointment as staff surgeon in the army, joining the expedition to Belial in 1761. There is not much doubt, however, that his health had suffered, and that a foreign voyage and residence were calculated to restore him. In 1762, he was employed with the army in Portugal, and in this experience laid foundation of his knowledge of military surgery. During this expedition, he neglected no opportunity of forwarding his studies in comparative anatomy and physiology. Thus, when at Belial, in order to discover whether animals in a state of hibernation could digest food, he introduced worms and pieces of meat into the stomachs of lizards and kept them under observation in a cool place. He found the substances so introduced remained perfectly undigested. So in 1762, near Lisbon, he tested the hearing of fishes by observing the effect of the report of a gun upon the inhabitants of a nobleman's fish pond. Retiring from the army after the peace of 1763, John Hunter found his place in his brother's dissecting room, occupied by Mr. Hewson, a most capable dissector and lecturer. Hence, he had no option but to depend on his own exertions, and he started in London practice as a surgeon in Golden Square. He found that practice came but slowly, and formed a class for the study of anatomy and practical surgery to add to his income. This, too, never proved nearly so remunerative as his brother's lectures, owing to John's defects of style and expression already mentioned. His success in practice was also retarded by his refusal or failure to employ any of the arts or tact needed to gain personal popularity. Although he was a good convivial companion, at any rate in his earlier days, any festive enjoyment was always subordinated to a zeal for a new specimen or a rare case from which he could learn something. He would take any trouble or go any distance with these ends in view, while his feeling about an ordinary case may be gathered from a remark to his attached friend Lynn as he laid aside the dissecting instrument. "Well, Lynn, I must go and earth this guinea, or I shall be sure to want it tomorrow." Mere fashionableness Hunter could not tolerate. Dr. Gottschall, a physician of the old school, always formal, polite, and well-dressed, accosting him one day in his dissecting room with his usual empressement, "My dear John Hunter," was astonished to hear the mocking reply, "My dear tomfool." The busy dissector was not likely to value highly the formalities of the courtly doctor, who, as a contemporary remarks, occasionally looked in, wound up his watch, and fell asleep. Finding his collection of live animals grow beyond his means of providing for them in town, Hunter purchased a considerable piece of ground at Earl's Court, then about 2 miles outside London, and built upon it a house with a lawn behind it, upon and around which he kept a collection of curious variety, and sometimes under comparatively slight control, in order that their habits might the more readily be watched. On one occasion 2 leopards got loose, and one was scaling the boundary wall, while the other was engaged in combat with dogs, when Mr. Hunter, unarmed, went out and seized them both and replaced them in their outhouse, an act of courage which, when it was over, nearly caused him to faint. In 1767, an accident by which Mr. Hunter ruptured his tendo Achilles, whether while dancing or in getting up from the dissecting table after being cramped by long sitting, is not certain, occasioned him to study carefully the process by which ruptured tendons are healed. His method of treating himself was to keep the heel raised and to compress the muscle gently with a roller, thus preventing any spasmodic contraction. He divided the same tendon in several dogs, killing them subsequently at different periods to examine the progress and nature of the repair, and his experiments and specimens were the origin of the present practice of cutting through tendons for the relief of distorted and contracted joints. In the same year, 1767, Mr. Hunter was elected into the Royal Society before his brother, an evidence that his eager investigations were already making him well known to men of inquiring minds. At a later period, he was one of the originators of meetings at a coffee house to discuss papers before their submission to the Society generally. In 1768, he became a member of the Royal College of Surgeons, and in the same year, supported by his brother's interest, he was selected surgeon to St. George's Hospital by 114 to 42 votes. He was now in a position in which more patients were at his disposal for experimental or novel modes of treatment, and in which he could take resident pupils on advantageous terms. In 1770, his brother's removal to his new premises in Great Windmill Street led to John's transfer to his brother's late house in Jermyn Street, where he found much more ample accommodation for his work than he had hitherto possessed. Here, among his earliest pupils, was Dr. Jenner, who was an enthusiastic disciple, and whom Mr. Hunter would gladly have permanently associated with him. He kept up a continual and intimate correspondence with him throughout life, often asking Dr. Jenner for information on questions of natural history. Soon after his removal to Jermyn Street, namely in July 1771, Mr. Hunter married Anne, eldest daughter of Mr. Robert Home, an army surgeon, father of his subsequent pupil and associate, Sir Everard Home. He had been engaged to Miss Home for some years, but financial reasons had hitherto postponed the marriage. Mrs. Hunter had artistic, literary, and musical tastes, which to some extent, by their expense, trenched on her husband's scientific objects. She is remembered as the author of the words of a number of Haydn's English canzonets, including the celebrated one, "My mother bids me bind my hair." Mr. Hunter sometimes found that his wife's friends were too fashionable or frivolous for his taste, and occasionally his irritation got the better of his manners. It is related that once, returning late in the evening after a wearisome day's work, he unexpectedly found his drawing-room filled with gay company, walked straight into the room, and addressed the assembly in these terms: "I knew nothing of this kick-up, and I ought to have been informed of it beforehand. but as I am now returned home to study, I hope the present company will now retire. A hope speedily realized. Hunter much preferred the weekly social assemblies at which his scientific friends were welcomed and where the conversation was pointed and informing. Still, there is no ground for reflecting on the general happiness of Mr. Hunter's married life. Of his 2 children who survived infancy, he often said that if he had been allowed to bespeak a pair of children, they would have been those with which Providence had favored him. His wife survived him till 1821, when she died in her 79th year. Early in 1771, Mr. Hunter published his first work of any magnitude, the first part of his treatise on the natural history of human teeth, which long continued a standard work largely appropriated by subsequent writers. The second part, treating of the diseases of the teeth, did not appear till 1778. In 1772, he made his mark at the Royal Society by his celebrated paper on the digestion of the stomach after death, which he attributed to the action of the gastric juice upon the dead tissues. His stores of knowledge and learning were afterwards made evident by many papers in the Philosophical Transactions, of which the principal were those on the torpedo 1773, on the air receptacles of birds, and on the gilla root trout 1774, the production of heat by animals and vegetables 1775, the recovery of persons apparently drowned 1776, the communication of smallpox to the fetus in utero 1780, the organ of hearing in fishes 1782, the specific identity of the wolf, jackal and dog, and on the structure and economy of whales 1787, observations on bees 1793, and on some remarkable caves in Beirut and fossil bones found therein 1794. The titles of these papers, however, convey but a very imperfect idea of the wide range of subjects treated in them. When he described a structure, he made it the starting point of a dissertation, in the course of which he brought to bear all his vast stores of knowledge to establish general principles or to illustrate important points of physiology. In the autumn of 1772, his brother-in-law Everard Home became his pupil. He describes Hunter's museum at this time as already having an imposing magnitude. All the best rooms in the house were devoted to it, and it was continually being enlarged by his unremitting toil. From 6 or earlier till 9, when he breakfasted, Hunter dissected. After breakfast till 12, he was at home to patients. Punctuality he observed to a fault. He would leave patients at home in order to start punctually to his outside consultations. For, said he, these people can take their chance another day, and have no right to waste the valuable time of other practitioners by keeping them waiting for me. He kept one book at home in which to enter these, and had an exact copy of it always in his waistcoat pocket. Thus, those at home, by referring to the book, could invariably find him. Once, his former pupil Klein, having to meet Hunter in consultation, made a second arrangement, unknown to Hunter, to take him to see another patient of his immediately after. Hunter's outburst of passion at this unjustifiable disturbance of his arrangements for the afternoon was with difficulty appeased. His punctuality at dinner at 4 was equally settled, but he strictly ordered that dinner should be served whether he were at home or not. For many years he drank no wine, and sat but a short time at table, except when he had company, but he nevertheless pressed the guests to disregard his example. "Come, fellow," said he in his usual blunt way to Mr. afterwards Sir William Blizzard, "why don't you drink your wine?" The guest pleaded in excuse of Whitlow, which caused him much pain. Hunter would not allow the validity of the plea, but continued to urge him and ridicule his excuse. Come, John," said Mrs. Hunter, "you will please to remember that you were delirious for 2 days when you had a boil on your finger some time ago." This turned the laugh against Hunter, who ceased to importune his guest. The end of Section 6. Section 7 of Eminent Doctors, Their Lives and Their Work, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganandh. Eminent Doctors, Their Lives and Their Work, Volume 1, by George Thomas Bettany. Section 7, Part 2 of William and John Hunter and the Applications of Anatomy and Physiology to Surgery. In addition to his own preeminent industry, Hunter was not without the most important talent of making others' labors advance his ends. For 14 years, he employed a very capable young artist named Bell, keeping him resident in his house, occupied him in making drawings and anatomical preparations, and generally in museum work. Bell was frequently called in also to act as Hunter's amanuensis. After he left Mr. Hunter in 1789, he became an assistant surgeon under the East India Company, settling in Bencoolen, where his zoological studies were continued with much promise of great achievement, but unfortunately for science, he died of fever in 1792. In 1772, Hunter began to lecture on the theory and practice of surgery, at first to his pupils, and a few friends admitted graciously, but afterwards on payment of a fee of 4 guineas. This may be accounted the first introduction into this country, perhaps to any, of the idea of principles of surgery and the necessity of a rational explanation of process of repair and of a scientific basis for operations. Instead of a study of anatomy alone being required by a surgeon, he elevated pathology into its true position and brought in all the aids with which physiology and comparative anatomy could at that time illuminate the subject. But in advance of any of these aids was his own clear insight, which penetrated to the core of a question and often brought out truth which he could not himself explain or only imperfectly. He never overcame his difficulty in lecturing. At the commencement of each course, he always composed himself by a draught of laudanum. His lectures, delivered on alternate evenings from October to April, were given from 7 to 8 o'clock. His class was usually comparatively small, never exceeding 30, but the quality of his audience was good, as may be gathered from its having included ASTLEY Cooper, Klein, Abernethy, Carlyle, Chevalier, and Macartney. He never became an attractive lecturer. From deficiency in extempore speaking, he was compelled to read his lectures and seldom raised his eyes from his manuscript. His manner was frequently ungraceful, but his matter was for the most part highly intelligible and luminous to those of his hearers who came prepared by thought and attainments to be really edified, while he was often unintelligible to those who had no practice in thinking for themselves and desired to keep clear of that odious pain. In his lectures, he was equally unsparing towards his own and others' errors, and he never clung to his own past opinions. "Never ask me," he replied to a question, "what I have said or what I have written, but if you will ask me what my present opinions are, I will tell you." The following extract from Otley gives an interesting view of Hunter's after-dinner habits. After dinner, he was accustomed to sleep for about an hour, and his evenings were spent either in preparing or delivering lectures, in dictating to amanuenses the records of particular cases, of which he kept a regular entry, or in a similar manner committing to paper the substance of any work on which he chanced to be engaged. When employed in the latter way, Mr. Bell and he used to retire to the study, the former carrying with him from the museum such preparations as related to the subject on which Hunter was engaged. These were placed on the table before him, and at the other end sat Mr. Bell, writing from Hunter's dictation. The manuscript was then looked over, and the grammatical blunders, for Bell was an uneducated man, corrected by Hunter. At 12 the family went to bed, and the butler, before retiring to rest, used to bring in a fresh argand lamp, by the light of which Hunter continued his labours until 1 or 2 in the morning, or even later in winter. Thus he left only about 4 hours for sleep, which, with the hour after dinner, was all the time that he devoted to the refreshment of his body. He had no home amusements for the relaxation of his mind, and the only indulgence of this kind he enjoyed consisted in an evening's ramble amongst the various denizens of earth and air which he had congregated at Earl's Court. In January 1776, Mr. Hunter attained a court position, being appointed Surgeon Extraordinary to the King. In the same year, he became interested in the efforts of the Humane Society, and at its request drew up a paper for the Royal Society on the recovery of the apparently drowned. Herein he makes a just distinction between absolute death and suspended animation, illustrates different modes of dying, and describes many signs of life and death. This year was also the first in which he delivered the Croonian lecture to the Royal Society on muscular motion, a subject which he continued in successive years till 1782, omitting 1777, but the lectures were never published, being, he said, too incomplete. In 1773, Mr. Hunter suffered the first open onset of the disease, which occasioned him such acute pain and distress for many years in an attack of spasm accompanied by cessation of the heart's action apparently for 3/4 of an hour. During the attack, however, sensation and voluntary actions were kept up and was able to continue respiring by voluntary effort. In the next few years, the attacks were somewhat rare, but from 1783 onwards he was subject to severe angina pectoris whenever mentally agitated. In 1777, a constant giddiness or vertigo seized him on account of his being called upon to pay a large sum of money for a friend for whom he had become security at a time when it was exceedingly inconvenient to do so. This illness led him to visit Bath in the autumn, leaving Mr. Bell and Mr. Home to catalogue his museum. At Bath, Dr. Jenner visited him and surprised at his altered appearance, and here first diagnosed his case as dependent upon an organic affection of the heart. But he did not tell Hunter his diagnosis, fearing an injurious effect. Returning to town and soon recovering his usual health and vigor, Mr. Hunter published in 1778 the second part of his treatise on the teeth, dealing with their diseases. In 1779, a paper contributed to the Royal Society on the hermaphrodite black cattle or free marten gave him occasion to describe hermaphroditism in general. In 1780 occurred the unfortunate controversy with his brother in regard to the discovery of the uteroplacental circulation, to which we have already referred. The estrangement which followed was extreme and protracted till the elder brother lay on his deathbed. After his brother's death, however, which occurred just at the conclusion of John Hunter's course of lectures, when he had finished his lecture, he still seemed to have more to say, and at length, appearing as if he had just recollected something, he began, "Oh, gentlemen, one more thing. I need not remind you of, you may all know the loss anatomy has lately sustained." He was obliged to pause and turn his face from his hearers. At length, recovering himself, he stated that Mr. Cruikshank would occupy the place of Dr. Hunter. This, and a few words more, were not spoken without great emotion, nor with dry eyes. The scene was so pathetic that a general sympathy pervaded the class, and though all had been preparing to leave, they stood or sat motionless for several minutes. The eagerness with which Mr. Hunter sought and appropriated all rarities is amusingly illustrated by his own remarks to Dr. Clarke, who had a preparation illustrating extrauterine pregnancy, which Mr. Hunter often viewed with longing eyes. "Come, doctor," said he, "I positively must have that preparation." "No, John Hunter," was the reply, "you positively shall not." "You will not give it to me, then?" "No." "Will you sell it?" "No." "Well, then, take care I don't meet you with it in some dark lane at night, for if I do, I'll murder you to get it." It is reported that a specimen which remained one of the most valued in the Hunterian Museum cost Mr. Hunter no less than £500 in 1783, namely the skeleton of O'Brien, the Irish giant, 7 feet 7 inches high. It appeared that O'Brien had heard of and dreaded the scalpel of the famous dissector and took special precautions to frustrate his ends. He made an Irish league with several compatriots that his body should be taken to sea and securely sunk in deep water, but Mr. Hunter, more subtle than the giant, had made a big bargain with the undertaker, who arranged that during the funeral progress towards the sea, the coffin should be locked up in a barn while his guardians were drinking at a tavern. The corpse was speedily extracted and a sufficient weight of stones substituted, and Hunter soon rejoiced in the possession of his prize, which he drove to Earl's Court in his own carriage and quickly converted into a skeleton. In 1781, Mr. Hunter was called by the defense as a witness in the trial of Captain Donnellan at Warwick Assizes for the murder of his brother-in-law, Sir Theodosius Boughton. In his evidence, Mr. Hunter gave all that could justly be deduced from the facts known to him, but refused to speak positively as to the cause of death. Under cross-examination, he became confused and hesitating, as was certain to be the case. This rather aroused the wrath of Mr. Justice Buller, who in his charge said, "I can hardly say what his opinion is, for he does not seem to have formed any opinion at all of the matter." But Hunter's caution was undoubtedly justifiable. In 1783, the lease of the Jermyn Street house expired, and finding it difficult to accommodate his museum in any premises he could obtain, Mr. Hunter purchased the remainder of the lease, extending to 24 years only, of a house on the east side of Leicester Square, with ground extending on the rear to Castle Street, where there was a second, smaller house. On the vacant ground, Mr. Hunter determined to build a museum for his collection, including a large upper room 52 feet by 28, lighted from above and having a gallery running round it. A lecture room and other rooms were beneath. By the spring of 1785, this considerable undertaking was complete, absorbing all Hunter's spare cash and costing him more than £3,000. But the museum, which was removed to it in April 1785, had by 1782 cost him £10,000 in addition to valuable presents, so that it cannot be said that the casket cost more than the jewels, although being on so short a lease it was doubtless expensive. The museum in its new home became continually more celebrated and was visited by many foreign anatomists of distinction, including Blumenbach, Camper, Scarpa, and Poli. At this period, Hunter was at the height of his career. His mind and body were in full vigor. His hands, says Home, were capable of performing whatever was suggested by his mind, and his judgment was matured by former experience. There were diverse opinions about his skill as an operator, however. ASTLEY Cooper did not consider him especially dexterous or elegant. Nevertheless, his anatomical knowledge and great experience stood him in good stead, and he was almost always successful in completing his operations. It must be recollected, however, that special importance was, in pre-chloroform days, attached to speed, and in this Hunter did not excel. Indeed, to him, operating was a distasteful element in a surgeon's curative efforts. To perform an operation, he would say, is to mutilate a patient we cannot cure. It should therefore be considered as an acknowledgment of the imperfection of our art. The year of great success, however, was marked by a period of grave illness, with attacks of violent spasms of the heart, followed by syncope. These recurred on occasions of extra exertion, anxiety of mind, fits of temper, or even the fear lest an animal, which he wished to secure, might escape before a gun could be brought to shoot it. To this year, 1785, we are indebted for the celebrated portrait of Hunter by Sir Joshua Reynolds in the possession of the Royal College of Surgeons. He was a bad sitter, but Reynolds, dissatisfied with his progress, one day was gratified by seeing Hunter in deep reverie, with his head supported by his left hand. He at once turned his canvas upside down and began to record that lifelike face which shows Hunter the philosopher in the true profundity of his nature. Sharp engraved his portrait, and it was one of his greatest successes. The year 1785 was that in which Hunter first tied the femoral artery in a case of popliteal aneurysm, and thus initiated one of the greatest modern improvements in surgery, relying upon the enlargement of the smaller communicating or collateral vessels to make up for the cessation of circulation through the principal vessel. This appears to have been suggested to him by an experiment on the mode of growth of deer's antlers. Having been granted by the king the privilege of experimenting with deer in Richmond Park, he tied one of the external carotid arteries supplying inter alia one of the half-grown antlers. The antler became cold, but after a week or two, Hunter, to his astonishment, found that it had again become warm and was growing again. On a post-mortem examination, he discovered that this continued growth was due to the enlargement of small branches of the carotid above and below the wound to an extent sufficient to restore the blood supply in the antler. And by a stroke of genius, Hunter saw that a similar process might be expected to occur in cases of aneurysm and supersede the then generally fatal methods of operating by means of amputation or by directly evacuating the sac of the aneurysm. The fourth patient Hunter performed the new operation upon lived for 50 years. A specimen illustrating the case is preserved in the Hunterian Museum. In 1786, on the death of Middleton, Hunter received the appointment of Deputy Surgeon General to the Army, becoming in 1790, on the death of Mr. Adair, Surgeon General and Inspector of Hospitals. In 1786, he published his long-deferred work on the venereal disease, which, though printed and sold in his own house, met with rapid sale and proved a very valuable work. In the same year, he collected a large number of his papers contributed to the Royal Society, together with others not previously published, into a quarto volume entitled Observations on Certain Parts of Animal Economy, and thus placed his researches in imposing bulk before the general public. The Copley Medal of the Royal Society was awarded to Hunter in 1787 for his discoveries in natural history. About this time, Mr. Hunter was allowed to nominate Home as his assistant at St. George's, and in 1792, Home undertook a further portion of his work by delivering the surgical lectures, for which purpose he was entrusted with Mr. Hunter's manuscripts. This enabled Mr. Hunter to give more time to the preparation of his great treatise on the blood, inflammation and gunshot wounds, which, however, remained to be published by his executors in 1794. Death was about to claim him, and the immediate cause which led to his end was a dispute with his colleagues and governors of St. George's Hospital about pupils' fees. In his treatment of pupils personally, Hunter was always generous, especially when they showed ability and zeal. Thus, he gave Carlyle a perpetual ticket to his lectures, having been much pleased with the preparation he brought for his acceptance, showing the internal ear very excellently. He would often also send valuable patients to young men starting in practice and struggling with pecuniary difficulties. He never concealed from his pupil the hard work he had done to attain his position. "I've been here a great many years, and I've worked hard too, and yet I don't know the principles of the art," he remarked to one. He did not, however, get on so well with his fellow surgeons at the hospital. He so constantly insisted on the importance of studying physiology for the benefit of surgical practice, while they had been educated with little or no physiology, that his manner, as well as his pursuits, procured him the stigma of being an innovator and enthusiast. Early in 1792, one of his colleagues, Charles Hawkins, resigned the surgeoncy, and Keat, then assistant to Gunning, the senior surgeon, was elected as successor by a considerable majority, in opposition to Home, who was, of course, Hunter's candidate. The acrimony of the contest appears to have led Hunter to announce his intention of no longer dividing with them the fees received for the surgeon's pupils, owing, as he alleged, to his desire that the other surgeons should pay more attention to their pupils instead of neglecting them, as he asserted they did. His right to do this was warmly contested, and the question was referred to the subscribers to the hospital. Hunter addressed them a long letter before the day of meeting in March 1793, detailing the efforts he had made since his connection with the hospital to induce his colleagues to improve the system of instruction, which efforts had proved ineffectual. One man did not choose to hazard his reputation by giving lectures. Another did not see where the art could be improved. Consequently, Hunter had slackened his own efforts, causing a great falling off in the numbers of students. The other surgeons replied that they had continued the usual plan, and that if students had neglected their hospital duties to pursue physiological studies, it was not their fault. If they had given lectures, copies of them might have been taken by the pupils and might get abroad. Mr. Hunter's connection with the Windmill Street Anatomical School and his power of conferring posts in the army, not a superior attention to his pupils, were the cause of a larger number of pupils entering under him. They were able to show that it would be a manifest disadvantage that only one surgeon should instruct a pupil and not all four. The governors decided against Hunter, for his plan must have produced confusion and discord. A committee drew up rules for the admission and regulation of pupils, and these were adopted without any consultation with Mr. Hunter. One of them, which seemed specially directed against him, forbade the entry of any pupil who had not had previous medical instruction. Young men frequently came up to London from Scotland, recommended to Mr. Hunter, and were entered by him at the hospital without having had any previous medical instruction. A case in point arose in the succeeding autumn. 2 young men came up in the usual way, and ignorant of the new rule, Hunter undertook to press for the admission at the next board meeting on the 16th October 1793. On the morning of the day, he expressed his anxiety to a friend lest some dispute might occur, as he was convinced such an occurrence would be fatal to him. His life, he used to say, was in the hands of any rascal who chose to annoy and tease him. Leaving home at the usual hour, he forgot, strange to say, to take his list of appointments with him, and Mr. Clift hastened after him with it. Later, arriving at the hospital, he found the board already assembled, and presented and supported his memorial. During his speech, one of his colleagues flatly contradicted him, and Hunter immediately ceased speaking, retired from the table, and struggling to suppress his passion, hurried into an adjoining room, which he had scarcely reached when, with a deep groan, he fell lifeless into the arms of Dr. Robertson, one of the hospital physicians. Dr. Bailey, his nephew, and Home, who was present, made every effort to restore him, but in vain. Thus were cut short at once the meeting of the St. George's Board and the life of the greatest surgeon they had had. He was buried in a simple manner on October 22nd at St. Martin's in the Fields. A post-mortem examination had shown that his heart was wasted and diseased, and his coronary arteries, mitral valves, and aorta much ossified and diseased, thus justifying Dr. Jenner's diagnosis. In person, Hunter was about middle height, vigorous and robust, with high shoulders and short neck, strongly marked features, projecting eyebrows, light-colored eyes, and high cheeks. He always dressed plainly, with his hair curled behind. This had been reddish yellow in early life, but white latterly. Mr. Hunter left little but his museum, which he wished the nation to purchase and provide for. After years of effort, in the course of which Mr. Pitt, on being appealed to, replied, "What? Buy preparations? Why, I have not money enough to purchase gunpowder." Parliament in 1799 voted £15,000 for his museum. It had cost Hunter over £70,000, and its guardianship was offered to the College of Physicians, which declined it, and then to the College of Surgeons, which accepted it, gaining at the same time a new charter and the title of Royal. Hours during which the collection might be open for professional men and others to study, and a keeper to explain the collection, were stipulated for, and at least 24 lectures were to be given annually on comparative anatomy and other subjects by members of the college. These are the well-known Hunterian lectures made illustrious by Owen, Huxley, Parker, and Flower. The collection was placed in a temporary habitation in Lincoln's Inn Fields in 1806, and Parliament has granted in all £42,500 at various dates for the building of a suitable museum. The present building, however, has cost very much more than the sum mentioned, the expense being defrayed out of the college revenues for diplomas. During the weary years of waiting for the government consent to purchase the museum, Hunter's family had to be maintained by the sale of his furniture and library and his miscellaneous collection of objects of virtu, coats of mail, weapons, etc., and the mere conservation of the museum was a matter of considerable expense. His papers fell into the hands of Mr. afterwards Sir Everard Home, who detained them without publishing them for many years, during which time he himself published a vast variety of papers under his own name in the Philosophical Transactions. It is generally believed that many of these were largely delivered from Mr. Hunter's manuscripts, and this the more that when at last, after many years of evasion, his court trustees of the museum pressed him to deliver up the manuscripts as they were, he secretly burnt almost the whole of them. In fact, Mr. Clift, who became keeper of the museum, and had been long the assistant and friend of Sir Everard, when questioned by the Commission on Medical Education, replied that all his life he had been employed by Sir Everard in transcribing portions of Mr. Hunter's manuscripts and in copying drawings from his portfolios, which Sir Everard issued to the public as his own. It was in 1823, when Sir Everard had received from the printer the final proof of his last volume on comparative anatomy, that he disgraced his name forever by this great and irreparable destruction. Mr. Clift's list of what he remembers of the burnt papers fills more than a page of the memoir of John Hunter, prefixed to Volume 10 of Jardine's Naturalist Library, and the bare enumeration and contents would give but little idea of the labor expended in its production. I have many times, says Mr. Clift, his assistant and amanuensis, during the last 20 months of his life, written the same page at least half a dozen times over, with corrections and transpositions almost without end. So great was the difficulty Hunter felt in adequately expressing his ideas, but this only serves to increase our regret that these valuable originals should have been destroyed. He generally wrote his first thoughts or memoranda on all subjects on the slips torn off from the ends and the blank pages in envelopes of letters. He appeared to have no desire of preserving his own handwriting, but when they had copied, usually folded them up and put them on the chimney-piece to light the candle with, and the rough or waste copies on all subjects which copied out fair were taken into his private dissecting room as waste paper to dissect upon. Sir Everard Home describes his brother-in-law as very warm and impatient, readily provoked, and when irritated, not easily soothed. Footnote: Life of John Hunter, prefixed to the treatise on the blood and inflammation, etc. His disposition was candid and free from reserve, even to a fault. He hated deceit and was above every kind of artifice. He detested it in others, and too openly avowed his sentiments. In conversation, he spoke too freely and sometimes harshly of his contemporaries. But if he did not do justice to their undoubted merit, it arose not from envy, but from a thorough conviction that surgery was yet in its infancy, and he himself a novice in his own art, and his anxiety to have it carried to perfection made him think meanly and ill of every one whose exertions in this respect did not equal his own. He was called the Cerberus of the Royal Society, and certainly it appears easier to admire and estimate him correctly now than it would have been to live in comfort with him. Yet, when advanced in practice and honours, he paid more instead of less attention to those whom he had known earlier. Mr. Gough, who had charge of the menagerie in Piccadilly, related that when he called on Mr. Hunter, if the house was full of patients and carriages waiting at the door, he was always admitted. "You have no time to spare," said he, "as you live by it. Most of these can wait, as they have little to do when they go home." It is certain that Hunter only valued money as it enabled him to carry on his researches. He introduces a patient to his brother thus: "He has no money, and you have plenty, so you are well met," and he would never take fees from curates, authors, and artists. With his lack of courtliness and evident zeal for dissection, it can be no wonder that his income never reached £1,000 before 1774. Yet afterwards it increased to £5,000 for some years, and had reached £6,000 when he died. But all he could spare throughout went to his museum. Hunter's sense of his own importance was evident, and often very ingeniously expressed. "Ah, John Hunter! What? Still hard at work?" said Dr. Gartshaw to him, finding him in the dissecting room late in life. "Yes, doctor," replied Hunter, "still hard at work, and you'll find it difficult to meet with another John Hunter when I am gone." To Abernethy he said, "I know I am but a pygmy in knowledge, yet I feel as a giant when compared with these men." He could not be described as a good conversationalist, yet his remarks, slowly brought out, were often wonderfully pointed and forcible. In politics he was a strenuous Tory, and wished all the rascals who were dissatisfied with their country would be good enough to leave it. He hated all public ceremony or display, and when begged to go to Sir Joshua Reynolds' funeral, fairly wished Sir Joshua and his friends at the D-L. He was undeviatingly honest, eminently a lover of truth, humane and generous in disposition, warm and disinterested as a friend, a kind, affectionate husband and father. Some have called him a materialist or even an atheist, but he appears to have had no doubt of the existence of a first cause. His study of religion was no doubt limited by natural tendencies in his mind and by his habitual concentration on his work, and the evidence of revelation did not make, so far as can be ascertained, a deep impression on his mind. As to death, his view was, "'Tis poor work when it comes to that." Hunter's remains lay undisturbed in St. Martin's Church till on 28 March 1859 they were removed, mainly through Mr. Frank Buckland's intervention, to Abbot Islip's chapel in Westminster Abbey, and deposited in the north aisle of the nave, close to Ben Jonson's tomb. His name and achievements are annually commemorated by orations such as those from which the subsequent extracts are made, but most of all by the Hunterian Museum and the lectures delivered in connection therewith. To expound Hunter's views of life and the results of his other philosophical and practical studies would lead us far beyond our limits. Life he regarded as a principle independent of structure, as a great chemist, as a sort of animal fire. Mere composition of matter, he said, does not give life, for the dead body has all the composition it ever had. Life is a property we do not understand. We can only see the necessary steps leading towards it. He imagined that life might either be something superadded to matter, or consist in a peculiar arrangement of particles of matter, which, being thus disposed, acquire the properties of life. As to equivocal generation, he believed, and here he coincides with the best results of modern sciences, that all we could have was negative proofs of its not taking place. As to geological changes, he had strikingly original views, regarding water as a chief agent and pointing out that the popular view by which the deluge was supposed to account for finding marine organisms in rocks was untenable. He could discern that in the long past, great oscillations of level and climatic variations had taken place. In regard to development and evolution, he had very luminous ideas pointing to modern discoveries. Thus, he remarks, if we were to take a series of animals from the more imperfect to the perfect, we should probably find an imperfect animal corresponding with some stage of the most perfect. We cannot more clearly emphasize the character of Hunter's intellect and work than in the words of two distinguished men of our own time, both eminent pathologists and qualified as few can be for estimating such a man. Dr. Moxon says, footnote, Medical Times and Gazette, March 3, 1877. If we ask what gave him that most valuable power of estimating what was worth doing and what could be done, the power which Bacon calls the mathematical of the mind, we find the reply, I believe, in these great facts of his history. Firstly, that he was a man who had a free youth, not overtaught nor overstrained, and secondly, that in his manhood he worked with an eye to usefulness and duty, and not only to the notoriety, nor to the mere cry of who will show us something new. Indeed, the main and distinctive feature of his noble life was his resolute pursuit of the practical aim of his profession, to establish sound laws for scientific surgery and medicine. I have said that the wonderful store of facts he collected constituted answers to questions. Hunter, the physiologist, answering the questions of Hunter, the surgeon. He did not so follow physiology as to turn it away from usefulness, and the results of his work he puts up in his museum. And he will gladly have anything for his collection, but always putting things by in their physiological order, mark, so that in due time they shall answer to his further questions. He will lecture on surgical principles. True ones they must be, if he changes them yearly in accordance with his observations. But he cannot lecture on comparative anatomy or zoology. Why not? It does not conform enough with his main bent to surgery, to practical aim, to a duty. He believes in a vital principle, therefore he must have an aim before him. He succeeds in his aim, and by the masterly introduction of the operation on aneurysm, which bears his name, he saves thousands from a painful death. Led further by the same enthusiasm for the true purpose of his life as a surgeon, he inoculates his frame with a loathsome disease, that he may have it always by him to study it, regardless of danger and of pain. Sir James Paget's views are thus expressed. Footnote, Medical Times and Gazette, February 17, 1877. The range of Hunter's work matched with the time devoted to it. Never before or since, I think I am safe in saying this, was anyone a thorough investigator and student in so wide a range of science. He was an enthusiastic naturalist. As a comparative anatomist and a physiologist, he was unequalled in his time. Among the few pathologists, he was the best. Among the still fewer geologists and the students of vegetable physiology, he was one, if not the chief, and he was a great practical surgeon. He was a surgeon to a large hospital in London, and for many years held the largest practice in the metropolis. In all these things, at one time, no one but Hunter ever was eminent and successful. There is not one of them in which he did not make investigations wholly original, not one of them of which he did not enlarge the area very far beyond that which had been covered by his predecessors, not one of them in which he did not leave facts and principles in record which it is impossible to count and very hard to estimate. In all these characters of Hunter's works, we see that which was the dominant character of his mind. Massiveness and grandeur of design were indicated in all to which he applied himself, and in perfect harmony with this was the simplicity of his ordinary method of work. It consisted mainly in the orderly accumulation of facts from every source, of every kind, and building them up in the simplest inductions. If he had been an architect, he would have built huge pyramids, and every stone would have borne its own inscription. He knew nothing of logic or the science of thought. He used his mental power as with a natural instinct. He worked with all his might, but without art. I know no instant so striking as in him of the living force which there is in facts when they are stored in a thoughtful mind. But Hunter was not only a great observer, he was a very acute one. I think it would be difficult to find in all the masses of facts which he has recorded any one which was either observed or recorded erroneously. If there are errors in his works, they are errors of reasoning, not of observation. And it may be noted as a singular example of his accuracy that when he tells his inferences, it is generally with expressions implying that he regarded them as only probable, a fact he tells without conditions. When he generalizes, it is with I suspect, I believe, I am disposed to think, or the like. He seems to have thought he had never reached farther than the nearest approach to truth, which was at that time attainable, and that a year or more of investigation would bring him nearer to the truth, and then that which now seemed right would be surpassed or set aside. He used to say to his pupils in his lectures, "Do not take notes of this. I dare say I shall change it all next year." Abernethy, who knew him well, says, "It is scarcely credible that with what pains Mr. Hunter examined the lower kinds of animals," and he quotes Mr. Clift as saying that he would stand for hours motionless as a statue, except that with a pair of forceps in either hand he was picking asunder the connecting fibers of some structure that he was examining. Patient and watchful as a prophet, sure that the truth would come. It might be in the unveiling of some new structure, or in the clearing up of some mental cloud, or it might be as in a flash, in which, as with inspiration, intellectual darkness becomes light. The end of section 7.
Section 8 of Eminent Doctors, Their Lives and Their Work, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Eminent Doctors, Their Lives and Their Work, Volume 1, by George Thomas Bettany. Edward Jenner and Vaccination. Modern preventive medicine may be said to date from the introduction of inoculation for smallpox in the early part of the 18th century. It is much more profitable to dwell on the history of the second step in this direction, a far greater one, due to the genius of one man, Edward Jenner, whose life by Dr. Barron, though not a biographical masterpiece, is the source of much valuable information. The name of Stephen Jenner has been handed down from generation to generation in Gloucestershire, and the Reverend Stephen Jenner, father of Edward, was vicar of Berkeley when his famous son was born on May 17, 1749. The father, however, died in 1754, and an elder son, another Stephen Jenner, Fellow of Magdalen College, Oxford, is credited with some attention to his education. But his school life was not prolonged. For about the 13th year of his age, he commenced preparation for a medical career by entering upon apprenticeship to Dr. Daniel Ludlow, a medical practitioner at Sodbury near Bristol, with whom he remained 6 years. Young Edward, when a fine ruddy boy of 8, was, with many others, put under a preparatory process for inoculation for smallpox. This was indeed a formidable proceeding, lasting 6 weeks. He was first bled, to ascertain whether his blood was fine, was then purged repeatedly till the ruddy youth became emaciated and feeble, and all the while was kept on a low diet, and dosed with some drink which was supposed to sweeten the blood. This is appropriately termed a barbarism of human veterinary practice, but it was followed by exposure to contagion from others in a state of severe disease. By good luck, the boy got off with a mild attack, but we may well ascribe to the lowering preparatory treatment he had undergone, that he never could as a child enjoy sleep, and was constantly haunted by imaginary noises. All his life long, he was too acutely alive to these impressions and to any sudden jar. It is perhaps more interesting, it is certainly more important, to notice the influence exerted upon one mind by another, than to examine the influences of any material objects upon human nature. In this light, we may view with pleasure the relations which existed between Jenner, his elder brother already mentioned, and the great anatomist, John Hunter. The ties of affection and esteem must have been strong, which drew the young doctor from the attractions of London, from constant association with his admired friend in his studies, from opportunities to inquire, such as those afforded by the arrangement of Sir Joseph Banks' collection made during Captain Cook's celebrated voyage, from prospects of gaining worldly advancement to the retirement of a country village, the isolation and the simplicity of rural existence. We can hardly overestimate the benefits derived by the developing mind of the young doctor from his daily intercourse for 2 years with such a preceptor as John Hunter. The impression was mutual, for we find Hunter years afterwards writing to Jenner, "I do not know anyone I would sooner write to than you. I do not know anybody I am so much obliged to." A correspondence full of interest on subjects of natural history was kept up between them. Hunter's appreciation of his friend's attainments was shown markedly when he formed the plan of a school of natural history and human and comparative anatomy, and asked Jenner to come and be his partner in the undertaking. Very many particulars of experiments and inquiries in natural history by Jenner were communicated to Hunter, and were of essential service to him. His most important published paper in natural history was that on the cuckoo, published in the Philosophical Transactions for 1788. Jenner's name has been so exclusively connected in the popular mind with the subject of vaccination that his ability as a practitioner and his originality in many departments of medicine and surgery have been somewhat lost sight of. No doubt this was much aided by his own modesty, but in the treatment of many diseases, his views, founded on the improved anatomy and physiology he had learned from Hunter, and his own acute observation, were far in advance of his time. It was perhaps, however, by his sympathetic qualities of heart that Jenner most of all obtained and maintained the influence which he possessed. He could truly rejoice with those that rejoiced, and weep with those that wept. In him, uncommon delicacy of feeling coexisted with a joyous and lively disposition, and his gentlemanly manners made him welcome everywhere. He was ever observant of natural phenomena, and loved nothing better than to persuade some friend to ride with him during his long journeys through the countryside. Those who enjoyed the pleasure have described the vivid and imaginative fervor which characterized his conversation, whether in reference to his own feelings or the beauties of the scenery around, and the captivating simplicity and ingenuity with which he explained phenomena of animal and vegetable life which came under notice. In fact, he never met anyone without endeavoring to gain or to impart instruction. Among the many proofs of Jenner's sagacity and acuteness in matters outside medicine should be mentioned the following, recorded by Sir Humphrey Davy, showing that Jenner anticipated the late Charles Darwin in his views of the important effects produced by earthworms upon the soil. He said the earthworms, particularly about the time of the vernal equinox, were much under and along the surface of our moist meadowlands, and wherever they move, they leave a train of mucus behind them, which becomes manure to the plant. In this respect they act as the slug does, in furnishing materials for food to the vegetable kingdom, and under the surface they break the stiff clods in pieces and finally divide the soil. His appearance and manner in this early portion of his life are thus described by his intimate friend Edward Gardner. His height was rather under the middle size. His person was robust, but active and well-formed. In his dress he was particularly neat, and everything about him showed the man intent and serious, and well prepared to meet the duties of his calling. When I first saw him, it was on Frampton Green. I was somewhat his junior in years, and had heard so much of Mr. Jenner of Berkeley, that I had no small curiosity to see him. He was dressed in a blue coat and yellow buttons, buckskins, well-polished jockey boots, with handsome silver spurs, and he carried a smart whip with a silver handle. His hair, after the fashion of the times, was done up in a club, and he wore a broad-brimmed hat. We were introduced on that occasion, and I was delighted and astonished. I was prepared to find an accomplished man, and all the country spoke of him as a skillful surgeon and a great naturalist. But I did not expect to find him so much at home on other matters. I, who had been spending my time in cultivating my judgment by abstract study, and smit from my boyhood with the love of song, had sought my amusement in the rosy fields of imagination, was not less surprised than gratified to find that the ancient affinity between Apollo and Aesculapius was so well maintained in his person. So informing and yet witty, so full of life, so true to life was his conversation, that the chance of sharing it was eagerly embraced, and his friends rode many miles to accompany him on his way home from their houses, even at midnight. His poetical fancy occasionally vented itself in little pieces of verse, one of which entitled Signs of Rain, beginning, The hollow winds begin to blow, will probably long prove of interest in children's collections of verse. Some of his epigrams are very apt, and this on the death of a miser. Tom at last is laid by his old niggardly forms, and now gives good dinners to whom, pray? The worms. Singing and violin and flute playing were favorite amusements of his, and in his later years he would lay aside all cares for a time, and sing one of his own ballads with all the mirth and gaiety of his youthful days. Science and social intercourse were combined in two societies of which Jenner was the soul. One he called the Medico Convivial, which met usually at Radborough, the other the Convivio Medical, assembling at Alveston. At the meetings of these societies, Jenner would often bring forward the reported prophylactic virtues of cowpox, and earnestly recommend his medical friends to inquire into the matter. All his efforts, however, failed to induce them to take it up, and the subject became so distasteful to them that they at one time threatened to expel him if he continued to harass them with so unprofitable a subject. Dr. Jenner did not marry till March 6, 1788, when Miss Catherine Kingscote, a lady belonging to a well-known Gloucestershire family, frequently furnishing representatives to Parliament, became his wife. The union was very happy, but Mrs. Jenner's delicate health for many years caused great anxiety and needed constant attention. In 1792, Jenner became an M.D. of St. Andrews, with the view of giving up much of his fatiguing general practice. In 1794, at the age of 45, he suffered from a severe attack of typhus fever, which threatened to prove fatal. At this time, the experiments in proof of vaccination had not been made, and if he had died, the world in all probability might have waited long for the introduction of this great novelty. Many who learned that vaccination was made known to the world in 1798, when Jenner was 49 years old, do not know that the subject attracted his attention in his youthful days as a country surgeon's apprentice, and that his faculties were ever after engaged upon the matter at every convenient opportunity. He repeatedly mentioned the subject of cowpox to his great teacher, John Hunter, when studying with him in London. Hunter never damped the ardor of a pupil by suggesting doubts or difficulties, but it does not appear that he was specially impressed by what he heard. Yet he made known Jenner's information and opinions, both in his lectures and to his friends. But for many years, Jenner's ideas were pooh-poohed by medical and other authorities whom he met in his country practice. They believed many had had smallpox after cowpox, and that the supposed protective influence of the latter was due to something in the constitution of the individual. Not till 1780 did Jenner fully disclose to his devoted friend, Edward Gardner, his hopes and fears about what he felt to be his great life work. He then described to him the various diseases which attacked milkers when they handled diseased cows, and especially that form which afforded protection against smallpox, and with deep An anxious emotion expressed his hopes of being able to propagate this latter form from one human being to another, so as to bring about the total extinction of smallpox. The exceeding simplicity of the ultimate discovery makes it difficult for us nowadays to imagine the circumstances under which Jenner had to grope his way in the imperfect twilight, and the perplexities by which he was beset in arriving at true conclusions. Both his own observations and that of other medical men of his acquaintance proved to him that what was commonly called cowpox was not a certain preventive of smallpox, but he ascertained by assiduous inquiry and personal investigation that cows were liable to various kinds of eruptions on their teats, all capable of being communicated to the hands of the milkers, and that such sores, when so communicated, were all called cowpox. But when he had traced out the nature of these various diseases, and ascertained which of them possessed the protective virtue against smallpox, he was again foiled by learning that in some cases, when what he now called the true cowpox broke out among the cattle on a dairy farm and had been communicated to the milkers, they subsequently had smallpox. It was this repeated failure to arrive at a perfect result which perhaps gave the stimulus that led Jenner to ultimate triumph. The fact that he was on the scent of a discovery, which in some form had a promise of indefinite blessing, made him redouble his efforts when most perplexed. He conceived the idea that the virus of the cowpox itself might undergo changes sufficient to deprive it of its protective power, and yet enable it to communicate a disease to the milker. Thus he came at last on the track of the discovery that it was only in a certain condition of the pustule that the virus was capable of imparting its protective power to the human constitution. Having thus steered his way safely through all the pitfalls which might have destroyed the accuracy of his results, Jenner was able to go on to the next stage, that of putting his theory to the test. It is singular how long he was before he had an opportunity of further experiment. In 1788, he showed a drawing of the cowpox as it occurred in milkers to Sir Edward Home and others in London. Various eminent medical men, Klein, Adams, Haygarth, heard of and discussed the matter, and encouraged Jenner's inquiries. But it was not till May 14, 1796, that he had an opportunity of transferring cowpox from one human being to another. Sarah Nelms, a dairymaid who had been infected from her master's cows, afforded the matter, and it was inserted by 2 superficial incisions into the arms of James Phipps, a healthy boy about 8 years old. The cowpox ran an ordinary course with no ill effect, and in July, Jenner writes to Gardner, "The boy has since been inoculated for the smallpox, which, as I ventured to predict, produced no effect. I shall now pursue my experiments with redoubled ardor." Jenner did not, even now that he had attained to certainty in his own mind, rush precipitately into publicity, although his benevolent desires to avert the scourge of smallpox from humanity strongly urged him to do so. Still less did he yield to the temptation to establish himself as a practitioner, with a specialty for warding off smallpox, which might have led him speedily to fortune. He was as if forearmed against the stringent requirements which would be made as to the proofs of such a discovery, if made gratuitously public. At this time, he says, while the vaccine discovery was progressive, the joy I felt at the prospect before me of being the instrument destined to take away from the world one of its greatest calamities, blended with the fond hope of enjoying independence and domestic peace and happiness, was often so excessive that, in pursuing my favorite subject among the meadows, I have sometimes found myself in a kind of reverie. It is pleasant to me to recollect that these reflections always ended in devout acknowledgments to that Being, from whom this and all other mercies flow. Until the spring, of 1798, Jenner had no further opportunity of pursuing his inquiries, for the cowpox disappeared from the neighboring dairies. At last he had matured his research, and it was ready for publication. Before sending it to the printers, it was most carefully scrutinized by a number of friends at Redhall, near Ross, in Herefordshire, the seat of Mr. Thomas Westphaling. Their sympathy encouraged him, and their judgment approved of his work, which none who read Jenner's modest and now classic recital, an inquiry into the causes and effects of the variole vaccinae, bearing date June 21, 1798, can wonder at. Previous to this date, however, Dr. and Mrs. Jenner had been 2 months in London, experiencing much mortification from the fact that no one in London could be obtained as a patient to be inoculated with cowpox. Dr. Jenner often stated that his patients had been exhausted on that occasion, and it remained for Henry Klein to perform the first successful vaccination in London. Finding that subsequent inoculation with smallpox failed to give his patient any disease, Klein expressed his opinion that this promised to be one of the greatest improvements ever made in medicine, and he begged Jenner to remove to London, promising him a practice of 10,000 a year. Jenner's sentiments on this matter are characteristically expressed in the following extract. Shall I, even in the morning of my days, sought the lowly and sequestered paths of life, the valley, and not the mountain? Shall I, now my evening is fast approaching, hold myself up as an object for fortune and for fame? Admitting it as a certainty that I obtain both, what stock should I add to my little fund of happiness? My fortune, with what flows in from my profession, is sufficient to gratify my wishes. Indeed, so limited is my ambition, and that of my nearest connections, that were I precluded from future practice, I should be enabled to obtain all I want. And as for fame, what is it? A gilded butt, forever pierced with the arrows of malignancy. The first lady of rank who had her child vaccinated was Lady Frances Morton, afterwards Lady Ducie. The Countess of Berkeley very early promoted Jenner's success and ardently advocated vaccination. A certain Dr. Woodville, eager to rank among the vaccinators, discovered cowpox in a dairy in Gray's Inn Lane in January 1799, found that the milkers became infected, and took from them matter with which he vaccinated a number of persons. But contrary to Jenner's practice, he proceeded to insert smallpox matter in their arms on the 3rd and 5th days after vaccination, as if that could afford a fair trial of the new method. No wonder that the patients exhibited pustules like those of smallpox, and this was the first of the many disasters that arose from the injudicious zeal of Jenner's first followers. This same Dr. Woodville, in an interview with Jenner in March of the same year, showed himself so little acquainted with the real character of cowpox that he described it as having been communicated by effluvia, and that the patient had it in the confluent way. Jenner remarked on this. Might not the disease have been the confluent smallpox communicated by Dr. Woodville, as he is always full of the infection? Notwithstanding the mistakes of injudicious friends, vaccination began to spread in 1799, largely through the aid of those friends of Jenner who themselves became inoculators, including many who were not medical practitioners. In the same year came into notice on the continent the inquiry, having become known in Vienna, Hanover, and Geneva. In particular, Dr. de Caro in Vienna became his most zealous and judicious advocate, and greatly contributed to the striking diminution in the ravages of smallpox, which soon became evident in that city through the introduction and widespread of vaccination. A little later, vaccine matter was first sent to Berlin. The same year, vaccination became known in the United States, Professor Waterhouse of Cambridge, Mass., being the first to appreciate its importance. He as soon as possible vaccinated his own children, and then had one of them publicly inoculated with smallpox, and no infection following. The practice became at once established in the United States. Some contamination with smallpox having taken place by injudicious action as in England, matter was obtained direct from Jenner, and President Jefferson, with his sons-in-law, in 1801, set the example of vaccinating in their own families and those of their neighbors, nearly 200 persons. France and Spain had also followed in the wake, and almost all Europe was now being vaccinated. We cannot follow the details of the successful introduction of vaccination as by a triumphal progress all over the world, proving its efficacy on men of all color, of all civilizations, of all climates. Sir Ralph Abercrombie's expedition to Egypt was the first armed force submitted to vaccination, and its good effects were most evident. At Palermo, it was not unusual to see on the mornings of public inoculation at the hospital a procession of men, women, and children, conducted through the streets by a priest carrying a cross, on the way to be inoculated. The medical officers of the British Navy in 1801 presented Dr. Jenner with the gold medal in honor of his discovery. Smallpox was still committing great ravages in India and Ceylon, and Jenner exerted himself to the utmost to transmit vaccine matter to the East. The early attempts all failed, some from accident, such as the loss of an East Indiaman at sea, others from inexperience in sending the virus so great a distance, exposed to such vicissitudes of climate. Dr. Jenner proposed to the Secretary of State to send in some ship to India a number of soldiers who had not had smallpox, and to vaccinate them in succession by appointing a skilled surgeon to accompany the vessel. But those in office could not see the wisdom of this plan. Consequently, the noble discoverer resolved himself to do what was so needful, and while seeking to defray part of the cost by a public subscription, he headed it with a subscription of 1,000 guineas. But before the project could be matured, news arrived of the successful introduction of vaccine matter into Bombay, in consequence of its successive transfer to Constantinople, to Baghdad, to Basora, and thence by sea to Bombay. The self-denying enthusiasm of Dr. Jenner is, however, as conspicuous as if his expedition had been fitted out as he intended. The simple narrative which the great man himself gave in 1801, in a pamphlet only extending to 8 pages, deserves reproducing in every account of the discovery. Its simplicity is more forceful than any decorative treatment could have rendered it. My inquiry into the nature of the cowpox commenced upwards of 25 years ago. My attention to this singular disease was first excited by observing that among those who in the country I was frequently called upon to inoculate, many resisted every effort to give them the smallpox. These patients I found had undergone a disease they called the cowpox, contracted by milking cows affected with a peculiar eruption on their teats. On inquiry, it appeared that it had been known among the dairies time immemorial, and that a vague opinion prevailed that it was a preventive of the smallpox. This opinion I found was comparatively new among them, for all the older families declared they had no such idea in their early days. During the investigation of the casual cowpox, I was struck with the idea that it might be practicable to propagate the disease by inoculation, after the manner of the smallpox, first from the cow, and finally from one human being to another. I anxiously waited some time for an opportunity of putting this theory to the test. At length the period arrived, and the first experiment was made upon a lad of the name of Phipps, in whose arm a little vaccine virus was inserted, taken from the hand of a young woman who had been accidentally infected by a cow. Notwithstanding the resemblance which the pustule, thus excited on the boy's arm, bore to variolous inoculation, yet as the indisposition attending it was barely perceptible, I could scarcely persuade myself the patient was secure from the smallpox. However, on his being inoculated some months afterwards, it proved that he was secure. This case inspired me with confidence, and as soon as I could again furnish myself with the virus from the cow, I made an arrangement for a series of inoculations. A number of children were inoculated in succession, one from the other, and after several months had elapsed, they were exposed to the infection of smallpox, some by inoculation, others by variolous effluvia, and some in both ways, but they all resisted it. The results of these trials gradually led me into a wider field of experiment, which I went over not only with great attention, but with painful solicitude. The great revolution effected by vaccination can scarcely be appreciated in our days, and some testimonies from the past are continually needed. The Reverend Dr. Booker of Dudley, which in his time contained 14,000 inhabitants, testified thus respecting vaccination and its striking effects. I have, previous to the knowledge of the vaccine inoculation, frequently buried day after day several, and once as many as 8 victims of the smallpox. But since the parish has been blessed with this invaluable boon of divine providence, cowpox, introduced among us nearly 4 years ago, only 2 victims have fallen a prey to the above ravaging disorder, smallpox. In the surrounding villages, like an insatiable Moloch, it has lately been devouring vast numbers, where obstinacy and prejudice have precluded the Janarian protective blessing, and not a few of the infected victims have been brought for interment in our cemeteries. Yet, though thousands have thus fallen beside us, the fatal pestilence has not hitherto again come nigh our dwelling. The spirit of Jenner hath stood between the dead and the living, and the plague has been stayed. Many ladies took up the practice of vaccination with zeal and skill. Thus, up to November 1805, Miss Bailey of Hope, near Manchester, had vaccinated 2,600 persons, and a female friend of hers had vaccinated 2,000. Miss Bailey is related to have carried on her extensive vaccinations with great judgment and precision. She commenced by offering 5 shillings to anyone who could produce an instance of the occurrence of smallpox in any person vaccinated by her. Out of the whole number of cases above mentioned, however, only 1 claim was made, and on referring to her books, it was found that a mark had been made against the name, indicating a suspicion that the vaccination had not been effective. Dr. Jenner has often been reproached for encouraging unprofessional persons to practice vaccination, but it should be noted that he never did so unless the person concerned had carefully studied the subject and could be relied on to follow his directions implicitly. In fact, some of the non-professional vaccinators were more efficient than many professional ones, for these frequently disdained to be instructed by him, and by no means followed the rules he laid down. Thus discredit came to vaccination to a great extent by the mistakes of its professional advocates. The most extraordinary attacks were made upon vaccination and its promoters, including, of course, most virulent denunciations of its supposed anti-religious tendencies. Opposing doctors detected resemblances to ox faces produced in children, as they alleged, by vaccination. A lady complained that since her daughter was vaccinated, she coughed like a cow and had grown hairy all over her body. And in one country district, it was stated that vaccination had been discontinued there because those who had been inoculated in that manner bellowed like bulls. One mode in which doctors suffered at the time of the introduction of smallpox is not often remembered. Inoculation with smallpox was largely practiced, and some medical men derived a considerable proportion of their income from this branch of their profession. It was stated on good authority that Dr. Woodville, at one time physician to the smallpox hospital, Having given up inoculation and largely practiced vaccination, his income sank in 1 year from £1,000 to £100, and others who refused to discontinue inoculation and advocate vaccination were more than suspected of interested motives. The antagonism of vaccination to the so-called designs of Providence was loudly asserted, when Dr. Squirrel, on this head, maintained that Providence never intended that the vaccine disease should affect the human race, else why had it not, before this time, visited the inhabitants of the globe? Notwithstanding this, the vaccine virus has been forced into the blood by the manufacturing hand of man, and supported not by science or reason, but by conjecture and folly only, with the pretense of its exterminating the smallpox from the face of the earth. Again, he denounces the puerility and the impropriety of such a conduct, viz., of introducing vaccination with the boasted intention not only to supplant, but also to change and alter, and in short, to prevent the established law of nature. The law of God prohibits the practice. The law of man and the law of nature loudly exclaim against it. Inoculation had been just as bitterly denounced as dangerous, sinful, diabolical in numerous sermons and medical treatises when it was introduced less than a century before this. No more striking evidence of the beneficial results which attended vaccination, even in Jenner's lifetime, could be given than those which attended its introduction into Vienna, where smallpox had prevailed severely for centuries. The average number of persons who died at Vienna in each of the first 5 years of this century was about 14,600. Of these, 835 died of smallpox in the year 1800. Vaccination being introduced and extensively adopted, the number of deaths from smallpox fell to 164 in 1801, to 61 in 1802, to 27 in 1803, while in 1804 only 2 persons died, and these deaths were not occasioned in Vienna, one being that of a boatman's child who caught the disease on the Danube, and the other child sent to Vienna from a distant part of the empire already infected. Yet so long was the practice of vaccination before it spread to an equal extent in England, that 950 deaths occurred from smallpox in London in the last 3 months only of 1805. Wherever he might happen to be, Jenner offered to vaccinate gratuitously all poor persons who applied to him at fixed times. The people of one parish in the neighborhood of Cheltenham held back, while the adjacent parishes accepted the new practice to a large extent. But in one particular year, the people of the reluctant parish arrived in large numbers to claim vaccination for their children. On inquiry, it appeared that smallpox had been among them, causing many deaths, while those of their neighbors who had been vaccinated escaped. Yet it was not this potent argument which had been most influential, but the fact that the cost of coffins and burial for those who had died of smallpox became alarming to the parish officials, and they were moved to urge the people authoritatively to be vaccinated, and so save the parish expenses. From this time forward, for a number of years, Jenner paid annual visits to London, remaining there a great part of the season, incessantly occupied in vaccinating and giving information and instruction on the subject verbally to many medical men, in writing to a vast number of persons who corresponded with him from all parts of the world. For everyone who heard of the discovery and wanted to know more about it applied to the discoverer, and in social intercourse with people of note, whom he never failed to impress by his eloquence and perspicuity. We cannot follow here the many incidents which marked these years, his intercourse with royal personages, the addresses of congratulation and gratitude which received from all kinds of localities and bodies of people, the foundation of the Royal Jennerian Society, and the like. A few, however, must find a place. A Dr. Pearson, to whom we shall have to refer again, distinguished himself at first as an ardent vaccinator, but subsequently he seems to have imagined himself entitled to much of the distinction which belonged to Dr. Jenner, and in order to secure this, set about forming a public vaccine board, in which the chief official status was assigned to himself. He succeeded in obtaining the patronage of the Duke of York and other notable persons. Addressing Jenner on the subject in December 1799, Pearson says, "It occurs to me that it might not be disagreeable to you to be an extra corresponding physician. No expenses to be attached to your situation, except a guinea a year as a subscriber. And indeed, I think you ought to be exempt from that, as you cannot send any patients." This was pretty well, one might think, to be addressed to Jenner in 1 year after the full publication of his discovery. He was to be shunted off as an extra corresponding physician. Jenner's answer showed the sense in which he regarded it. "It appears to me somewhat extraordinary that an institution formed upon so large a scale, and that has for its object the inoculation of the cowpox, should have been set on foot and almost completely organized, without my receiving the most distant intimation of it. For the present, I must beg to leave to decline the honor intended me." After some discussion, most of the royal and influential personages who had promised to support Dr. Pearson's institution withdrew their names from it. At Brunn in Moravia, where Count Francis de Salm introduced and widely diffused vaccination, the people erected a temple dedicated to Jenner and annually held a festival on his birthday. The Dowager Empress of Russia first promoted vaccination in that empire, gave the name Vaccinov to the first child vaccinated, had the child taken to St. Petersburg in one of her own coaches, placed in the Foundling Hospital, with the provision settled on her for life. In 1802, the Empress sent Dr. Jenner a letter signed with her own hand, with a valuable diamond ring. In fact, in all foreign countries, vaccination was accepted with more enthusiasm than in England. The proof of this may readily be seen in Dr. Barron's life of Jenner. Meanwhile, Jenner had expended a large amount of money out of his fortune in visiting London, distributing information, giving up to a very large extent his practice at Berkeley, and being by no means recouped by profits of practice in London. His friends at length, seeing that he was now debarred from obtaining from practice an adequate reward for his great discovery, urged him to apply to Parliament for some reward. This was at last done in 1802, and the petition was recommended very strongly by the King, and considered by a committee of the House of Commons. This committee received evidence which unanimously affirmed the importance and practical value of the discovery, and almost as unanimously agreed in Jenner's originality. Admiral Berkeley, chairman of the committee, said that Jenner's was unquestionably the greatest discovery ever made for the preservation of the human species. A grant of £10,000 was proposed on June 2, 1802, and after a considerable discussion was carried, as against an amendment proposing to grant £20,000. It soon appeared, however, that the House of Commons had failed to satisfy the sense of justice of the mass of people, as well as of the more eminent members of the medical profession, in its grant to Jenner. Sir Gilbert Blaine, in an address he drew up on the subject, said, "It is the universal voice of this as well as other nations, that the remuneration given to Dr. Jenner is greatly inadequate to his deserts, and to the magnitude of the benefit his discovery has conferred on mankind." In January 1803 was founded the Royal Jennerian Institution, under royal patronage, and with Jenner as president, to propagate vaccination in London and elsewhere. This continued its operation for some years with distinguished success, but Dr. Walker, who had been appointed resident inoculator, soon began to deviate from Jenner's instructions and to adopt methods calculated in Jenner's view to bring the practice into disrepute. Consequently, the dismissal of Walker was called for, but was negatived in one division, to which Walker had brought in as voters 20 persons who only paid their subscription on the day of voting. By such absurd possibilities are the steps of benefactors to their race frequently beset. The resignation of Dr. Walker took place soon afterwards, but the Jennerian institution did not fully recover from the effects of the dissension, and on the establishment of the National Vaccine Institution in 1808, it became practically extinct. Will it be credited that, after the decisive parliamentary vote, for more than 2 years the Treasury delayed to pay the money, on one pretense and another, and when at last it was paid, nearly £1,000 was deducted on account of fees. Akin to this, though the amount was trifling, was a demand made upon Jenner for £5 admission fees, when the Corporation of Dublin conferred upon him the freedom of that city. Among the multitude of testimonies of appreciation which Jenner received, not the least interesting is one which proceeded from the chiefs of the 5 nations of Canadian Indians, the Mohawks, the Onondagas, the Senecas, the Oneidas, and the Cayugas. Their address to him ran as follows: "Brother, our father has delivered to us the book you sent to instruct us how to use the discovery which the Great Spirit made to you, whereby the smallpox, that fatal enemy of our tribes, may be driven from the earth. We have deposited your book in the hands of the man of skill whom our great father employs to attend us when sick or wounded. We shall not fail to teach our children to speak the name of Jenner, and to thank the Great Spirit for bestowing upon him so much wisdom and so much benevolence. We send with this a belt and string of wampum, in token of our acceptance of your precious gift, and we beseech the Great Spirit to take care of you in this world and in the land of spirits." In 1804, one of the most beautiful of the Napoleon series of medals was struck in commemoration of the Emperor's estimate of the value of vaccination. He was so sensible of Jenner's claims that he allowed his petitions for the liberation of British subjects to prevail. Napoleon was about to reject one petition, but when Josephine uttered the name of Jenner, he paused and exclaimed, "Jenner! Ah, we can refuse nothing to that man." Perhaps no more striking example of the extent to which Jenner's influence extended outside England could be given than the fact that numbers of persons traveled abroad or on shipboard bearing with them, in preference to a passport, a simple certificate signed Edward Jenner, testifying that the persons were known to him and were traveling in pursuit of health or science or other affairs unconnected with war. When the Great War was over and the Allied sovereigns visited London, Jenner was introduced, among others, to the Emperor of Russia and the King of Prussia by their special request. But in Great Britain, there were many things calculated to detract from Jenner's perfect enjoyment. On various occasions, the British government were by no means eager to show him a respect and honor equal to that paid to him abroad. When various government officials combined to launch a national vaccine establishment, it was at first stated that Jenner was to be director, with the stipulation that no one was to take any part in the vaccinating department who was not either nominated or approved by him. Yet soon afterwards, out of 8 persons nominated by Jenner, 6 were rejected. Jenner himself was not admitted a member of the board, which was composed exclusively of the 4 censors of the College of Physicians and the Master, and 2 senior wardens of the College of Surgeons. In consequence of this treatment, occurring in 1808, when vaccination was so universally recognized, Dr. Jenner resigned the post of director, but was succeeded by his friend Mr. Moore, who was thoroughly in his confidence. A picture of Jenner's inward life at this period, when the subject of a second parliamentary grant was being considered, may here be given from a letter of his. As for myself, I bear the fatigues and worries of a public character better by far than those who know the acuteness of my feelings could have anticipated. Happy should I be to give up my laurels for the repose of retirement, did I not feel it to be my duty to be in the world. I certainly derive the most soothing consolation from my labors, the benefits of which are felt the world over, but less appreciated perhaps in this island than in any other part of the civilized world. Cheltenham is much improved since you saw it. It is too gay for me. I still like my rustic haunt, Old Berkeley, best, where we are all going in about a fortnight. Edward is growing tall, and has long looked over my head. Catherine, now 11 years old, is a promising girl, and Robert, 8 years old, is just a chip off the old block. In July 1806, Lord Henry Petty, who had succeeded Mr. Pitt as Chancellor of the Exchequer, carried a motion in the Commons that the Royal College of Physicians should be requested to inquire into the progress of vaccine inoculation. The college made an inquiry, giving the fullest scope to the opponents of vaccination, and finally reported that, considering the number, respectability, disinterestedness, and extensive experience of its advocates, compared with the feeble and imperfect testimonies of its few opposers, the value of the practice seemed established as firmly as possible. In July 1807, the subject was again debated in Parliament, and a proposal to grant £10,000 was rejected in favor of one moved by Mr. Edward Morris that £20,000 be granted to Dr. Jenner. The European inhabitants of India were from the first among the most earnest in recognizing Jenner's merits, and afforded him in many ways practical testimonies of their gratitude. About £4,000 were transmitted to him from Calcutta in 1806 and following years, from Bombay £2,000, and from Madras nearly £1,400. The effects of incessant labors were beginning seriously to tell on Jenner's health, when, in 1810, he lost his eldest son from consumption in his 21st year. This event preyed much on his mind, and left him in a state occasioning great anxiety to his friends. In the same year, he lost his firm friend the Earl of Berkeley, and his beloved sister Mrs. Black. Under these troubles he felt the more acutely the calumnious attacks to which he was constantly subjected. Dr. Parry of Bath, writing to him about this time, says, "For heaven's sake, think no more of these wasps, who hum and buzz about you, and whom your indifference and silence will freeze into utter oblivion. Let me again entreat you not to give them one moment's consideration. Opus exegesti ere perennius. The great business is accomplished, and the blessing is ready for those who choose to avail themselves of it, and with regard to those who reject it, the evil will be on their own heads." In 1811 occurred the first well-authenticated case of smallpox in a boy vaccinated by Jenner, the Honorable Robert Grosvenor. The disease became severe and threatened death, when all at once the later stages were passed through rapidly, and a good recovery was made. Other vaccinated children in this family were exposed to the contagion and did not suffer. There seemed every reason, as Jenner explained, to ascribe the failure of protection in the first case to a peculiarity of constitution which would probably have exposed the patient to a second attack of smallpox. In fact, Dr. Jenner had vaccinated the child when in weak health at a month old. Lady Grosvenor was timid and prevailed on him, contrary to his usual practice, to make one puncture only, and the pustule that resulted was deranged in its progress by being rubbed by the nurse. Nevertheless, the case created much alarm and excitement, and greatly exhilarated the anti-vaccinists. Jenner's simple answer was to admit the fact, alleging that if 10, 50, or 100 such events should occur, they would be balanced 100 times over by cases of second attacks of smallpox. I have ever considered the variolous and the vaccine radically and essentially the same. as the inoculation of the former has been known to fail in instances so numerous. It would be very extraordinary if the latter should always be exempt from failure. It would tend to invalidate my early doctrine on this point. A letter of Jenner to Dr. Barron on this subject exhibits perhaps the utmost degree of irritation that he showed. "The town is a fool, an idiot," he remarks, "and will continue in this red-hot hissing state about this affair, till something else starts up to draw aside its attention. I am determined to lock up my brains and think no more, pro bono publico. It is my intention to collect all the cases I can of smallpox, after supposed security from that disease." In 1813, the degree of M.D. was voted to Jenner by the University of Oxford. It was expected that the London College of Physicians would have followed suit by admitting him to membership, but they exacted a full examination, which Jenner, at his age and with his reputation, could not be expected to submit to. In the summer of 1814, Jenner visited London for the last time, being presented to the Tsar, and having numerous interviews with his sister, the Grand Duchess of Oldenburg. On the 13th September 1815, Mrs. Jenner died, a calamity which most deeply afflicted Dr. Jenner and seemed to mark his retirement from active public life. It is much to be regretted that he did not live to complete and publish his own final account and matured convictions as to the suitable conditions of vaccination and the modifications and imperfections to which it was liable. This engaged much of his attention in his later years, but his inquiries were interrupted by illness and by family affliction. His later years were made painful by extreme nervous sensitiveness, and he had several attacks which foreboded death by apoplexy, which ultimately occurred on 26 January 1823. He was buried at Berkeley by the side of his wife on 3rd February. Jenner's nature, says his biographer, was mild, unobtrusive, unambitious. The singleness of his heart and his genuine modesty graced and adorned his splendid reputation. Had those who opposed him known how little of selfishness, vanity, or pride entered into his composition, he made no answer to aspersions. All the friends who watched him longest and have seen most of his mind and of his conduct, with one voice declare that there was something about him which they never witnessed in any other man. The first things that a stranger would remark were the gentleness, the simplicity, the artlessness of his manner. There was a total absence of all ostentation or display, so much so that in the ordinary intercourse of society he appeared as a person who had no claims to notice. He was perfectly unreserved and free from all guile. He carried his heart and his mind so openly, so undisguisedly, that all might read them. You could not converse with him. You could not enter his house nor his study without seeing what sort of man dwelt there. The objects of his studies generally lay scattered around him, as he used often to say himself, seemingly in chaotic confusion. Fossils and other specimens of natural history, anatomical preparations, books, papers, letters, all presented themselves in strange disorder, but every article bore the impress of the genius that presided there. The fossils were marked by small pieces of paper pasted on them, having their names and the places where they were found inscribed in his own plain and distinct handwriting. He seemed to have no secrets of any kind, and notwithstanding a long experience with the world, he acted to the last as if all mankind were trustworthy and free from selfishness as himself. He had a working head, being never idle, and accumulated a great store of original observations. These treasures he imparted most generously and liberally. Indeed, his chief pleasure seemed to be in pouring out the ample riches of his mind to everyone who enjoyed his acquaintance. He had often reason to lament this unbounded confidence, but such ungrateful returns neither chilled his ardor nor ruffled his temper. Such was the man to whom the world was indebted for vaccination. No court or metropolitan physician, no university student, but a country doctor, a man of science and of benevolence, whose name is undying. End of section 8. Section 9 of Eminent Doctors, Their Lives and Their Work, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Eminent Doctors, Their Lives and Their Work, Volume 1, by George Thomas Bettany. Sir ASTLEY Cooper and Abernethy, The Knife versus Regimen, Part 1. Few men have been more renowned in their day than the great Sir ASTLEY. ASTLEY Cooper was the grandson of a surgeon at Norwich. His father was a very estimable clergyman in Norfolk. His mother wrote novels of some repute, and was noted for her benevolence and unselfishness. ASTLEY, the fourth son of a numerous family, was born on August 23, 1768. His youth was marked by a succession of hairbreadth escapes and exploits, demanding coolness and audacity. He had no great taste for classics or literature in youth, or through life. As a youth, he had a handsome and expressive countenance, with much openness of manner and liveliness of conversation, so that he often charmed those who disapproved of his wild freaks. Like John Hunter, he had a free youth, and if unimproved, was likewise unspoiled by systematic training. Both the grandfather and the uncle of ASTLEY Cooper, the latter a lecturer at CAIUS, are credited with some share in exciting a surgical bias in the boy's mind. Visiting the Norwich Hospital one day and seeing a striking operation, he was strongly impressed with the utility of surgery. In 1784, a visit from his uncle, the London surgeon, led to the nephew being articled to him. But his progress here was limited, owing to the attraction which a free town life had for him at first. One day he was met by his uncle, disguised in the uniform of an officer, and the former recognizing his nephew, the latter denied all knowledge of him. The detection of this escapade was soon followed by his transfer as a pupil from his uncle to Mr. Klein, who then shared with Abernethy the next honors as surgeon to John Hunter. Under Klein, young Cooper imbibed the spirit of Hunter's teaching from one of his most enthusiastic pupils, for Klein's judgment about Hunter was that there seemed no comparison between his great mind and all who had preceded him. Sir ASTLEY Cooper, at a later period, thus depicts his old master. Mr. Klein was a man of excellent judgment, of great caution, of accurate knowledge, particularly taciturn abroad, yet open, friendly, and very conversationable at home. In surgery, cool, safe, judicious. In anatomy, sufficiently informed. In politics, a Democrat, living in friendship with Horne Tooke. In morals, thoroughly honest. In religion, a deist, a good husband, son, and father. As a friend, sincere but not active. As an enemy, most inveterate. Young Cooper was soon actively engaged in dissection, and his adventurous nature found scope in many a night expedition with the body snatchers or resurrectionists in their search for subjects. He spent one winter session, 1787-8, at Edinburgh, having already made considerable progress in anatomy and surgery. He greatly appreciated Cullen, Black, and Fife. Having returned from Edinburgh, he attended John Hunter and other celebrated lecturers, and in 1789, being only 21, he was appointed demonstrator at St. Thomas's. 2 years later, Mr. Klein obtained for him the joint lectureship with himself in anatomy and surgery. In December 1791, he married Miss Anne Clark. The wedding was perfectly quiet, owing to the recent death of the lady's father, and on the evening of the same day, ASTLEY Cooper lectured on surgery with his usual composure, without any of his pupils becoming aware of his marriage. In June 1792, the young surgeon and his bride visited Paris, and were there during the 3 terrible months which followed. Cooper spent much time in studying Parisian methods of surgery and in attending the debates of the National Assembly. His safety was secured by a democratic badge and by friendship with leading revolutionists in England and whom Klein adhered. In addition to his income from his hospital lectures, Mr. Cooper came into possession by his marriage of a fortune of £14,000, so that he was at once placed beyond any pecuniary anxiety. He consequently was enabled to devote himself mainly to study and teaching. He went to the hospital before breakfast to dissect for lecture, and he also demonstrated to students before the lecture hour. He injected their subjects, lectured from 2 till 3:30, and 3 evenings a week lectured on surgery. Further, he persevered in visiting the interesting cases in the hospital and making notes of them. His lectures on surgery, which he was the first in the borough hospitals to separate from anatomy and physiology, were not at the beginning a conspicuous success. He found that he had been too theoretical, but soon changed his plan and selected cases in the hospital as the basis of his lectures. From this moment, his class increased and became interested. He himself acquired a facility in recalling cases and circumstances illustrative of the disease under consideration, which greatly added to the attractiveness of his style. The fact is, he was not the intellectual successor of John Hunter, and could not succeed by similar methods. Yet the influence of Hunter upon him was unmixedly beneficial. He had the wit to perceive that Hunter was not an imaginative speculator, and anyone who believed in him a blockhead and a black sheep in the profession. The improved lectures on surgery attracted twice as many entries in 1793 as in 1792, and Mr. Cooper was besides selected as lecturer on anatomy at the College of Surgeons. A chief part of his duties in this latter capacity was to lecture on and dissect the bodies of executed criminals. The lectures were most successfully given to crowded audiences. In 1797, the now rising surgeon removed from his early residence in Jeffrey Square, St. Mary Axe, to 12 St. Mary Axe, long occupied by Mr. Klein, who now moved westward. In the next year he had a severe accident, being thrown from his horse on his head, and his life was in considerable danger for some time. The extent of Mr. Klein's consolatory sympathy, when Cooper was lamenting the risk to his life because of its interference with some professional inquiry likely to be of public benefit, was thus expressed: "Make yourself quite easy, my friend. The result of your disorder, whether fatal or otherwise, will not be thought of the least consequence by mankind." An early pupil, Dr. William Roots, however, gives a very different account of Cooper's consequence to mankind. From the period of Astley's appointment to Guy's until the moment of his latest breath, he was everything and all to the suffering and afflicted. His name was a host, but his presence brought confidence and comfort, and I have often observed that on an operating day, should anything occur of an untoward character in the theater, the moment Astley Cooper entered, an instrument was in his hand, every difficulty was overcome, and safety generally ensued. No doubt references here made to the fact recorded by Sir Astley himself as follows: "I was always of opinion that Mr. Klein and I gained more reputation at the hospitals by assisting our colleagues than by our own operations, for they were always in scrapes, and we were obliged to help them out of them." Mr. Travers, who became Astley Cooper's articled pupil in 1800, says at that time he was the handsomest, most intelligent-looking, and finely formed man he ever saw. According to the custom of his time, he wore his hair powdered with a queue and had always a glow of color in his cheeks. In his daily ride he wore a blue coat and yellow buckskin breeches and top boots. He was remarkably upright and moved with grace, vigor, and elasticity, and would not unfrequently throw his well-shaped leg upon the table at a lecture to illustrate some injury or operation on the lower extremity. Cheerfulness of temper amounting to vivacity and a relish for the ludicrous never deserted him, and his chuckling laugh scarce smothered while he told his story. His mirthful look and manner and his punning habit were well known. His personal habits were very simple. He drank water at dinner and took 2 glasses of port after. A good digestion never forsook him. As he said, he could digest anything but sawdust. He was remarkable for requiring little amusement or company beyond what he found in his professional pursuits, and he read comparatively little medical literature. It has often been alleged that ASTLEY Cooper was somewhat unfeeling in nature, and it must be admitted that he had not a deep sympathy with bodily pain, for his own insusceptibility was equaled by his physical endurance. Yet he always sympathized deeply with mental suffering, and Mr. Travis, who saw him read a posthumous letter from a favorite pupil who had committed suicide, relates that his utterance was choked with sobs, and he wept as for the loss of an only child. That his affection was not restricted to his own immediate family is shown by the fact that on the deeply regretted death of his little daughter, he adopted into his family a little girl who was no relative, but whose mother died early, and subsequently he himself brought from Yarmouth in the coach, a 24-hours journey, his little nephew, Astley, then 2 years old, who subsequently became his successor in the baronetcy. More widely known than the nephew during Sir Astley's life was his servant, Charles Osbaldiston, a name which in practice softened down into Balderson. He was keenly alive to his master's interest, and had much tact and disposition for maneuver. He boasted that in 26 years he never lost a patient for his master whom it was possible to retain. Wherever Mr. Cooper was, Charles would start after him, if urgently required, and at any cost the post horses track him out and bring him triumphantly to the fore. Mr. Cooper, in his earlier years, when anatomy formed a great part of his work, was of necessity largely concerned with the resurrectionists, and was one of the main supporters, it may be equally conceded, of their practices, the details of which he was not unfrequently made acquainted with. But the state of the law, which almost made it impossible to gain possession of subjects for dissection legally, must be accepted as the apology for much that would now as then be regarded as shocking. It cannot be strictly germane to Sir Astley Cooper's life to describe the procedure of the body snatchers, as Mr. Bransby Cooper has done. But it may be remarked that on occasions when public notice was threatened, Astley Cooper took prompt steps to obviate injurious publicity of his name. For a time, the men of ill fame reigned supreme, exacting almost what prices they chose. If any demur was made, they stopped the supplies, and then the medical students became angry, held indignation meetings, sent deputations to their teachers, sometimes asserting that their lecturers were not as active or as liberal as those of some rival school, and threatening to leave en masse. Thus the lecturers were in a manner forced to pay more for their subjects than they could receive from their pupils for dissecting them. Another disagreeable consequence was that when the regular resurrectionists got into trouble, the surgeons had to make great exertions in their behalf, and often advance large sums to defend them, or to keep them and their families during imprisonment. Sir Astley Cooper spent hundreds of pounds in this way. One of his accounts included £14 7 shillings for half the expenses of going down and bailing Vaughan at Yarmouth, £13 for Vaughan's support during 26 weeks' imprisonment, £50 8 shillings for 4 subjects, paid to Murphy, and 6 guineas, finishing money, to 3 men, et douceur, at the end of a session. The high prices paid led some people to offer their bodies before death, but of course this was illegal. Sir Astley's brief answer to one offer from a third party asking to know the truth was, The truth is that you deserve to be hanged for making such an unfeeling offer. But under other circumstances, when the obtaining of the corpse of a person who had died after an operation interesting to the surgeon was in question, Sir Astley paid large sums and was thus enabled to add many valuable specimens of surgical results to his museum. Thus his accounts for 1820 show the following entries in regard to obtaining the body of a man on whom he had operated 24 years before. Coach for 2 there and back, £3, 12 shillings. Guards and coachman, 6 shillings. Expenses for 2 days, £1, 14 shillings, 6 pence. Carriage of subject and porter, 12 shillings, 6 pence. Subject, £7, 7 shillings. Total, £13, 12 shillings. The subject was to be obtained, we read, cost what it may. It is no wonder, then, that of Sir Astley it might be said that no man knew so much of the habits, the crimes, and the few good qualities of the resurrectionist. He could obtain any subject he pleased, however guarded, and indeed offered to do so. No one could go further than he did before a committee of the House of Commons, to whom he plainly avowed, "There is no person, let his situation in life be what it may, whom, if I were disposed to dissect, I could not obtain. The law only enhances the price, and does not prevent the exhumation." At last, the dreadful disclosures about the practices of burking in Edinburgh in 1829 led to the passing of the Anatomy Act, legalizing dissection under proper regulations. Nor were human bodies the only ones laid under contribution by Astley Cooper. When animals were wanted for some physiological illustration or investigation, his man Charles could always procure them, and he had at one time as many as 30 dogs, besides other animals, shut up in the hayloft. Half a crown apiece was paid by Charles on receipt of the dogs, however obtained, and no doubt dog stealing was one source. The menagerie at the Tower was to Mr. Cooper, as it had been to John Hunter, a considerable resource for specimens for dissection. In 1801, an enormous elephant came under his knife, and being too unwieldy to be got into the dissecting room, it had to be cut up in the courtyard, where, assisted by several students, Mr. Cooper gave himself no rest till all the interesting parts were preserved and deposited in St. Thomas's Museum. Bird stuffers, fishmongers, and poultry merchants were also among the sources of supply for his unwearying knife. To Astley Cooper, as to most men who rise to eminence, remunerative practice came but slowly. "My receipt," says he, "for the first year was £5, 5 shillings, the second £26, the third £54, the fourth £96, the fifth £100, the sixth £200, the seventh £400, the eighth £610, the ninth, the year in which he was appointed surgeon to the hospital, £1,100. This was in 1800, when his uncle William Cooper resigned the surgeoncy. It might have been supposed that the uncle would favor his nephew's succession in every way possible, but he rather supported Mr. Morris, the strongest competitor, for the rising star made the elder jealous of his brilliancy, and moreover always regarded Klein at St. Thomas's as his uncle's superior. Thus Astley Cooper's success was by no means certain, as his political associations with Horne-Tooke and Thewall were strenuously alleged against him. But Astley, ever preferring success to politics, resolved on giving up the letter and on being neutral for the future, at any rate as to all open proceedings. This resolve secured his appointment by Mr. Harrison, the well-known treasurer of GREGORYS, who, with Sir Astley, shares the highest credit in the establishment of its medical school. He now absented himself from Mr. Klein's political parties, and always advised young surgeons not to attach themselves to particular parties, as their duties must extend to persons of all views. He also, to leave no stone unturned, personally canvassed each of the 72 governors. In 1800, Astley made his first communication to the Royal Society on the effects of destruction of the tympanic membrane of the ear. He had found that considerable openings might be made in the membrane without impairing the hearing power. He consequently applied this operation to certain kinds of deafness resulting from disease or obstruction in the eustachian tube, and in 1801 sent in another paper detailing the results of 20 cases. Although his success in restoring lost hearing was much less than he had anticipated, the operation has since been frequently performed, and the Royal Society in 1802 awarded him the Copley Medal for these papers. In the same year, he was elected FRS. Astley Cooper's activities were at this time strongly directed towards the improvement of his profession by intercourse and discussion at societies, of several of which he was the life and soul. The Physical Society at Guy's Hospital afforded his earliest opportunity of this kind, and long retained his active interest. During his short stay at Edinburgh, his predominance was so evident that he was chosen president of a society to protect students' rights against usurpations by the professors. Here also he joined a speculative society and read a paper in favor of the Berkeleyan theory of matter. One of the debates which he opened was on the subject, is man a free agent? He would have been a president of the Royal Medical Society at Edinburgh had he returned for a second winter. So much did he distinguish himself in debate. At a later period, the strength of his association with Edinburgh was attested by his forming the Edinburgh Club in London for former Edinburgh medical students. The most important society, however, with the foundation of which he was connected, was the Royal Medical Chirurgical Society, which originated in a secession from the Medical Society of London. Dr. Yellowly, who was intimately connected with the new foundation, says of Mr. Cooper at this time, "I never saw anyone more open-hearted as a companion, more unreserved in his remarks, with always a large store of information at his command, and who was at the same time more kindly disposed, and abounding in all sorts of material for the gratification of those with whom he associated. He was not a reading man, but he contrived to get the most valuable information of every description, whether professional or general, and always to use it in the best, the most attractive, and the readiest way. The treasurer of the society was Astley Cooper, and he rendered essential service. The earliest volume of its Transactions, published in 1809, contained a paper recording his first operation for the relief of aneurysm of the carotid artery by tying it below the aneurysm, a method now established, but he had previously published Part 1 in 1804, Part 2 in 1807, a work which largely contributed to his reputation, namely on hernia or rupture. A second edition was published in 1827. The anatomical structures concerned were excellently expounded and illustrated, and the experience gained in frequently and successfully operating in cases of this disease gave Mr. Cooper a position of the highest authority. As so often happens to medical men, his attention was especially called to this disease from the fact that he had been subject to it from early life. The anatomical study he undertook in order to perfect his knowledge of this matter was immense. "I have related no case," he says, "and given no remark, for the truth of which I cannot vouch. When his pupils showed him some interesting appearance in a dissection, he would say, 'That is the way, sir, to learn your profession. Look for yourself. Never mind what other people may say. No opinion or theories can interfere with information derived from dissection.' The expense of the illustrations to this work was so great that Mr. Cooper was loser of £1,000 by it when every copy had been sold. In 1806, Mr. Cooper left St. Mary Axe to occupy the house in New Broad Street, which for 9 years was crowded by his patients, during the most remunerative years of his life. In those years he rose at 6, dissected privately till 8, and from 8:30 saw large numbers of gratuitous patients. At breakfast, he ate only 2 well-buttered hot rolls, drank his tea, cool, at a draught, read his paper a few minutes, and then was off to his consulting room, turning round with a sweet, benign smile as he left the room. Patients crowded his rooms and besieged Charles, using manifold devices to get the earliest interview possible. At 1 o'clock, he would scarcely see another patient, even if the house was full, but if detained half an hour later, would fly into a rage, abuse Charles, and jump into his carriage, leaving Charles to appease the disappointed patients. Sometimes the people in the hall and anteroom were so importunate that Mr. Cooper was driven to escape through his stables and into a passage by Bishopsgate Church. At Guy's, he was awaited by a crowd of pupils on the steps, and at once went into the wards, addressing the patients with such tenderness of voice and expression that he at once gained their confidence. His few pertinent questions and quick diagnosis were of themselves remarkable, no less than the judicious, calm manner in which he enforced the necessity for operations when required. At 2, the pupils would suddenly leave the ward, run across the street to the Old St. Thomas's Hospital, and seat themselves in the anatomical theater. After the lecture, which was often so crowded that men stood in the gangways and passages near to gain such portions of his lecture as they might fortunately pick up, he went round the dissecting room and afterwards left the hospital to visit patients or to operate privately, returning home at 6:30 or 7. Every spare minute in his carriage was occupied with dictating to his assistants notes or remarks on cases or other subjects on which he was engaged. At dinner, he ate rapidly and not very elegantly, talking and joking. After dinner, he slept for 10 minutes at will, and then started to his surgical lecture, if it were a lecture night. In the evening, he was usually again on a round of visits till midnight. Dr. Pettigrew, in his medical portrait gallery, thus vividly describes the overpowering influence Sir Astley had upon his pupils. I can never forget the enthusiasm with which he entered upon the performance of any duty calculated to abridge human suffering. This enthusiasm, by the generosity of his character, his familiar manner, and the excellence of his temper, he imparted to all around him, and the extent of the obligations of the present and of after ages to Sir Astley Cooper is thus forming able and spirited surgeons, can never be accurately estimated. He was the idol of the Borough School. The pupils followed him in troops, and, like Linnaeus, who has been described as proceeding upon his botanical excursions, accompanied by hundreds of students, so may Sir Astley be depicted traversing the wards of the hospital with an equal number of pupils, listening with almost breathless anxiety to catch the observations which fell from his lips. But on the days of operation, this feeling was wound up to the highest pitch. The sight was altogether deeply interesting. The large theater of Guy's crowded to the ceiling, the profound silence obtained upon his entry, that person so manly and so truly imposing, and the awful feeling connected with the occasion, can never be forgotten by any of his pupils. The elegance of his operation, without the slightest affectation, all ease, all kindness to the patients, and equally solicitous that nothing should be hidden from the observation of the pupils. Rapid in execution, masterly in manner, no hurry, no disorder, the most trifling minutiae attended to, the dressings generally applied by his own hand, the light and elegant manner in which Sir Astley employed his various instruments always astonished me, and I could not refrain from making some remarks upon it to my late master, Mr. Chandler, one of the surgeons to St. Thomas's Hospital. I observed to him that Sir Astley's operations appeared like the graceful efforts of an artist in making a drawing. Mr. C. replied, "Sir, it is of no consequence what instrument Mr. Cooper uses. They were all alike to him, and I verily believe he could operate as easily with an oyster knife as the best bit of cutlery in laundry shop. There was great truth in this observation. Sir Astley was, at that time, decidedly one of the first operators of the day, and this must be taken in its widest sense, for it is intended to include the planning of the operation, the precision and dexterity in the mode of its performance, and the readiness with which all difficulties were met and overcome. Mr. Cooper, notwithstanding his persevering industry in dissection, would not have found time to acquire all the knowledge he did, but for employing several assistants either to dissect the specimens he obtained for operations, or from post-mortem examinations, or as artists and modelers, amanuenses, etc. He was very peremptory in his orders to his assistants to obtain for him any specimen he required, and would not listen to suggestions of difficulties. So and so must be done, he said, and his tone did not admit of the possibility of failure. Thus he accumulated the large collection of morbid specimens, which he contributed to St. Thomas's Hospital, at a time when such collections were pooh-poohed, and so little regarded, that he could readily obtain any specimen he desired, which was at the disposal of his colleagues. With regard to his proceedings, in these matters, the utmost secrecy was observed, entrance to his private dissecting rooms being jealously restricted to himself and his paid assistants. When it was difficult to obtain leave to make a post-mortem examination in private practice, he would spend a long time in arguing most strenuously upon the matter with the relatives, pointing out the reasons which rendered it desirable in the interests of science. His only child was examined by his express wish by a friend, and he left strict injunctions and directions for the post-mortem on his own body. In very few cases was his determination ever frustrated. Astley Cooper reached his zenith in Broad Street. In 1 year his income reached £21,000. For many years it was £15,000. One merchant prince paid him £600 a year. The story of another, who tossed him a cheque for 1,000 guineas in his nightcap after a successful operation for stone, is well known. Many of his patients wrote a cheque for their fee when they consulted him, and never made it less than 5 guineas. It is amusing contrast with his reputation as a surgeon and operator, the extremely limited pharmacopoeia to which he trusted. "Give me," he would say, "opium, tartarized antimony, sulfate of magnesia, calomel, and bark, and I would ask for little else." And from 5 or 6 formulae, he gave his poorer patients a constant stock of medicine. Mr. Cooper was appointed professor of comparative anatomy at the Royal College of Surgeons in 1813, being the first appointment after Sir Everard Home retired. He lectured during only 2 seasons in 1814 and 1815. Not being deeply read in his subject, he resolved to see what industry could do, and restricted himself to 3 or 4 hours' sleep, that he might gain additional time for the dissection of animals. He also employed several assistants to dissect for him, and the result was that his specimens came by coach-loads to each lecture. Mr. Clift remarks of one lecture, "This was an overpowering discourse, and highly perfumed, the preparations being chiefly recent and half-dried and varnished. His lectures were very successful, though he would have preferred lecturing on surgery, which was allotted to Abernethy. In the year last mentioned, he resigned his professorship and also moved to New Street, West, hoping thereby to diminish the fatigue occasioned by the numerous visits which he had to pay westward. In the following May, he signaled his skill by a celebrated operation of tying the aorta or principal artery of the body for aneurysm, in a case in which life was in the extremest peril. The ease with which he prepared for the operation, and the masterly skill and success with which he completed it, without the aid of chloroform, be it remembered, excited admiration throughout the profession. Who could best judge of the difficulties which had to be overcome? The patient died of incurable disease, but the success of the operation was undoubted. End of section 9. Section 10 of Eminent Doctors, Their Lives and Their Work, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Eminent Doctors, Their Lives and Their Work, Volume 1, by George Thomas Bettany. Sir Astley Cooper and Abernethy, The Knife versus Regimen, Part 2. After having some years attended Lord Liverpool, Mr. Cooper was in 1820 called in to George IV, who afterwards insisted on his performing a small operation upon him, although he then held no court appointment. He was very reluctant, fearing erysipelas, and only at length yielded to command. His success in this was followed by the conferment of a baronetcy, which was hailed with acclamation by all his friends, both professional and public. In 1822, Sir Astley first became an examiner at the College of Surgeons. In this capacity, he was very conscientious and considerate, never asking catch questions or making abstract inquiries, but invariably dwelling upon practical matters, and putting his questions in simple and straightforward language. In the same year appeared perhaps his most important work, that on dislocations and fractures of the joints, and as was his fixed principle, he published it at a price just sufficient to cover the cost of the letterpress and engravings. In January 1825, Sir Astley resigned his lectureship at St. Thomas's, owing to the impairment of his health. Mr. Key had previously been delivering part of his surgical course, and his nephew Bransby Cooper had undertaken the anatomical lectures, and Sir Astley was determined to secure their succession to his appointments. He had only resigned in the firm conviction that this was generally agreed upon. His astonishment may be imagined when he learned that Mr. South had been appointed anatomical lecturer. Sir Astley, desiring to withdraw his resignation, was informed that it was too late. Mr. Harrison, however, the then spirited treasurer at GREGORYS, came to the rescue and offered to establish a school of medicine at GREGORYS, totally independent of St. Thomas's, and to appoint Mr. Key and Mr. Bransby Cooper to the chairs of surgery and anatomy. This was at once agreed to, and a lecture theater and other premises hastily built during the summer, so that the new school of GREGORYS was opened in the succeeding October. A large proportion of the old pupils of the United Schools of St. Thomas and GREGORYS entered at GREGORYS, and a considerable number of new pupils coming up. The now famous school was prosperously floated. Sir Astley did not lecture much for the new school, though he gave a few occasional lectures on anatomy and surgery, which of course were crowded to excess. He now became consulting surgeon to GREGORYS, and evidenced his zeal by commencing the formation of a museum like that which he had already deposited at St. Thomas's, and which he would have removed thence had it been in his power. In 1827 he was elected president of the College of Surgeons. By this time, Sir Astley had adopted the habit of spending as much of his time as possible on his estate at Gadesbridge, near Hemel Hempstead. Here he became a rural character, shooting and making shoot, with eagerness and joviality. Lady Cooper, having lost her adopted daughter, Mrs. Parmenter, and having had no second child, could not endure living in London. In 1825, Sir Astley took his home farm upon his hands and kept it in consummate order. At considerable expense, it must be owned. He was always either experimenting or trying to carry out some new plan he had heard of or observed. He again and again became violently angry as he grew older, when he found that his ideal farm only produced substantial loss, and used repeatedly to vow he would never allow such passion to overcome him again. One of his experiments in farming was the purchase of lame or ill-fed horses at Smithfield, at from £5 to £7 apiece, feeding and doctoring them himself at Gatesbridge, and turning them into much better animals. He sometimes made a good profit in this way, and for years drove in his own carriage horses that had only cost him £12.10. If they were past cure, he would experiment upon them, according to what investigation he might have in progress at the time. Lady Cooper's death in June 1827 was a heavy blow to Sir Astley, and he was so much affected by it that he resolved to retire altogether from practice. Before the end of the year, however, he found the ennui of a retirement unsupportable, and returned to town in full practice again. He was married a second time to Miss C. Jones in July 1828. The same year he was appointed Sergeant Surgeon to the King, an appointment in which he was continued at William IV's accession. Having no lectures, he still dissected, and occupied himself largely with completing his various works for the press. His illustrations of diseases of the breast appeared in 1829, and was followed by Diseases of the Testis, 1830, The Anatomy of the Thymus Gland, 1832. He was, for a second time, President of the Royal College of Surgeons in 1836. In his old age, even when traveling about, Sir Astley never lost his passion for dissecting, and always visited every hospital and surgeon of note on his travels. He never liked staying more than a few days in one place. He soon began to pine after his accustomed pursuits. On several occasions, when detained longer than he liked in one place, he would get up early and leave by coach for London, without giving any warning of his intention. On a visit which he made to Edinburgh in 1837, the freedom of the city was conferred upon him, and the honorary LL.D. He had previously been made D.C.L. of Oxford. He continued his anatomical and surgical investigations to the last, publishing a splendid book on the anatomy of the breast in 1840, preliminary to a complete account of the diseases to which it is liable, which was never completed. He died on the 12th of October, 1841, in the 73rd year of his age, at Conduit Street, where he had practiced latterly. He was buried, by his own particular request, beneath the chapel at Guy's Hospital. A statue of him by Beeley was erected, chiefly by the members of the medical profession, in St. Paul's Cathedral, near the southern entrance. An admirable portrait of him by Sir Thomas Lawrence exists. Sir Astley's name is commemorated by the triennial prize essay of £300 for the best original prize essay on a professional subject, to be adjudicated by the physicians and surgeons of Guy's, who may not themselves compete. A criticism on Sir Astley during his life accorded to him a great share in establishing pure induction as the only sure means of just diagnosis, and in introducing a simplicity of treatment in accordance with the processes of nature. Before his time, operations were too often frightful alternatives or hazardous compromises. He always made them follow, as it were, in the natural course of treatment, and he succeeded in a great degree in divesting them of their terrors by performing them unostentatiously, confidently, and cheerfully. He stated an opinion in fact to the Committee on Medical Education, which might well have been borne in mind by some examiners since that day. Whenever a man is too old to study, he is too old to be an examiner, and if I laid my head upon my pillow at night without having dissected something in the day, I should think I had lost that day. Sir Astley left among his private papers an estimate of himself, written in the third person, which is worth quoting. Sir Astley Cooper was a good anatomist, but never was a good operator where delicacy was required. He felt too much before he began ever to make a perfect operator. Quickness of perception was his forte. for he saw the nature of disease in an instant, and often gave offense by pouncing at once upon his opinion. The same faculty made his prognosis good. He was a good anatomist of morbid as well as of natural structure. He had an excellent and useful memory. In judgment, he was very inferior to Mr. Klein in all the affairs of life. His imagination was vivid, and always ready to run away with him if he did not control it. His principle in practice was never to suffer any who consulted him to quit him without giving them satisfaction on the nature and proper treatment of their case. Finally, he says, but is fitting close to this narrative of his career, my own success depended upon my zeal and industry, but for this I take no credit, as it was given to me from above. Another pupil of John Hunter, a man of very different mold, in several respects more akin to the master than Sir Astley, now claims our attention. Unlike many of the great men whose achievements we have recorded, John Abernethy was born in London, in the parish of St. Stephen's, Coleman Street, on the 3rd of April, 1764. He was the second son of John Abernethy, merchant, descended from an Irish-Scotch family, which had furnished more than one noted man to the Protestant dissenting ministry in Ireland. While very young, he was sent to the Wolverhampton Grammar School under Dr. Robertson. Here he was reputed studious and clever, but was evidently passionate as well as humorous. The severe discipline common at that time does not seem to have worked very well with Abernethy, for he came out of it more excitable and impatient than he had been previously. School days were over at 14, however, and at 15 the youth was apprenticed to Mr., afterwards Sir Charles, Blick, his father's neighbor in Mildred's Court, one of the surgeons to St. Bartholomew's Hospital. His own desire was to enter the legal profession, in which his fine memory would have rendered him important service. But his father did not agree with this choice, and the medical profession was selected. His master was an empiric, but Abernethy early determined to get to the bottom of things as far as possible, and engaged in investigations on his own account. The bent of his mind towards treatment by diet is shown by the following statement. When I was a boy, he said, I half ruined myself in buying oranges and other things to ascertain the effects of different kinds of diet in this disease of the kidney. Abernethy's interest in anatomy and surgery was first effectively stimulated by Sir William Blizzard, who lectured at the London Hospital, and he warmly acknowledged this in his introductory lecture at the College of Surgeons in 1814, when he succeeded Sir William as professor. He was soon elected to dissect for Sir William's lectures. He delivered much benefit from Pott's surgical lectures at St. Bartholomew's and from Dr. Marshall's lectures in Holborn, but was most powerfully influenced by John Hunter, who noted him among his most intelligent pupils. The opportunity of becoming an assistant surgeon, being reserved to apprentices of the surgeons to St. Bartholomew's, came early to Abernethy, where his master's promotion to the surgeoncy led to his election as assistant surgeon in July 15, 1787, when only 23 years old, by a majority of 53 to 29 votes. But he was under the necessity, owing to his seniors remaining so long in office, of continuing as assistant surgeon for the long period of 28 years. The young surgeon soon began to put his original powers in evidence by starting as a lecturer. Mr. Pott had for years given a course of lectures on surgery, but no other lectures had been delivered, and the medical school of St. Bartholomew's must be regarded as owing its establishment to Abernethy. To be the life and soul of a new school is enough for any man in his maturest years. It was more than enough for Abernethy, beginning at 23, when everything was new and precedents were few, and when his own faculties and studies still lacked much. To this we must largely attribute the worn-out look which began to settle upon his face from the age of 50. He was not content in his lecturing with any dry and orderly narration, but combined with his descriptive account the purposes of a structure, the diseases and accidents to which it is liable, and illustrations from comparative anatomy. He for a long time included in his courses at once anatomy, physiology, pathology, and surgery. At the same time, he kept up his attendance on John Hunter's lectures and diligently studied in the wards of the hospital. His industry at this period was such that he rose at 4 and sometimes went into the country that he might read with less interruption. It may seem strange in connection with the well-known brusqueness of his manner to read that he had an unconquerable shyness in his early years of lecturing, which often made him retire from the theater to regain his composure before being able to commence his lecture. But this shyness is often a concomitant of real talent and originality before it has found means to display itself effectively. And brusqueness is in not a few instances the cloak of timidity. When his dramatic instincts had led him into his true path, he soon gained in ease, and his classes increased so rapidly that in 1790, the governors of St. Bartholomew's resolved to build him a theater, which was opened in October 1791. Abernethy's style in lecturing is described by those who heard him as unique both in communicating his ideas and in interesting his pupils. When his style had fully developed, it was spoken of as Abernethy at home. His mode of entering the lecture room, says Pettigrew, was often irresistibly droll. His hands buried deep in his breeches pockets, his body bent slouchingly forward, blowing or whistling, his eyes twinkling beneath their arches, and his lower jaw thrown considerably beneath the upper. Then he would cast himself into a chair, swing one of his legs over an arm of it, and commence his lecture in the most outré manner. The abruptness, however, never failed to command silence and rivet attention. The Count was wounded in the arm. The bullet had sunk deep into the flesh. It was, however, extracted, and he is now in a fair way of recovery. That will do very well for a novel, but it won't do for us, gentlemen. For Sir Ralph Abercrombie received a ball in the thick part of his thigh, and it buried itself deep, and it got among important parts, and it couldn't be felt. But the surgeons, nothing daunted, groped and groped and groped, and Sir Ralph died. Thus he would introduce an admirable discourse on gunshot wounds, reprobating in the strongest language the perilous and painful practice of making prolonged searches for bullets in important organs. He always illustrated his subject by telling anecdotes, frequently of a side-splitting character, and so compelled his pupils to remember his doctrines. His mental abstraction was not unfrequently manifested strikingly in the lecture theater. On one occasion it is related of him that at an introductory lecture at St. Bartholomew's, where he had been received, as usual, with great applause, he appeared utterly indifferent to it, but quietly casting his eyes over the assemblage, burst forth in a tone of deep feeling, "God help you all! What is to become of you?" His dramatic power was much employed in imitating his patient's peculiarities, with a mixture of the serious and the humorous, which was most effective. Many of his stories were most apt in their bearing on some important fact or principle. One of these we may be allowed to quote from Macklewain. There is no saying too much on the importance of recollecting the course of large arteries, but I will tell you a case. There was an officer in the Navy, and as brave a fellow as ever stepped, who, in a sea fight, received a severe wound in the shoulder, which opened his axillary artery. He lost a large quantity of blood, but the wound was staunched for the moment, and he was taken below. As he was an officer, the surgeon, who saw he was wounded severely, was about to attend to him, before a seaman who had been just brought down. But the officer, though evidently in great pain, said, "Attend to that man, sir, if you please. I can wait." Well, his turn came. The surgeon made up his mind that a large artery had been wounded, but as there was no bleeding, dressed the wound and went on with his business. The officer lay very faint and exhausted for some time, and at length began to rally again, when the bleeding returned. The surgeon was immediately called, and not knowing where to find the artery, or what else to do, told the officer he must amputate his arm at the shoulder joint. The officer at once calmly submitted to the additional but unnecessary suffering, and as the operator proceeded, asked if it would be long. The surgeon replied that it would be soon over. The officer rejoined, "Sir, I thank God for it," but he never spoke more. Amidst death-like stillness, Abernethy quietly concluded, "I hope you will never forget the course of the axillary artery." It has been, we believe, a somewhat general impression that Abernethy as a lecturer indulged in tricks or extraordinary gesticulations, but this is by no means correct. There was a method in every item of his procedure, and all he aimed at was to impress upon the students' minds in the most forcible and abiding way the ideas he wished to convey. He gained, it is said, the appearance of perfect ease without the slightest presumption, and had no offensive tricks. McIlvaine, who was his pupil at his best period, says, "The expression of his countenance was in the highest degree clear, penetrative, and intellectual, and his long but not neglected powdered hair, which covered both ears, gave altogether a philosophic calmness to his whole expression that was peculiarly pleasing." Then came a sort of little smile, which mantled over the whole face, and lighted it up with something which we cannot define, but which seemed a compound of mirth, archness, and benevolence. There was a sort of running metaphor in his language, which, aided by a certain quaintness of manner, made common things go very amusingly. Muscles which pursued the same course to a certain point were said to travel sociably together, and then to part company. Blood vessels and nerves had certain habits in their mode of distribution, contrasted in this way. Arteries were said to creep along the sides of or between muscles. Nerves, on the contrary, were represented as penetrating their substance without ceremony. He was particularly happy in a kind of coziness, of friendliness of manner, which seemed to identify him with his audience, as if we were all about to investigate something interesting together, and not as if we were going to be lectured at all. He spoke as if addressing each individual, and his discourse, like a happy portrait, always seemed to be looking you in the face. In consultation or in ordinary practice, Abernethy was only rough and hasty when something annoyed him. Towards his fellow practitioners who could give a reason for their opinions or their treatment, he was polite and even deferential. He never recommended interference with judicious plans of cure in order to gain éclat for himself, nor unless some important end were to be obtained. He was no party to concealments or deceptions being practiced on the friends of patients, and in many cases told the plainest of plain truths to patients themselves. "Pray, Mr. Abernethy, what is a cure for gout?" was the question of an indolent and luxurious citizen. "Live upon 6 pence a day and earn it," was the cogent reply. He is reported to have been consulted by the Duke of York, and to have stood before him, as usual, whistling, with his hands in his breeches pockets. The astonished Duke remonstrated. "I suppose you know who I am?" "Suppose I do," replied Abernethy. "What of that?" And he advised the Duke, in reference to his complaint, cut off the supplies, as the Duke of Wellington did in his campaigns, and the enemy will leave the citadel. A barrister came to Mr. Abernethy with a small ulcer on his leg, which had proved difficult to heal. Having heard much of his impatience and peculiar manners, he began to pull down his stockings as soon as he entered his consulting room. "Hello, hello! What the devil are you at?" exclaimed the surgeon. "I don't want to see your leg. That will do. Pull it up, put it up." The patient did so, but marked his displeasure by placing only a shilling upon the table when he left. "What is this?" asked Abernethy. "Oh," replied his patient, "that will do. Put it up, and coolly retired. It is said that Abernethy's impatience frequently arose from his anxiety to be at his hospital duties, and that instead of representing this in a proper manner, he would sometimes almost push patients from his door. Sir ASTLEY Cooper received many a fee from those who had acquitted Abernethy, or would not venture to encounter his rudeness. To his hospital patients, especially those who were in great distress, he was all kindness. Their gratitude was sometimes amusingly demonstrated. Mr. Stowe relates one example of this. It was on his first going through the wards after a visit to Bath, that, passing up between the rows of beds, with an immense crowd of pupils after him, myself among the rest, the apparition of a poor Irishman, with the scantiest shirt I ever saw, jumping out of bed and literally throwing himself on his knees at Abernethy's feet, presented itself. For some moments everybody was bewildered, but the poor fellow, with all his country's eloquence, poured out with such a torrent of thanks, prayers, and blessings, and made such pantomimic displays of his leg, that we were not long left in doubt. "That's the leg, Your Honor. Glory be to God. Your Honor's the boy to do it. May the heavens be your bed. Long life to Your Honor. To the devil with the spalpeens who said Your Honor would cut it off," etc. The man had come into the hospital about 3 months before, with diseased ankle, and it had been at once condemned to amputation. Something, however, induced Abernethy to try what rest and constitutional treatment would do for it, and with the happiest result. With some difficulty, the patient was got into bed, and Abernethy took the opportunity of giving us a clinical lecture about diseases and their constitutional treatment. And now commenced the fun. Every sentence Abernethy uttered, Pat confirmed. "Through Your Honor, devil a lie in it. His Honor's the great doctor entirely." Well, at the slightest allusion to his case, off went the bedclothes, and up went the leg, as if he were taking aim at the ceiling with it. "That's it, by Gora, and a blither leg than the villains that wanted to cut it off." This was soon after I went to London, and I was much struck with Abernethy's manner in the midst of the laughter. Stooping down to the patient, he said with much earnestness, "I am glad your leg is doing well, but never kneel, except to your Maker." Many of the stories in which Abernethy's name appears, many have been exaggerated, many are falsely connected with his name. Sometimes he would, instead of crushing a victim, become sufficiently the victim himself. A lady once said to him, "I had heard of your rudeness before, but I did not expect this." When he handed her his prescription, she asked, "What am I to do with this?" The rough reply was, "Anything you like. Put it in the fire, if you please." The lady took him at his word, laid down her fee, threw the prescription into the fire, and left the room. Nor could Abernethy persuade her to receive her fee again, or a fresh prescription. Notwithstanding all stories to his disadvantage, there is no doubt that Abernethy's intentions were most kind, and that he never took a fee from a patient who might possibly be unable to afford it comfortably. For these two reasons, his not unfrequent roughness and his leniency about fees, he certainly had a much smaller income than he might have secured. Yet his income was very considerable, but not carefully managed. One day, Calling to pay his wine merchant for a pipe of wine, he threw down a handful of notes and pieces of paper with fees. On being asked to wait till all was accurately counted, as some of the fees might be more than he thought. "Never mind," said he, "I can't stop. You have them as I took them," and hurried away. It is now time to refer to some of Abernethy's principal publications. In 1793, he published his first volume of surgical and physiological essays, including his celebrated essay on lumbar abscess, in which he details a simple and beautiful method of cure, which has since been largely followed. In the second volume of these essays, a paper on the functions of the skin details some careful experiments upon the air, in which the hand or foot had been confined for some time. He detected some carbonic acid in such air, and founded upon the experiments important views as to the necessity of keeping the skin cleansed and in healthy action. The third part of these essays, published in 1797, contained an important paper on injuries of the head, deprecating, among other things, all unnecessary interference, and so preventing many a fruitless operation. In 1806 appeared Abernethy's Surgical Observations, including an account of the disorders of health in general and of the digestive organs in particular, which accompany local diseases and obstruct their cure. Whenever he wished to impress upon a patient or a practitioner the importance of attending to the general health, and the stomach in particular, if some local disease was to be cured, he always referred to his book, so that his phrase, "read my book," was expected as a certainty. But it appeared sometimes as if he perceived disorder of the digestive organs in every case. A lady who had an affection outside the knee joint occasioned by a blow against the edge of a step went to Mr. Abernethy and was about to show the affected part when he rudely exclaimed, "I don't want to see your knee, ma'am. Allow me," and pressed his fist with force against her stomach. She, of course, cried out, and he, of course, attributed her disorder to her stomach. Nevertheless, she recovered without medicine by strictly local treatment of the knee under Dr. Pettigrew. In all Abernethy's writings there was manifested a lack of good arrangement which contrasts strikingly with his excellence as a lecturer. But in the latter capacity his audience was always before him, and he could see and test the suitability of his matter. Education had not furnished him with real literary training, and his aptness of expression and his wit do not appear to striking advantage in his written works. Abernethy was married on 9th January 1800 to Miss Anne Threlfall, whom he had met at a house to which he had been professionally called in. His courtship was brief. His proposals were made by letter. He characteristically deprecated too much dangling, gave the lady a fortnight to consider her reply, and was successful. Not for one day did he interrupt his hospital lectures. In 1815, after 28 years' tenure of the office of assistant surgeon, Abernethy became full surgeon on the retirement of his old master, Sir Charles Blick. He made the appointment the occasion for publishing a pamphlet on the evils attending the prolonged tenure of office by old surgeons. He himself had lectured for 28 years and been largely influential in filling the hospital with students, from whose hospital fees he received nothing whatever. About the time of his succession to the surgeoncy, he took a house at Enfield, to which he resorted on Saturdays, gladly quitting his own house in Bedford Row for a quiet country ride. In the summer, he would retire to Enfield on most evenings. This tended very much to the benefit of his fidgety nervous system. From early life, his heart had been particularly irritable, causing him frequent suffering. A wound which he accidentally gave himself in dissecting at one time caused him such a severe illness that it was 3 years before he had recovered from its effects, which appeared in very varied forms. It must be acknowledged, too, that he was not as moderate in eating as he exhorted his patients to be. He frequently was attacked by inflammatory sore throat, terminating in abscess. Abernethy resigned his professorship at the College of Surgeons in 1817 and was gratified by a resolution sent to him, thanking him for the distinguished energy and perspicuity which had characterized his lectures. This resignation, however, was not sufficient relief to his overstrained system, which was now often tormented with rheumatism. He took insufficient care of himself, would walk down from Bedford Road to the hospital in knee breeches and silk stockings when it was raining, without a thought of protecting himself from a drenching. With very cold feet, he would stand opposite one of the flue openings in the museum, and this, with other imprudences, gradually sapped his strength. At the age of 60, according to the plan he had suggested and strongly advocated, he resigned his appointment as surgeon, but the governors would not accept it. He was persuaded to remain in office some time longer, but finally resigned on July 24, 1827. The succeeding winter was the last in which he lectured, and in 1829 he gave up his examinership in the College of Surgeons. He had now become very lame, thin, and old-looking. His eye retained its expressiveness, but showed evidences of the continual pain he suffered. He died on the 20th April, 1831, quite worn out, but conscious to the last. He was buried in the parish church of Enfield. Thus early, like John Hunter, died one of his pupils who, in the words of the Duke of Sussex, at the anniversary meeting of the Royal Society in 1831, appears the most completely to have caught the bold and philosophical spirit of his great master. End of section 10.
Section 11 of Eminent Doctors, Their Lives and Their Work, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Matea Bracic. Eminent Doctors, Their Lives and Their Work, Volume 1, by George Thomas Bettany. Sir Charles Bell and the Functions of the Nervous System. It will have been gathered that scientific medicine and surgery were as yet scarcely in a condition to begin. After the discovery of the circulation of the blood, physiological research seemed to halt, waiting on anatomy. It now took an immense and decided leap forward. Charles Bell was descended from a family long settled in Glasgow, but his grandfather, becoming a minister of the Scotch Church, settled in Gladsmuir, Haddingtonshire, and died young. And his father, William Bell, born 1704, was a minister of the Scottish Episcopal Church in Edinburgh. Here he suffered from all the persecution inflicted on Episcopalians in Scotland after the Young Pretenders' Rising in 1745. Episcopal ministers were forbidden to officiate to more than 4 besides the family, and later an act was passed to forbid anyone in holy orders to officiate in a house of which he was not the master. William Bell's first wife dying in 1750, leaving no surviving children, he married in 1757 Margaret Morris, granddaughter of Bishop White, who became the mother of Robert Bell, author of the Scotch Law Dictionary, John Bell, the celebrated surgeon, George Joseph Bell, Professor of the Law of Scotland in the University of Edinburgh and author of the Commentaries on the Law of Scotland, and Sir Charles Bell. The father of these 4 eminent sons died in 1779, when Charles was but 5 years old. The straitened circumstances in which the family were left at the father's death resulted in knitting them closely together in their common struggle. The affection which existed through life between George Joseph Bell and Charles, 4 years younger, is one of the most delightful on record. Much of the brothers' education was the result of their own efforts. George relates that although his schooling cost but 5 shillings a quarter, it had to be discontinued when he was 11 years old. Mrs. Bell aided her children with French and drawing, and had a considerable share in bringing forth that talent for drawing which afterwards was of such advantage both to John and Charles. Although Charles was at some time at the high school at Edinburgh, he most emphatically declares that he received no education but from his mother, and the example set him by his brothers, all of whom showed a true independence and self-reliance. He says, "For 20 years of my life I had but one wish, to gratify my mother and to do something to alleviate what I saw her suffer. When she died, the blank and indifference produced in his whole nature was so great that all ambition seemed to die out of him for a long time. His brothers made a plaything of him in childhood, but yet appeared confident of his future. They were wont to say, 'Oh, never mind, Charlie will do very well, no fear for Charlie.' Yet in after life he greatly regretted that his early education was limited, and he took very great pains to improve what was deficient. Even within the last few years of his life he engaged French and Italian masters to read with him, although he could read both languages before he left Edinburgh. Taking up the study of medicine under the guidance and tuition of his elder brother John, who was already becoming notable as a lecturer, he very rapidly found his true vocation, and gained such proficiency that before he was 21 he was able to take part of his brother's lectures. In 1799 he published the first part of his System of Dissections. Edinburgh, then embittered by the controversy between his brother and Dr. Gregory and other untoward occurrences, did not give him fair scope for his talents, and it was decided that Charles should adventure himself in London. This was an enterprise of hardihood at that time, for Scotchmen were still looked upon with suspicion. Yet he had already become known in London by his association with John Bell in the Human Anatomy, by the first 2 volumes of his System of Dissections, and by his engravings of the arteries, brain, and nerves. The impression made upon him by his first experience in London on a Sunday in November was thus expressed: "If this be the season that John Bull selects for cutting his throat, Sunday must be the day. For then London is in all its ugliness, all its naked deformity. The houses are like ruins, the streets deserted." He was soon rather unceremoniously told by a hospital surgeon that they could manufacture their own raw material, and if he had difficulties in Edinburgh, he would have more in London. Some of his early friends in London were cautioned that he was a sharp, insinuating young man who would drive them out of their hospitals. His friend Lynn answered such an innuendo thus: "I liked his brother, and I like himself. He is no humbug. His conversation is open and free." Lynn indeed discerned that a worthy successor of William Hunter was among them. Charles Bell gained considerable notice by his criticisms on artistic anatomy, and by the profound knowledge of the human body which he made evident. The manuscript of his Anatomy of Expression being in a forward state, it was shown to many persons of influence, including Sir Joseph Banks, President of the Royal Society, Benjamin West, Sidney Smith, etc., and the general opinion was that he would make a great name. But Charles did not deceive himself into the idea that his path into situations of importance would be easy. "I can make a few good friends," he says, "but cannot engage the multitude." After many discouragements, having at one time resolved to return to Edinburgh, Mr. Bell took a house, formerly Speaker Onslow's, in Leicester Street, Leicester Square, and fitted up a lecture room in it. Here he started as a public lecturer on anatomy and surgery with an attendance of 40, but only 3 paying pupils, on January the 20th, 1806, and the second lecture was delivered to an audience of 10. In February he lectured to a dozen artists, much to their delight. On the 10th of February 1806, after nearly 15 months in London, he received his first fee in consultation. Many years afterwards, looking back upon this period of severe struggle, he wrote, "When I consider the few introductions I then had to men who could be of no assistance to me, I look back with a renewal of the despair I then felt. These days of unhappiness and suffering tended greatly to fortify me, so that nothing afterwards could come amiss, nothing but death could bring me to a condition of suffering such as I then endured. I could not help regretting the noble fields that were everywhere around me for exertion in my profession, and which I found closed against me. Meanwhile, youthful acquaintances in Edinburgh, Horner and Brougham, were getting places in the ministry. This year his Anatomy of Expression was published, and was at once received with high favour, many painters adopting it as their textbook. Flaxman declared he considered Mr. Bell had done more for the arts than any one of that age. Fuseli called it truly valuable. Charles Bell had more than an ordinary measure of liveliness, good humour, and geniality. One day he writes, "A band of pendants are playing before my window. They make me frisk it. Last night I had a little supper here, with some good flute playing. It was intended to make Horner know Wilkie, the Scotch tenors." All through life he retained his sensibility to lively music. The sound of a familiar Scotch air would start him whistling, and laying aside work, he would take his wife by the hand and make her dance with him through room after room. By the autumn of 1807 his note as a surgeon had grown, and patients became numerous. His lectures on surgery, too, became an unqualified success, though the number of paying pupils was small. In 1808, however, he had 36 pupils. His studies for his lectures were most faithfully and zealously prosecuted. His lectures were most original. His discoveries were given step by step to his class pupils. The first record of his results in regard to the nervous system is in a letter of 26th of November 1807, when he writes, "I have done a more interesting Nova Anatomia Cerebri Humani than it is possible to conceive." This developed gradually into an introduction to the nervous system, which was shown to many in manuscript. Meanwhile, the professorship of anatomy at the Royal Academy was about to become vacant, and Mr. Bell's candidature was warmly advocated by many of the most eminent surgeons and artists. Abernethy desisted from the idea of candidature in his favour. Wilson was dissuaded from competing. Sir ASTLEY COOPER wrote a letter stating that he beyond all comparison merited the post and would be an invaluable acquisition to the Royal Academy. But in the end, Mr. afterward Sir Anthony Carlisle was elected, and lectured to but 4 pupils in his first course. It is to be remembered that even in hospitals, lectures were by no means common things at this time. Several of the most eminent hospital surgeons did not lecture at all, or only lectured occasionally, so that Bell's class of 36 was really a first-rate one. A mark of his original and painstaking mode of making progress was seen in the visit he paid to Haslar Hospital, when the wounded hospitals from Corunna arrived home, in January 1809. The scene was a most striking and impressive one to his feeling nature. "I have stooped," he says, "over hundreds of wretches in the most striking variety of woe and misery, picking out the wounded. Each day as I awake, still I see the long line of sick and lame slowly moving from the beach. It seems to have no end. There is something in the interrupted and very slow motion of these distant objects singularly affecting." From the cases he saw he gained much, and laid the foundation of his essay on gunshot wounds, appended to the second edition of his operative surgery. In 1810, Charles Bell became engaged to his future wife, Marion Shaw, whose sister Barbara had for some years been married to his brother George. Their brothers, John and Alexander, became Charles Bell's pupils and assistants. In writing to Miss Shaw at one time, Mr. Bell revealed to her much of the sadness and melancholy of his first years in London, oppressed by the consciousness of not occupying a position corresponding to his talents, and finding everywhere difficulties. "Many and many a time in the prosecution of my plans of life have I wished that I were with the armies, to rid myself of the load of life without discredit." He was married on the 3rd of June, 1811. The next year was another important landmark in Charles Bell's life. He accepted an offer of partnership with Mr. Wilson in the Great Windmill Street School of Medicine. His own preparations and drawings, etc., were added to the museum already there, and his joy at seeing the two united was great and unmixed. His first lecture in the school was to a class of 80 to 100 pupils. He was at the height of his ambition in being connected with the celebrated Windmill Street School. Mr. afterwards Sir Benjamin Brodie, Dr. Roget, and Dr. Brand were among his associates in lecturing. His new house, 34 Soho Square, had as many resident pupils as he could accommodate, and he was not yet 40 years old. In 1813 he was admitted into the Royal College of Surgeons. A formal examination being necessary, he records with amusement that the facetious dogs asked him of what disease he thought Bonaparte would die. In 1814 he was elected by a large majority surgeon to Middlesex Hospital, and immediately began to make use of his new opportunities. His operations and clinical lectures soon became attended by large numbers of students, and even eminent practitioners. A Russian general, Baron Driesen, having a ball in his thigh, was placed under his care, and especially commended to him by the Tsar Alexander. A fee of £200 and 2 silver cups were his reward, as well as great personal regard from both the general and his aide-de-camp. When the stirring news of Waterloo arrived in London, the same spirit which had animated him after Corunna impelled Mr. Bell to start off, accompanied by John Shaw, to render assistance to the wounded. The amount of work was appalling. Nothing was ready to cope with the mass of misery suddenly accumulated. Mr. Bell, finding after an inspection of the situation that he could do most by taking in hand the needful operations upon the French wounded, commenced his operations at 6 one morning and continued incessantly operating till 7 in the evening, and so on for 3 consecutive days. While he amputated one man's thigh, there lay at one time 13 others waiting, all begging to be taken next. It was a strange thing, he says, to feel my clothes stiff with blood and my arms powerless with the exertion of using the knife, and more extraordinary still, to find my mind calm amidst such variety of suffering. But to give one of these objects access to your feelings was to allow yourself to be unmanned for the performance of a duty. It appears strange that a man who in 1807 had commenced what proved to be such an epoch-making series of discoveries in regard to the nervous system should have so long allowed them to lack general publicity. His manuscript was first shown to his brother and other friends in 1808. But it is to be noted that when in 1811 he privately circulated a pamphlet under the title of An Idea of a New Anatomy of the Brain, submitted for the observation of the author's friends, they received it with but scant appreciation, and either failed to regard it as remarkably novel, or considered the views it put forth incredible. At this period, while the brain was believed to be the organ of thought, it was also supposed to discharge some nervous fluid through the spinal cord to the nerves. Little was accurately known about the functions of the nerves. Even John Bell and Astley Cooper had advised the section of the facial nerve to cure tic, thus paralyzing the muscles of the face instead of relieving the pain. Microscopy had not yet revealed the multitudinous fibers of which nerves are composed, and experimental evidence was confined to comparatively coarse forms. Thus, on cutting across the main trunk of a nerve, both sensation and motion were lost in the parts supplied by the nerve. Bell first disentangled the functions of sensation and motion, and found that they were carried on through distinct nerve fibers. He noticed the distinct properties of the nerves of the senses, for instance, the fact that a prick of the optic nerve in an operation caused a flash of light to be perceived, not a sensation of pain, when the pricking of certain papillae of the tongue gave rise to a sensation of taste, not of pain, and when a blow upon the ear occasioned the hearing of noises. Thus he acquired the conception that in the brain the powers of nerves were distinct and peculiar, and due to the portion of the brain from which they started. Seeing that in the vast number of the nerves of the body the functions of sensation and motion were evidently combined, Bell imagined that these nerves consisted of different portions tied together, and he sought for a method of determining how they were combined. The separate portions in which the spinal nerves enter the spinal cord, forming two roots, anterior and posterior, occurred to him as furnishing a possibility of experimental inquiry. He now resolved to make crucial experiments on living animals, which should settle the question by a well-devised plan of procedure. No man was more averse to giving unnecessary pain than Charles Bell. No man felt more keenly the sufferings of his patients. The first brief record of the results is as follows. Experiment 1. I opened the spine and pricked and injured the posterior filaments of the nerves. No motion of the muscles followed. I then touched the anterior division. Immediately the parts were convulsed. Experiment 2. I now destroyed the posterior part of the spinal marrow by the point of a needle. No convulsive movement followed. I injured the anterior part and the animal was convulsed. It was at once inferred that the anterior root of the spinal nerves was motor in its functions, the posterior root sensory. This simple fact revolutionized the physiology of the whole subject. We cannot now realize the novelty which there was in attaining this extent of knowledge of the nervous system, or how valuable this firm basis was in commencing to unravel the nervous mechanism. We cannot here detail the experiments and trains of reasoning by which it was shown that the fifth cranial nerve was similar in its general plan to the spinal nerves, including distinct sensory and motor portions, and by which the knowledge of the cranial nerves generally was widely extended. We note now that Bell's first paper on the nervous system was read before the Royal Society on the 21st of July, 1821, and was received with great approbation. It soon became generally known throughout Great Britain and on the continent, being by almost everyone acknowledged as strikingly original. The dispute which afterwards arose as to his perfect originality and independence having been so conclusively settled in Mr. Bell's favour by the production of his original pamphlet, manuscript and letters, no account of the controversy need here be given. He himself fully felt the importance of his discoveries. I have made a greater discovery than ever was made by any one man in anatomy, he says, not vaingloriously, but as a simple perception of the fact. The application of the new knowledge to the elucidation of many obscure diseases, where the nervous system was affected, engaged Charles Bell's zealous attention. He speedily classified and arranged cases illustrative of the action of the motor and sensory nerves, cases where the muscles of the face were paralyzed, as well as various kinds of paralysis throughout the body. Instances of partial or local pain were explained in their relation to the nerves concerned. Disorders of the eye, tongue, muscles of respiration, etc., all received new illumination from his researches. A further discovery was that of the muscular sense, by which we perceive many of the qualities of objects surrounding us, and which even enables us to stand upright. The sensation of the degree of muscular effort put forth in every action, in every resistance, to a large extent builds up our judgments about external objects, and determines our actions. And the recognition of the fact that we perceive this by a sense distinct from touch is due to Bell. The study of the eye entered very largely into this question, as the muscular movements of the eye are of such extreme import in our perceptions. In 1818 he wrote, I think I have made out that squinting depends on the overaction of one of the oblique muscles, and that it may be cured by an operation. I am looking out for a patient to try this upon. But for want of a squinting monkey to make the first trial upon, the thought was not carried to practical results, and it remained for others to mature the operation for the cure of squinting. As a specimen of Bell's style in popular writing, to which he devoted great pains, we quote from his Bridgewater treatise on The Hand, a passage dealing with the movements of the eye. On coming into a room, we see the whole side of it at once, the mirror, the pictures, the cornice, the chairs, but we are deceived, being unconscious of the motions of the eye, and that each object is rapidly but successively presented to it. It is easy to show that if the eye was steady, vision would be quickly lost, that all these objects which are distinct and brilliant are so from the motion of the eye, that they would disappear if it were otherwise. For example, let us fix the eye on one point, a thing difficult to do owing to the very disposition to motion in the eye, but by repeated attempts we may at length acquire the power of fixing the eye to a point. When we have done so, we shall find that the whole scene becomes more and more obscure and finally vanishes. Let us fix the eye on the corner of the frame of the principal picture in the room. At first, everything around it is distinct. In a very little time, however, the impression becomes weaker, objects appear dim, and then the eye has an almost incontrollable desire to wander. If this be resisted, the impressions of the figures in the picture first fade. For a time we see the gilded frame, but this also becomes dim. When we have thus far ascertained the fact, if we change the direction of the eye but ever so little, at once the whole scene will be again perfect before us. These phenomena are consequent upon the retina being subject to exhaustion. Considering the warmth with which the originality of Charles Bell's views was contested, it is indeed striking to notice how early he composed himself to answer only by silence. "This must be," he said, "the mode in which my opinions shall come to be acknowledged. Without some agitation and controversy they would never be propagated. I am satisfied I have a secure ground." In 1821 Wilson died, and Bell's assumption of the chief responsibility for the Windmill Street School, with heavy pecuniary liabilities, followed. In 1824 he was appointed to the professorship of anatomy and surgery at the Royal College of Surgeons. So he set himself with renewed energy to make his lectures of the utmost value to practicing surgeons. His first lecture was given to an audience crowded to suffocation. The crowding continued at subsequent lectures, many being unable to get admission. On the 19th of July, 1827, his beloved brother-in-law and assistant, John Shaw, died. His suffering from this loss was intense. In his discoveries, his first great object had always been to convince Johnny. This faithful brother-in-law was fortunately replaced by another, Alexander Shaw, afterwards surgeon to the Middlesex Hospital, notable in after times as a defender of his fame and expounder of his doctrines. In the same year was matured the project long incubating of a new London University, now University College, in which Charles Bell was to be the head of the medical school. He delivered the inaugural lecture and for some years took an active part in its organization. The arrangements, however, which were made by the governing body were in many respects inconsistent with the high ideal of teaching which Charles Bell had, and with the freedom of procedure to which he had been for so many years accustomed at the Windmill Street School. Consequently, in 1830, he finally retired from the new college, and felt in some respects stranded, for discovery and teaching were his very life. Practice was to him an irksome necessity. Thus, a time of life in which practical success might have made him wealthy was characterized by depression and sadness, principally relieved by a very unusual recreation for a hard-worked London practitioner, namely fly-fishing. He was first attracted to this sport by spending a day at Panshanger with his bosom friend, John Richardson. The evident delight of his friend in this occupation, and the freshness and relaxation which it afforded, convinced him that he had found the thing he wanted to sweep from his mind the cobwebs of professional life. Lady Bell says, "He was often on the waterside before sunrise, indeed before he could see his flies, and he did enjoy these morning hours. I came down with his breakfast, bringing books and arrangements for passing the whole day, even with cloaks and umbrellas, for no weather deterred us. He liked me to see him land his fish, and waved his hat for me to come." In the intervals of angling, many of the best parts of his popular works on the hand and on animal mechanics were written. In spite of the feelings of disappointment which pressed him severely on some occasions, it must not be imagined that he was predominantly unhappy. Lord Jeffrey described him as Happy Charlie Bell. Lord Cockburn wrote, "If I ever knew a generally and practically happy man, it was Sir Charles Bell." Alexander Shaw said of him, "His mind was a garden of flowers and a forest of hardy trees. Its exercise in profound thought gave him high enjoyment. Yet he would often avow his pleasure in being still a boy, and he did love life and nature with the freshness of youth. I therefore repeat, if ever I knew a happy man, it was Sir Charles Bell." Yet, seeing that he was convinced that the place of a professor who fills his place is the most respectable in life, we may believe that a painful sense of ungratified desire was largely present, if not continually expressed. In 1835 he writes, "My hands are better for operation than any I have seen at work, but an operating surgeon's life has no equivalent reward in this world. I must be the teacher and consulting surgeon to be happy." In 1831, in connection with the accession of William IV, the Guelphic Order of Knighthood was conferred on several distinguished men of science, among whom Charles Bell was included. His association with Herschel and Brewster in this honour was gratifying and appropriate. A complete school of medicine was now projected in connection with the Middlesex Hospital, in which he was to take a prominent part. It had not, however, passed through 3 complete months of its history when the Town Council of Edinburgh elected Sir Charles to the chair of surgery in the university, and the offer proved attractive enough to induce him to leave London. He had always cherished the idea of a return to Edinburgh at some future time, and it appeared to him that there was a possibility of a sphere of more elevated usefulness there than he could now hope for in London. Moreover, his heart was in Scotland, in the streets of Edinburgh, in the theatre where Monro had lectured to him, in the society of his old friends Geoffrey, Cock, William Clerk, Adam Ferguson, and most of all his brother George. "London is a place to live in, but not to die in," he said. "My comfort has ever been to labour for some great purpose, and my great object of study has been attained. There is but one place where I can hope to fulfil the object of my scientific labour, and that is Edinburgh. And that is an experiment." Successful as his classes were in Edinburgh, and influential as his position speedily became, it must be acknowledged that the experiment was a failure, for it did not give him the satisfaction he had hoped. Practice in Edinburgh could not possibly yield what London did, and the emoluments of the university chair did not counterbalance this. Some coldness, too, was shown him on the part of his fellow professors. It was an old case of Scotch undemonstrativeness. "I have had a German professor to breakfast," he writes, "who brings me a volume from Paris. They make me greater than Harvey. I wish to heaven the folks at home would make something of me. I thought, in addressing the new-made doctors at the conclusion of the session, that I had done well, but not one word of approbation from any professor, nor has one of them in all this time called me in to consultation, except when forced by the desire of the patient." His income, never very considerable in Edinburgh, diminished considerably. "I put down my carriage with as little feeling as I throw off my shoes," he says, but when in 1842 a government proposal appeared likely to end in the extinction of the privileges of his beloved university, his excitement was unbounded. He set off for London as soon as he could, but he was attacked by a spasm of the stomach so severe as to threaten his life. He hastened on towards London, but while at Manchester, assisting at an operation, he thought he should have been obliged to lie and roll on the carpet, or leave the room in the midst of it. On Wednesday, April the 27th, 1842, Sir Charles and Lady Bell reached Harlow Park, the seat of Mrs. Holland, near Worcester. Looking on the winding Severn and the distant hills, he said to his wife, "This is a novel spot. Here I fain would rest till they come to take me away." Here he sketched an old yew tree, some sheep, and the river, then 2 children and a donkey. As he went back, he looked with his observant eye at every shrub, commented on the birds' notes, and gathered up their feathers for his flies. After dinner the same evening, he gave graphic sketches of medical celebrities he had known, admired and discussed an engraving of Leonardo da Vinci's Last Supper, and was altogether so happy in mood that he said to his wife, "Did you ever see me happier or better than I have been all this forenoon?" Yet he had been several times that day in imminent danger of death from the dread malady that John Hunter had, angina pectoris. We cannot refrain from quoting the account of his end. Letters, page 400. The evening reading that night was the 23rd Psalm, the last prayer, that beautiful one, for that peace which the world cannot give, and then he sank into a deep and quiet sleep. In the morning he awoke with a spasm, which he said was caused by changing his position. His wife was rising to drop his laudanum for him, but calling her to him, he laid his head on her shoulder, and there rested. No more appropriate tribute has been paid to Sir Charles Bell than that in the Edinburgh Review for April 1872. The writer says on page 429, "Never passed away a gentler, truer, or finer spirit. His genius was great, and has left a legacy to mankind which will keep his name fresh in many generations. But the story of his life has a more potent moral. It is the story of one who kept his affections young and his love of the pure and the refined unsullied, while fighting bravely the battle of life, whose heart was as tender as his intellect was vigorous and original, who, while he gained a foremost place among his fellows, turned with undiminished zest to his home and his friends, and found there the object, the reward, and the solace of his life. He was buried near the yew tree he had so lately sketched in Harlow churchyard. A plain stone with his name, dates of birth and death, and the line, 'The pure in heart shall see God,' marked the spot. A tablet was afterwards placed in the churchyard, with an inscription written by his lifelong friend Francis Lord Jeffrey. Part of it runs thus: "Sacred to the memory of Sir Charles Bell, who, after unfolding with unrivalled sagacity, patience, and success the wonderful structure of our mortal bodies, esteemed lightly of his great discoveries, except only as they tended to impress himself and others with a deeper sense of the infinite wisdom and ineffable goodness of the Almighty Creator. His letters, edited by his widow, 1870, are a lasting memorial of his beautiful and noble nature." End of section 11.